All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Alpharetta's Design and Review Board Workshop meeting. Today is November 20th, 2020. So let's go through our applications this morning here during the workshop and make sure we've got everything we need for our public hearing that will start at 9 o'clock. And Brett is shorthanded. Our staff is shorthanded this morning, so make it easy on Brett over there. Where I'm looking at Brett. Okay. So apparently there was a little bit of confusion, not confusion. The website was not downloading the current agenda and package. So the latest and greatest agenda that we have this morning has been printed. So we're going to go by that version. So the first applicant we'll hear from this morning is the City Alpha Loop mural, and we heard that last month. And I think, did everybody participate last month in that discussion? So, okay, we're all good. All right, so we'll hear from them again. They've revised the mural. I think it's 3 panels, kind of revised the floral scheme on it and removed some of the text. So I'm going to let Brett get to, you're going to pull that up, Brett? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm going to pull up an email here real quick. It may take just a second, so if you want to go to the next one, that's fine.
Okay, then the next applicant we'll hear from this morning will be Pulte Group, and again, we heard from them last month. I couldn't tell what changed, to be honest with you. So.
I think all they did was realistically gain some different views to try to help that. Did everybody get the email that I sent yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
You're talking about this?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I had a question on Pulte, because I wasn't here, I stepped out for that meeting. Do I have to step out again?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll put that in the
All right.
notes. We'll put that in the notes. Katie leaves again.
Was anything voted? It was voted, or was it deferred?
Deferred.
So what does that mean? Still have
Still
to?
can't
Yeah. All right, so you can't, you won't participate in Pulte, okay.
And I need to actually go out of the room?
That's the preference.
I'm sorry?
We can see your email if you're ready, by the way.
Yeah.
You can't?
It's on our little
Yeah.
monitors here.
I scrubbed a little for a second.
So you know,
Are you talking about Pat again? Okay, so,
No, I can't see my stuff.
all right. So going back. All right, so going back to Pulte Group, so we'll hear from them. Katie will be excused on that one since she didn't participate last month. Okay. Brett, you want to go back to the mural, or are you still?
Yeah, I need to, it should come up here in just a
There's no more love from Alpharetta.
Not on this mural. Maybe another mural.
I didn't remember that being a part of our complaint.
Me too, that kind of threw me off.
I think maybe somebody out in the audience made a public comment about it. But it had the text, the love, with love, Alpharetta, I think.
discussion about it, there was a comment from the one gentleman that, he said everybody knows it's Alpharetta.
Okay. All right.
What if you forget? It's a long trail. Am I still in Alpharetta? Good, I know.
Yeah, all right. Then let's go to the next applicant will be On the Border, and that's there on Davis Drive,
I was going to
right
be
there.
upset that we had no white and black buildings. Now I'm very happy.
Yes.
I'm going to swap you back here real quick.
All right, we're jumping back to the, there we go.
This is the actual wall with the new design inlay. They just sent this to me last evening.
Okay. All right, there it is.
How do I get my screen on?
Up here, Rich.
Inside.
Down lower right. Keep going, keep right, about there. Push it in.
Thank you.
The flowers look more real.
Where they're growing the correct way.
Flowers normally go towards the sun.
So what are they going to call this? The flower wall? Go past the flower wall?
And then turn right at the flower wall. Stand in front of the yellow daisy. Face the pink one.
Yeah.
All right. All right, well, that's a good realistic view of the mural, so, okay. So that's the mural. We've talked about Pulte Group, and then we have On the Border. So they're changing their exterior paint color scheme for on the border there. I don't know that they're changing the awning colors or not. I think the awning that they have is,
Awnings are changing as well.
are they? Okay, I know there's one under construction right now. When I drove by there the other day, they're doing
Yeah,
something.
they were taking down, kind of, it's closed, so they were
Oh,
kind of
okay.
Is it closed for
debranding
remodeling?
I'm sorry?
Is it closed for remodeling or they,
Well, they closed for COVID,
okay.
and when they decided that this was gonna be one of the stores that they were going to reopen, which is not every store they have, but this is one, this is their new look. So, this is what they're gonna go to try to, they thought the muted colors and the other kind of odd colors were tired, they said, so.
Yeah, but when all Alpharetta's black and white, no one will know they're there.
Just more comment. It's really just paint, right? I mean, it may be,
It's awnings, it's signage, they're doing a couple of the signs,
They-
tweaking just a little bit. They do have a landscaping issue,
Yes, they cut down some trees.
yeah, so,
I noticed that.
they know it, they're on the hook for it. We're gonna work with the arborist and get it done, so we can't condition their approval, but I'd like to just mention, somebody mentioned, hey, we saw you remove some trees out there, and let them say, yes, we're working with the arborist on it, we'll get it all fixed up.
Okay, yeah, there's some parking island trees they removed. Okay,
Some big ones.
They were pretty
yes,
decent.
they were substantial, that's right. Okay, anything else on the border? No, and then next on our agenda will be 191 Roswell Street. And that's that old, it used to be a duplex building there, kind of beside the Alpharetta Community Center. I think a construction firm now has purchased it and is using that for their offices. We were going to look at them last month, but they didn't meet some of the guidelines as far as one of the architectural themes that are required. So now they've come in and it looks much better than the original version we saw. I think, Roger, did you see that one too? I know I saw the old
And you know, if you go, turn
right,
just past that building, right, there's some offices back in there. I think that's where the.
the Lionheart School.
But next to
Yes.
that lion place, they painted one of the buildings that black and white. Looked pretty well
Okay.
established back there.
All right, it's got a theme then. Okay.
Is this actually a residence?
It was, yes.
Yep.
It hasn't been for,
Yeah.
it was, I'd say 15 years ago, it shut as residence and hasn't been anything since.
Really? Who owns it? I mean, has this person, somebody just been own it?
I think the same gentleman owned it, but I can't say that for sure, but I'm pretty sure the construction company that's going there that is gonna renovate it is the one that has always owned it.
Interesting.
Okay, so that'll be, we'll see the 191 Roswell Street. And then Brett, I think there was parking that they negotiated with the city to put some parking in place there, kind of as part of the rec center parking
Yeah,
lot.
you see, it looks like it's in the community center, it actually is, the city negotiated with them that, side of that community entrance, there's two entrances in the community center. That side is where the Alpha Loop is gonna cross Roswell Street. And tie
yeah,
into
okay.
the trails at, Wills Park. So we negotiated, some land swap, basically, to get that trail, to go basically beside and then behind his property or his structure and connect back there to the trail. So we allowed him to do his parking basically over there. We had way too much parking in the community center anyway. But other
Okay.
than for the Taste of Alpharetta, it's like never full. So,
It's a good example of working together.
yes.
Good on top. Good job.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, very good. All right, and then after that, we'll hear from Thai Rickshaw Restaurant Group. And that's the old Twisted Taco, Tower Burger, Sonic Burger, Drive-In. May have been something else before then, so. And I think they've already done the painting.
They've done the painting and the woodwork that you see is different, like up on the tower, you can see that kind of what looks like a cedar
motion that we approve a wooden structure, but it has to be maintained, stained, or whatever. Is that enforceable? Is this is what bugs me about seeing these wood structures from the right of way, is they look horrible and they're not maintained.
It is,
I mean, is that code enforcement?
sometimes, yes, it's sometimes hard to find and remember and, you know,
Not for me.
but it is definitely enforceable, which brings up a good point. If you all see something out there that you know and doesn't look quite right, let me know, because I'm not everywhere and my guys don't really see this, so, let me
Okay.
know and I can pull this file and give it to one of them and say, here, go look at that building, you know, see what it looks like compared to this.
Okay,
And we can go from there. So the more eyes we have out there, the better we can make decisions.
okay, good. I did notice that, I mentioned this, the Citgo gas station redid their awning or their canopy there on North Main Street.
Yeah, they took it off and then they.
But it's a DOT issue.
Yeah, it's a DOT issue. They filed for a variance to city council to
Council table.
do some stuff. The plan wasn't very good. City council actually ended up denying their variance request.
Are they denying that?
Yes, so they're in kind of the city staff doesn't know where they're at right now, if they're gonna just leave it as is.
It's done. They
Well,
just,
I mean,
or,
leave,
oh.
and not do come up with a different variance
Oh.
and different things like that. Kind of, they wanted all their pumps back. DOT made them take out 2 of the pumps.
oh,
So,
We're gonna skinny up
Yeah,
landscape
they
strip
like
in front.
concrete is not.
yeah, so there was some, so we'll see how that. we
Okay.
can Redo some things.
All right.
City staff gave me quite a bit of,
input?
recommendation,
Oh,
and
yeah.
they didn't
Okay.
want to go that route. So.
All right. Sorry, I got us off track. Okay. All right, and then after Rickshaw, we'll take a break and then come back and hear from Carriage Kia of Alpharetta there on West Side Parkway. So that's a new automobile dealership that's being put in place there.
Are they closing one and moving to this one?
No,
or
we
is
do
this
not,
brand new?
we do not have Carriage Kia.
Okay.
Okay,
We have a Kia dealership short term
on
Hembry Road,
Hembry.
but that's gone now, Tesla's there. So this is a completely new build. When you look at the, site plan on your iPads there, the, building that shows to the right-hand side, in other words, towards the architect's stand, that's the, all brick self-storage that's right there. So the entrance, so it looks like landscaping comes in front of this building actually, and it does. So the entrance that was built for the dual lots. So the entrance and all the landscaping to the right-hand side of the entrance is existing.
Okay. Good to know.
One thing I noticed is on their photometric plan, the double parking, I guess probably where they have the
Oh.
cars,
In the front,
Yes.
is much, much brighter than the side. I did look up some information. The typical dealership foot candles anywhere from 25 to 100.
Wow.
And that in the front average is 68. So I'd like to ask them why they did it, but why that one's so much brighter, and maybe is it,
what is it at the property
maybe it
line?
should be like at the east.
Did they,
Well, yeah, the property line starts to drop off considerably, yes.
so at the property line, I mean, that's the code, but y'all's, you know, can,
But you don't want a huge,
no.
like we had that problem on Manziel.
Yes.
It was so super bright.
Yeah.
So my question to them is, why can't you make the front like you did with the east parking?
What's the norm, did you say, Rob?
Anywhere from 25 to 100 foot. So that front one averaged 68, and the side one averaged,
There's also the thermals there that's very bright, right? So
Yeah.
it's in a
dark spot.
It's a, yeah.
an area that's got a lot of bright lights.
Yeah,
It's really
that other
considerable.
parking, the highest I see is 33,
yeah, that
So-
was the average, right?
so that's a good,
Good,
that's a
good,
good point.
good catch, Roger.
Actually, the average is 38, and the front is 66.
I was curious about the green.
No, max, sorry.
Yeah, I know.
So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Christmas tree.
good catch.
And we sure the lights are flushed.
Cut off, yeah.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
bet at that illumination, I'm gonna bet they're LED. So,
Okay, all right, we can ask the applicant when we see them. Okay, anything else for Carriage Kia? No, and then we'll hear from Local Q and Brew. So
local Q and Brew is,
that's the old Five Seasons Brewery.
so on the, if you look at the artist rendering of the patio area there, the building where the fireplace is, they're actually removing that part of the building.
Yes.
The slab and all that to increase that patio area. City staff feels that's a great addition to the building, you know, with current times and future times, you know, they're getting more usable open air patio space without increasing, what I want to say, without increasing density, basically, of their people. You know, they're taking what was building and opening it up, so.
Yeah, but in the
I think
winter,
it's
it's
great.
gonna be, December, January, February, it's gonna be difficult, unless they have a lot of heaters.
Wasn't that over there on that side where they had pool tables and something back in that?
There is a game room in there.
It's like a game room, right? It's
That's
almost.
why I said my children.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like if you get a game room, but you don't have any place to send your children.
Okay.
I had to go without them.
I'm kind of curious about the wood fence stuff. I mean, that's the best we can do, wood fence?
Wood
Nope.
fence around that back part.
Yeah.
You know
You
what
said
I'm
it's
about
like a
wood
privacy fence and gate. I mean,
That looks like, that looks really residential leash. And with the picket,
I think it could be a nicer fence. I don't know what, but.
okay. All right,
Well, they can add some administration to it anyway.
okay. Anything else on Local Q and Brew? I mean, all right, then we'll hear from Stack Data, the Stack Data Center. And we did see them last month.
Or the month before.
Yeah, we saw them last month. Wait,
It was,
oh, it
the
was,
last meeting you were at.
that's right, it was July. Oh, I'm sorry, it was July, you're right. Gosh, time flies when you're having fun.
I took the packet, I was flipping back and forth. I saw one little area that looks like it might have gone to brick on the one. I couldn't
That-
figure out what the changes were.
They've taken the precast and did a molded stone look on part of the precast at the base of the building in a couple areas, is what they showed me.
So
But-
what was shown to city council, and they should be bringing today, is the two metal areas that you see. For some reason, I can't get this computer to pull up. So the two areas here and here, so on the side and then on the front right there, they highlighted those areas in the city council meeting and said, is this kind of what you're talking about? City council agreed. So that's gonna be the minimum.
Of,
Those two areas become stone or brick. They can't do it in the they can't just put a mold to the precast.
See, that little area of brick on the right side of the
So
bottom.
what they showed is over here and this over here, but that's not, they can do that also.
Right.
But they need to do, so if you all feel that the two need to kind of tie together, then you can add stuff. But the minimum is gonna be this part where their sign is, and then this kind of side curtain wall.
So you go all the way to the top?
Yeah. Go to brick or stone.
Okay.
and then, so Brett, there's a, part of our code, Unified Development Code, talks about 75% for data centers. So do you have that language to share?
We don't need to address that because it says or accent material and the metal is an accent material.
Oh.
So really it's 100%.
Okay, so we don't have to worry.
We're not, all we're addressing is this thing.
So the only thing we're addressing then is the metal panels.
We're adding the
I guess I'm trying to figure out what,
brick or stone to the Webbridge Road side to accent the building.
What caused them to have to come back?
City council condition.
Did we miss in the last one?
No, they needed that variance said, we think the front of the building needs more, stuff. So they said
Okay.
those two areas and then final approval by DRB.
Wasn't, when they first brought that, wasn't part of their proposal that they kind of wanted to hide and blend in with their data center? It seemed like, it's interesting we're adding more, looking for more detail. Yeah, they prefer you don't, I guess.
Okay, so what I understand is in the metal panel area, based on the discussion from city council, the metal panel areas need to be,
Dark gray areas are the minimum.
need to be some sort of brick or stone material.
Yep. That's the minimum. And then if you guys feel like the water table kind of look needs to finish out that elevation, that's
Okay,
your call.
okay, just trying to understand what,
Yeah, so they could just make that dark brick similar to the color of the metal. Won't look a whole lot different.
No.
okay? All right, anything else for, so that'll just be it for Stack then. Okay, and then our last applicant this morning, or this afternoon, will be Alpharetta Outfitters. And,
Alpharetta Outfitters,
and the only thing I saw,
I'm really being handicapped here, so I'm just asking.
the only thing I saw in our packet was some sort of a picture of shingles.
So that's what they're doing. They're changing the roof. They want to go to that kind of a light brown wood shingle color. I'm not positive what the color was. And I looked at it a couple times and I just wasn't positive that,
I hope they have a picture of the building.
I would
well,
say same
I'm
thing.
pulling it up here, right?
Yeah, that's what.
Because some of the building has a standing seam metal roof on it too.
So there's one. That's the one side.
That's from the Hardee's parking lot?
Yes.
Or the ex-Hardee's?
And there's the other side. So there is a standing seam right here.
Right,
that was
yeah.
added Later, but other than that, the roof has actually got about at least 3 colors of shingles on it right now. That you can tell. They're not grossly different, but you can definitely tell, like this picture where it looks like there's a line right here.
Right.
There's definitely a line, and that's because these shingles are newer than these.
As far as the color of the building,
Color of
It's
the building's browns with the rocks. so
stone.
I wasn't positive enough being in downtown that we wanted the brown roof. So I said, let's bring it here. We'll just see what they say and go from there.
Well, what, that metal panel, what color is it?
Brown.
It's a bronzish.
Hopefully they bring some color samples.
He should bring, I'm thinking he's gonna bring the,
Okay. Yeah, well, they kind of look like they're architectural shingles, but,
I think the new shingles are architectural, but I think part of them that are on the existing building are architectural and part are not.
just
You can tell they're not.
Yeah.
just the 3-tab shingle is what they call it.
Architectural will just be,
I think,
I mean, that will be a.
yes, it's definitely gonna be an upgrade to have everything look the same.
Right.
Again, I just wasn't confident enough being on Main Street that the brown was good.
I think it's painted so white.
And then the brown would look great.
and then you do black shingles.
Okay. Is that it on Alpharetta Outfitters? All right, well, let's adjourn our workshop session this morning. Go get our coffee cups filled and get back here in about 3 minutes, and we'll start our public hearing.
People present, we're not done. I thought we did great just getting through that.
Yeah.
You're used to leaving by now.
We're done. We're done.
Katie has left the building.
Katie Reeves has left the building.
Katie's in the building.
Yes, it is now. Testing. Oh, all right. Sorry, that's mine.
There we go.
Yay.
Thanks, James.
Encore, James, encore.
Here you go, Brett.
No, but you got him here in a second. That's impressive.
That's because he knows Ellie's not here, so him and Aaron are on hyper alert for me today.
Okay. Brett, are we ready to start? We are? Good. All right, good morning, everyone, and let's call the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board public hearing to order. Today is Friday, November 20th, 2020, so glad to see all your smiling faces this morning. Okay, our first order of business is roll call. So looking at the dais, everybody is here this morning, so welcome. Glad you made it. We're in for a little bit of a long meeting this morning, so. All right, if a gentle reminder for everybody that has electronic devices, if you will either turn those off or silence those, we appreciate that. And then we will stand and face the flag and say the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you for that. Next item on our agenda is any items from staff this morning? Brett, anything?
So next month's meeting, I'm not sure who was here, next month's meeting, in the abundance of caution, since we've got some raising COVID numbers, we're going to do virtual. So just watch for that. Have your Zoom app downloaded or whatever. It'll be same time, same day, and all that.
So it will be Zoom. It will be a Zoom meeting, okay? So virtual, so we'll start at 8:30 for the workshop, and then 9 o'clock for the public hearing, okay? And that'll be on December 18th.
December 18th.
Okay, Friday.
Unless something further comes up and we have to move or change or whatever that, but yeah, right now it's the 18th. I know there was some confusion early on, but I don't know if we, I don't know when we changed it, but I looked back at I updated the application in March to tweak a spelling that was off in the application, and in that application it says the 18th. But the one from 19 shows the 11th, and Mr. Schwing brought the thing that Ellie gives you first meeting where it's got everybody's meetings, it says the 11th.
Yep.
So we must have noticed it right after that, tweaked it on the first thing, and then we forgot about it, and, but then And where the application that the applicant got in this one, I have no idea where that came from.
Yeah, it's on the border
That
applicant.
applicant wasn't talking to us back then.
It was probably the Russians. Yeah.
Let's hope not.
So anyway, it is the 18th, it will be virtual on Zoom. I'll send you all the information as normal. And it'll have the link and, and all that, so.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that.
Okay,
All right, anything else from staff this morning?
that's it that I know.
Okay. Anything from board members this morning? Well, I'll take a moment to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone. So next Thursday is Thanksgiving. Hard to believe we're already there and into the holiday season. So hopefully everybody has a great Thanksgiving with limited family members. How about that?
Or none.
Having triplets, yeah, you've got a family already, so, okay.
Yesterday was Councilman Binder's birthday, and I know he watches, so happy birthday.
Happy birthday, happy belated birthday.
Yeah.
I wished him a 29th
Since he
birthday.
appointed me,
He
I
didn't
feel like I
respond
need
to
to do a
that.
shout out.
Very good, very good. Happy belated birthday to Councilman Binder. All right, anything else from staff, from board members? None, okay. All right, do we want to approve any of the meeting minutes, either from September or October?
Gotta kiss some butt here.
I said I had a few corrections for September.
Okay.
October looked all right.
October looked okay to me.
Yeah.
I didn't
All right, well, let's hold off the September meeting minutes, and then let's see if we can approve. If everybody had looked at the October 16th meeting minutes, let's go ahead and approve those.
And I do have a copy of those, so if there's anything, I can jot that down. I did not print the September, I forgot that we hadn't done that.
Make a motion to approve the October 16th, 2020 meeting minutes.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Mr. Corkle to approve the meeting minutes. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board meeting minutes of October 16th, 2020, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition, so meeting minutes are approved. All right, very good. Thank you for that.
For the September minutes, I sent an email to Ellie, and I forwarded it to you, Brett, when I got her out of office. So I sent her the comments. Two of them were, out of the three comments, two of them were just who seconded the motion.
Okay.
I think she had copied, we had two motions in a row, and she copied it over. The person who made the motion was the same, but the second was different. And then there was one that was substantive, though, that had to do with first floor facade on one of the Davis Group, on the Davis Group office building.
Okay.
And that'll give her time to listen to the
To go
tape.
back and, 'cause
And I did have one comment too. I think there was a motion that was voted on like 2 to 3 to 1, and it said
That's
motion
excellent.
passes or approved, and then it said motion failed, so.
Right, and,
I've-
yeah,
That was
I
strange.
had that as well, yeah.
Okay, all right, well, let's hold off on the September meeting minutes until next month and give Ellie a chance to do that. Okay, the first item on our agenda this morning is the City Alpha Loop murals. So you're here, come on down. If you will make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself this morning, and give us an overview of what we're looking at in our package, please.
Good morning. My name is Kim Zane. I'm the Cultural Services Manager, and we're a pretty new division. We have a Cultural Services division in the city. It's about 2 years old. So as the city was growing, just to give you a quick overview, we have a cultural arts center. We have Art Center down on Mayfield. We have a museum here in City Hall. We're doing music initiatives, art initiatives, and it's been growing. The outdoor sculpture exhibit, you see the sculptures around town. We oversee that and do walking tours. We work with the CVB a lot on partnering, and we're trying to do performances. So as our city's growing, so is the culture. So hence the new division. So one of the initiatives when the Alpha Loop was created is to have art along the Alpha Loop. And so the wall was built. As you know, my director, I wasn't here last time. I was very thankful that Morgan came in and spoke for me. But we have the place that's been there for a while, the wall, and it started and then it kind of paused for a little bit. And it was really neat because probably, I don't know, Diane, you can come up if you want. This is Diane Greco. I think you met her last time. Yes. She's a resident, and it was really funny. She actually reached out to me, and that's behind her house, and she said, I just want to do something here. It just looks like it's just 3 frames, and it needs something. And then, I'm not kidding, 1 week later, I got an email from Cecilia, and I think you met her last time. She's the artist. And she said she had drawings, she sent it to mayor and council, and she just said, hey, I want to have art on this wall. And so I brought everybody together, and we started coming up with ideas. Morgan last time presented to you, there were some conditions on the wall, and we presented the colors, which I think were approved at the last meeting. And we were using earth tones to kind of make it subtle, kind of blend into the alpha loop. This was something that was meant to complement, not really just shout out to you. We were given some initiatives from the last meeting to take out Alpharetta. I think I watched the whole meeting, and I may not have the terminology correct, but I think it was initiated that looked more like an advertisement. So what we did is we actually took that out. We utilized the flowers and things that were complemented, I think everybody agreed upon. And we actually came up with, do you want to show?
It's on the,
They should be seeing it.
it's on our screens.
So this is just the 3 windows that would fill the panes. And do you have the one with the actual?
We did see it earlier.
Yeah, we saw it earlier,
saw-
yeah.
Okay, this here, and I want Diane to kind of explain, we're trying to show placement. It's really kind of nestled around a lot of trees and growth, so really your view is going to be as you're walking along that path, you're going to see it and coming both directions. So do you want to explain, can you show the different?
Yeah, this is coming, going towards Avalon, walking around the curve.
Diane, I'm sorry, if you'll speak into the microphone,
sorry.
please. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, this is the view walking towards Avalon, around the curve. And it's got the evergreens in front, so the only view you really have is when you're in front of the actual artwork coming up on it from the sides.
I've walked that several times. You don't
Yeah.
see anything from either direction. Even I was out there last week when most of the
Yeah, that's
leaves
the
are off, and
view.
you still can't see it.
Yeah, that's the view towards Academy Park.
Right.
In front of the center square. We have evergreens there. I just took that this morning, so. And that's the view towards the houses of Academy Park. What you see now that the leaves are mostly gone. So I just wanted to get you an idea of what the neighborhoods are gonna see and,
Or not see.
yeah.
Okay, very good.
So-
All right, I'll ask for public comment in just a minute, but do any of the board members have questions for
Well,
the?
personally, I mean, I'll vote for this, but personally, I didn't see, or I missed the whole discussion about having Alpharetta on there.
I did too. I don't recall that at all, that we didn't like the Alpharetta.
Yeah.
I think the residents had some issues, but I don't recall
Yeah.
us talking about it. Like, or maybe it was the love Alpharetta.
Because if that.
Yeah.
if
I
that was
actually
cons-
liked the Alpharetta word.
Yeah,
in
what
there.
happened, we had put out a questionnaire, and we have all around there signs going Avalon, Alpharetta, City Center, and right around this mural. So they thought, why, we don't want a sign, we wanted art there. So,
But just to clarify, that was not, I don't believe it was the
Yeah,
board that had an issue with the word Alpharetta.
oh, I see,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, very good. Anything else from board members? There being none, is there any public comment this morning about the mural? Les?
We do have one.
Okay, all right. If you'll come on down, please, or come on up. And if you will introduce yourself this morning. And then,
I'm Nancy Meeker, and I was here last month. 12330 Dancliff Trace is my address. And I just wanted to address a couple of things on this. And I realize that printing colors is hard to tell exactly what it's going to be like in real, for real. So the sheet that we got, the letter that we got from Ellie to the property owners, the flowers are not muted or subtle. And so we are asking that that would be taken into consideration, that they would tone it down, because that was one of the criteria. Also, there was a long discussion on who could see it, the mural. And we see it very clearly because I sent an email to Ellie, and I think you have it in your packet, explaining the topography from the murals on down to Goswick Creek. Of course, it goes down to the creek. And when the committee was looking at the mural site, they were looking at it from the lowest point that they possibly could. Our homes then, on this side of or on the opposite side of the creek from the murals, the land goes up. And so we can see it very, very clearly. We can see the foundry on Thompson Street. And so when the leaves are down through the winter, we can see the mural, even though the bushes are there, which you would think you can't see, you can. And so I would ask that the board would take into consideration reiterating the muted colors, first of all. And then I wanted you to understand that, yes, we can see it because that went on. And the other thing is, there was a short discussion on graffiti. Was that ever solved or talked about?
Well, graffiti is something that's going to happen, so it'll be dealt with when it happens.
Okay,
There's no ability. I mean, if it was a blank brick wall, it could still get graffiti.
Oh, there's
So-
graffiti on it now.
Yeah.
Chalk.
So,
Kent, you need to speak? Or I'll tell you what, let's let Nancy finish her conversation or her comments, and then we'll let you address those, Kim. Thank you.
Well, that's pretty much it. I'm very interested in seeing that the colors are muted, and I don't see that in the sheet that we received.
So-
Or up
well,
on the sheet.
the board was presented actual colors last month, and I think they all agreed last month that the colors
I think it was
met the
earth.
definition of muted. So,
So they're
earth
muted
tone.
more than what you see on your screen.
well, they had the actual colors.
Okay, but they're more muted than what you saw on your screen.
But it
Well, we
depends
already
on the
approved it.
screen. My screen on my personal computer is much more muted than that screen.
Okay, because
we-
this is bright.
Well, we find that too in all the applications. We look at people submit colors on a piece of paper, and then we actually look at the samples to
Yeah.
verify that it is
Okay, good.
muted
I
or
didn't know
earth
that.
tone colors. So
Okay,
I think we're pretty good. So it sounds like you can see the mural, but it's going to be earth tone or muted colors. So I think,
Yeah.
okay.
I just wanted to make that clear because it sounded like no one could see it, from a distance, and you can, because we're up so high.
Okay, very good.
So,
Thank you for
thank
your
you for
comments,
your
Nancy.
time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms.
for being here
Mayor.
this morning. Are there any other public comments about the mural this morning? Okay. Does the applicant want any further comments, Kim or Diane? Give you,
I was just adding that we do apply graffiti paint that helps. It just depends on what they've applied to a mural, outdoor mural, and it happens. But it helps to kind of take that off. And sometimes you just can wipe it off, and sometimes you have to repaint. But just wanted to add that to the comment.
okay, very good.
And then I think the only other thing I would ask is, I think, are we agreeing to the 3 flowers? Or there was some mention about Alpharetta in the middle of that. So I just wanted to get clarification.
I think what we're looking at this morning, that's on our monitors, is what we'll be approving at this point.
Okay.
And it does not have the Alpharetta on it, or love, or whatever it said before, so.
Right, okay.
Okay, very good. All right, any other comments or questions for the applicant this
So
morning?
did someone actually say they thought it was an advertisement? Having the Alpharetta on there, do you remember that?
Kim, was that part of the survey that you all sent out? Is that what you're?
Yeah, I thought it was from the meeting. It was feedback.
Because if
There was
that's,
one gentleman that spoke.
Yes,
if that's the
Didn't
case,
like-
everywhere we have monuments and sculptures that say, welcome to Alpharetta, there's another advertisement.
I mean, if the board wants to see it, I can bring up last month's.
I remember it.
No, it's fine, but I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't the board that said,
Yeah.
that had the problem with the word Alpharetta or said it was an advertisement. That was my whole point in saying that.
okay, any other comments or questions?
I'd like to make a brief thought about Ms. Meeker and the residents' concern about it. One thing that we might be overlooking is that evergreen screen that you've planted there in the course of time, if you've got a landscape company cutting things out there, don't let them cut those evergreens down. They shouldn't be. We overcut things. So if those continue to grow, and they will, then they should be completely blocking out the view of the wall.
Yeah, they're also behind a fence. So I would not think a landscape would probably, because, there's a fence there, and then it's sort of more of a wild area, so I wouldn't expect anybody to maintain anything there.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Chairman, DRB 238 City Alpha Loop mural, I make a motion we approve the 3 panels as presented today. Meeting.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Palmer, a second by Mr. Owens. Any further comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 7-0. All right, thank you very much for your time this morning. I appreciate it. And thank you for the public comment. Thank you, Nancy, for being here as well. Okay, our next applicant this morning is Pulte Group. Come on up or come on down, please. Good morning. And if, I know we heard you last month. Let's see, Ms. Rocco is going to excuse herself from the discussion since she was not part of the discussion last month. So you've got us 6 up here, and we'll let's talk about what you've done since last month on the.
Absolutely. Is there a way to see an HDMI? All right, well, good morning. Thank you guys for hearing us today. Here to talk about the Foundry and kind of articulate some of the changes that we've made based on the comments that we got last meeting. I'm Jason Garrett. I'm our Vice President of Land Planning and Development for Pulte. I think we're familiar with the community located near Avalon. One of the concerns that we heard was an issue of scale, what the community was going to, or what the product was going to look like in relation to the commercial and in relation to the road. And so what I've done, I've produced a streetscape as requested. I'd like to hand out.
Do you have enough copies for everyone?
I do.
Okay, or do we need to share? All right.
Just start them right here. Thank you. Actually, I need one. Keep forgetting I got to be Ellis too.
Keep one as well.
Here, Jason, you take this one and just make sure I get it back.
Okay.
Go ahead, Frank.
As I go through the presentation, we can use this as a reference document.
Are you going to say it?
So the board has expressed a concern regarding the contextualism of the height of the proposed 3-story townhome product with the existing commercial structure to the west of the Foundry, as well as the relation to the road. Per the board's direction, Pulte has shown the adjacent building in a perspective and has worked with the architect of the existing building to show the appropriate height. So we did reach out to the general contractor who built that building and got the construction drawings and tried to get as accurate as we could with the heights. That being said, so just want to kind of talk a little bit about the product, the 3-story versus the 4-story, and then we'll kind of get into the kind of what that streetscape looks like. We did, you can see on the, our presentation's gone.
Gotcha.
Got me, okay, great. Yeah, so you'll see here, what we've tried to do is illustrate kind of a shadow effect of what the three-story looks like in relation to the four. So you'll see kind of above the roof line, that's what the four-story would look like versus the three-story. There's 3 feet 11 inches. I'm not sure what that is.
Mouse.
Sorry about that.
Roughly 3 feet, well, there's 3 feet and 11 inch difference between the roof heights of between the two products. We did go back, and so part of the request was to kind of, what could we do to the architecture to enhance that look adjacent to Old Milton Parkway. And so with that, I'm going to bring our architect up, Travis, and he's going to kind of walk through some of the additional elements that we tried to employ to try to address that concern.
Jason, try sliding your computer to the right some.
Get it away from the microphone.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Don't know, it may be electronic. The electronic thing, is your cell phone laying there too?
No.
No? Okay.
Anybody got a cell phone close to the microphone?
And everybody, maybe just make sure your microphones are off.
Off? Everybody turns their microphones off.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, sorry about that. All right,
So it was the HDMI for some reason coming in. So I'll plug it back in once we get done.
oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yes, sir.
We fixed it. Or,
Okay. Yes, so we wanted to make sure it matched what we did previously when we first got approved, right? Previously, we showed a lot of brick, but now we wanted to go back and kind of add and enhance the side with a little more, some board and batten. We even added some decorative windows to the side of the gable.
Can I ask,
Yep, yes,
quick
sir.
time out real quick? Are you looking at something on the screen now and describing it?
Yeah, it's,
Can you get that up? or-
yep, sure, absolutely.
Your screen is up. That's what we're seeing.
I'm not seeing anything on
I've got the same
any.
windows. I can't do that.
It's a window.
Don't be so difficult.
There you go.
We got it, yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's stop. So, okay, yeah, so back to the architecture. And as you can see, we previously, I know I don't have what we presented first time, but we went back and we decided to take some of y'all's comments and make sure we added it to our sides here. As you can see, we went and made it, a little more visibly, pleasantly better as far as from the street side road-wise. We added some details in the gable by adding a window. We added siding on the side instead of just making it full brick to add some character. And as you can see, there's board and batten and there's siding and a little more color to it. So it kind of pops out from the streets. And also previously we just did a front and back gable, so it was all flat roofs. So we've added dormers on the rear to kind of give it some pop as as the streets or the houses or the townhomes start stepping. It'll break that up. So it gives it a lot more character in that sense too. And on the fronts, we also added, depending on which elevation is selected, there will be gables that kind of break that up also. So it's not just going to be a flat roof as you're driving by. It's going to have a lot of bumps and character and the gables to kind of give it a different shadow from the street for sure. And we added metal roofs to the side bay, and that'll be colored based on the selection as already previous in our community. And that's really a lot of what we've done. Do you guys have any questions about that?
So let me just refresh the board on the conditions that are related to this. So parking and rear of the units shall not be visible for Old Milton or West Side architectural elements such as brick walls and trellises shall be used, as well as berms and landscaping. residential architectural style, representative of the Southern Classic, commercial, that's the commercial side. Design Review Board shall review the townhomes and stack plats along with the retail. The buildings along Old Milton and Thompson Street, Westside Parkway, shall face those streets to the greatest extent possible, with the garages located to the rear of the building. In the cases where the side of the building faces those streets, the side shall be designated to have appearance of facing those streets. There should be no visible rear yards on Old Milton Parkway. So one of the things, again, that staff was really considered important is the scale of those. I emailed you all yesterday the plan or a picture of the wall. I went out yesterday and I measured the wall. The shortest point on the wall is 12 and a half feet tall. Highest point from the ground level is, I think it said 15. So when you put a 45-foot commercial building on a 15-foot wall, now you're at 60 foot tall. And we just thought that the proportion of a 40-ish building along this Old Milton there was not going to be the best look for along Old Milton Parkway.
Okay. All right, questions, comments for the applicant this morning?
On here. My only comment is, it still goes back to the last time we met, between what looks like a front elevation and what looks like a side elevation. And again, to me, facing Old Milton, it still just looks like the side elevation of a house, which it is. But it just doesn't seem like an appropriate view, scale-wise as well, from the right-of-way and from Old Milton. And an even taller profile would just enhance that even more if you're looking at the side elevation of a house. So I'm still on that, because I'm looking at the front elevations and then it just looks like a side elevation again to me, despite the changes in materials and the added dormer and window and, the gable. That's my comment.
And to add on to that, I think I was the one that mentioned about having the side be almost all brick. Make it more look kind of tie in with the commercial on each side and get away from your feeling. But it seems like we've gone to more of the siding, and so that's where I was going with it.
Okay.
But it seems to me, even if we like this, it doesn't meet the condition, right? Because the condition says it should look like a front, and it certainly looks like a side. It's a council condition. I don't know how we could say to council, we thought this met the condition.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a very important elevation, and it's really trying to dress up that last unit or units on the Old Milton side. How do you get maybe a porch, or how do you get some depth onto that elevation, if you follow me? I know you're trying to.
Here's my criteria, the front of the units. That's what the front of a unit looks like, and that's my criteria for looking at, is that the view you're going to see from the street? Does it even closely resemble the front of a unit from the side? And to me, it just does not.
And then I think the other issue is still going from the retail building on I guess that's on the east side of the site there, and then having the 3-story units there now, it's a significant drop, if you follow me, in top of roof line to top of roof line. And how do you increase the pitch of the roof? What do you do to help minimize that big difference?
Guys, here's the photo that I was referencing that I took and marked up yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a site condition that we're trying to figure out. You know, again, what's approved now and what we're asking to approve, we're talking about a height difference of roughly 3 feet 11 inches. I don't know what else we can do to try to make up, I mean, the site is what it is.
Right. Well, and maybe there's an opportunity to step a little bit too, that the first building that's closest to the retail building is the tallest, I say, and then maybe it works its way down, because I know the site the drop-off tends to diminish as you go west on Old Milton Parkway, so that you just, you know, how do you make that work? I know it's a challenge, and it's whether it's adding another floor and trying to do something with the roof pitch or whatever, but how can we, because that's a pretty big, it's probably 20 or 25 feet difference, I think, between the two.
Yeah, I've got it. It's
Roof lines.
I think one of the things staff, Jason, kind of has talked to you about is that, you know, it was great that you indicated, you know, that what was, or is currently approved, there's only a 3 foot 11 difference, but we felt like a significant amount of detail difference. The height, yeah, 311. But the details that are on that 4-story building are significantly more than what's on the end of these threes. And that's where we lost the, you know.
Yeah. You know, I think the challenge we have is, so there's a gable on the end of that commercial building, which is actually 5 feet higher than the rest of the roof of the commercial building.
Okay.
And so that's driving a lot of that visual separation.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, yeah, I mean, there's 9 feet. 9 feet of elevation difference between the top of our proposed structure and the top of the commercial.
Is that 9 feet plus the 12?
No, it's 9 feet total, yeah.
So your building is 3 foot taller than the building that's sitting up there?
Yeah, our building is, we're at 1107.5, a building height of 44.
Okay, because that building is 45 at median roof height, so it's like probably 48-ish.
Well, it's 45 to the peak.
Okay.
Yeah, based
So,
on
okay, so yours is 48?
40, ours is 44, and it's 45.
Then
But there's, and
I'm
height,
confused on the 9 feet then, because at the front, there's 12-foot difference in the wall. So where are you making
I'm
up?
just looking at the finished floors. The finished floor for the commercial is 1117 on the engineering drawings.
Okay.
And then the finished floor for ours is 1107.5. So there's roughly nine and a half feet. I know we're going down in the weeds a little bit. But you know, again, I go back to, I'm never gonna be able to get up to that commercial height. It's not, you know, so I'd rather than, if you have some suggestions, we'll be happy to try to implement those. I'm kind of scratching my head.
So what was, I misunderstood. So it was a 4-story, and it went to a 3.
Staff approved a 4-story.
And
Yeah.
it went to a 3, and there's only a 3.5-foot difference between a 4-story and a 3.
Well, but we lost all the detail. There was a significant amount of detail in the 4-story that they did
Yeah,
not
no,
put on the 3-story, which is then
He's
why.
still trying to figure out the height.
I'm trying to figure out how you lost a floor, and it was only 3.5 feet.
It's in the roof.
Remember that walkout terrace on the 4th floor is actually part of the roof system, so you don't have a 4th floor and then a roof system on top of it.
So it really is 3.5 feet, even though you lost
I
it.
don't want to match
Right.
it, but I don't know that we need to match it. I thought it was 15 or 20 feet between the roof lines, and I guess you're saying it's only.
Four.
Between the existing and what we're proposing, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
I was thinking between the retail.
No,
That's
just to,
not what we were just discussing.
Just resident.
You're just discussing the floor height, which is 311, or what?
I don't think you can, I don't think you should try and get to that retail elevation in height. You know, that would just really start looking more like a tower, if you did that. But again, you know, I'm just gonna say it one more time, it just needs to, the detail on the side needs to look less like the side of a house. You know, with the siding and all of that, it just needs to look more like the front whether it's materials or how you level things out, or just however that all works. That's where I'm at with it.
And
All
I
right,
go
quick-
back
well-
to the fact that both buildings on each side are brick.
Well,
Try to make that brick, you're gonna blend it in a bit, yeah, bring it down to 3 levels, but if, make that really brick, you could actually put some outs on the side too, like on the building next door, just to make it look like front.
all right, somebody just had a picture up of a unit, all right? And
Got one here.
Jason, yeah, if you could, where is that, where has that picture been taken?
This is on one of the 10 units with, this is the existing product.
Okay, right, and that was, it looks like it was a 4-story unit.
It is.
Maybe it was on Thompson Street
Could you real?
Yeah, you're,
or close to it.
it's not coming through. See if I need it.
This is what I'm talking
Anything I need to do on my end, or do we, is that? Display. Do you have this on 2 separate screens? Hold it to the left, see.
Odd that it's, there it goes.
On 2 screens. Yeah, so Travis, can you kind of walk through
Yeah.
the difference between this and?
Right, as, we'll walk it up to the top. As you can see the 3 windows on the very top floor, which is essentially the roof of the house. So what we did is we added floor joists above the 3rd floor, and we actually, instead of coming out the front of the roof, we basically created an opening out in the front or the rear, depending on where the walkout is. And that kind of gives you a little more detail as far as, you can kind of see railing, you can kind of see where the back of the house, where there is a dormer that actually provides window, an egress window. But as far as the height of the roof, you can see, can't really see it from this angle, but if we took the floor joist out, which is 1 foot, 6 inches, that angle, that roof pitch is a little steeper because of how small that living room space is up there. But ours, 3 stories, is coming from front to back. So if we did a super, I guess, high pitch, it would look really funny, like you guys were saying. It would look like a really big tower. So we actually gave it a fairly steep pitch. I believe we did an 812, which is, for a townhome that tall, you really don't want to go above that. So that's how we were able to gain the height difference between the two.
Yeah, I think, what I'm struggling is just trying to address your concern is how do I make that a front, on an elevation, which really what you're going to see from Old Milton is going to be that second plate and above. And so anything I do is going to be basically hanging. If I did a wrap porch, you wouldn't really see it because it's.
I go back to what Mr. Brown was mentioning about materials,
Yeah, look at, in our package, 35, page 35 and 36. You probably don't have our package, that's why.
Is that the old package?
No, it's our pack, well, you might have these pictures.
Yeah, that was the,
Just changed on me? Ooh.
I think, what we originally came in with was an elevation that was
Mostly brick.
mostly brick.
Yeah,
and
that's it.
thought
And
we were-
I was harping on being mostly brick, but we
He's
went
looking
away from brick, so I must have been in a different
that's
meeting.
what I'm looking at.
Feedback I got was, it was just, you wanted more contrast in there. We're fine with the.
Yeah, brick is fine. We actually like brick because less maintenance and, it's a good looking, it never changes. The homeowner never has to go and paint and, you drive by and you're like, this paint's peeling after 3 years. So we always like brick and it weathers very well.
Actually, you'd be surprised at how many painted brick buildings we have.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, nobody coming back and repaint those. Or there's mud on the bottom, it's. That's right. That's
The
right.
gable area you're talking about? Okay. Okay, all right, just,
Yeah,
Okay.
let me swap over to the packet here real quick. I think that you're talking about, and I agree, Holly, with you that the roof area on these proposed compared to that 4-story, they're just, what we are gonna see, there's no detail.
Right.
There's nothing basically up in here. It's the end of a building.
That's the only part that I have an issue with, is that,
So if you go back to theirs, that looks, to me, completely different.
yeah.
And see the bay, there's a bay there on that second story right inside.
Well, they have a bay on these, that's the thing.
well, but they're not as,
Can't see it.
they're not as deep. I think this has got a lot more depth
Yeah.
to it with the,
But, like, if you draw a line right here, from here down, it's essentially,
Yeah,
Same.
our elevations may not be.
It's
doing
just
us
this
justice.
part.
The bay would be the same.
yeah,
It's the same.
Everything's the same except for that 4th floor.
yeah.
Even the
yeah.
commercial building next door has those bays and things that come out to make it look like it's
gives some depth.
part of the front and has some depth
Mm-hmm.
to it.
Yeah.
That along with the brick, it really looks good.
Yeah,
Are you building right up to the property line
Setback.
or the setback, I guess?
But our intention would be that you would have the bays, you would have the, again, the elevations probably don't do it justice, but it would be very similar to that bay there. I mean, it's the same option.
Is it practical on the upper portion at that gable to put an inset porch or a bay up there? Would that work architecturally?
Like a faux bay, because there's no access to the roof.
So that gable window is just up in the attic, is that right?
Yeah, it's just an attic.
Yeah.
Put some false shutters.
We could do like a false roof.
What if you kicked you made it a hip roof instead of a
Yeah.
bridge?
Must be the stairs going up.
Yeah, you'll
Hip.
see it.
So you kick the roof back from Old Milton, now you run it,
Oh, okay.
But I'm with you.
it's flat right now, so you run it back and,
I need shapes, like triangle.
yeah, oh, sorry, you do a pyramid. You make it look like a pyramid almost.
Thank you. Okay.
So we could do false windows like what you see here.
And brick it.
Up there, just basically enlarging the window that's there to make it more predominant.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to do a big hip there. It would look massive, and it wouldn't feel Southern charm, kind of,
I'm just trying to give you give you
Yeah.
some depth. We need some depth in here as well.
We could do like maybe like a false roof. Technically it's a real roof, but it's got details that kind of give it a little flair. We could look at doing something like that, and it'll give you some depth with maybe a couple windows up there, bigger windows.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what makes a front look like a front.
Yeah.
Like you look at this, you can tell,
Yeah.
that's a side, that's a front, right? And obviously it's porches and doors and things like that, but it's also your fronts have, full-size windows. You got shutters in some cases. You look at the side and you got a bunch of little skinny windows.
Yeah.
There's not as much, the windows, I think, make a big difference. And the front tends to have a little more consistency in materials. I don't,
Well, in the
Like there's
front, they carry more vertically than
More
horizontally. This kind of
vertically.
goes this way, then it's broken up more on the side elevations. The
Yeah.
fronts have more
and there's more
vertical
movement going
elements to
on.
the material.
So you're saying maybe taking like that end unit, not that one, but I'm looking at the other one, the front and wrap it around the side. So you really have a wraparound porch with the bigger windows to make it look more like a front? Is that what you're thinking?
No, I mean, I'm not thinking anything necessarily, again, I just go back to this,
No, that's,
where, the materials are vertical versus the ones on the side gonna go, there's a piece, and then there's a brick, and the brick goes up here, then there's siding comes here, and the siding comes down.
sounds like there's a consensus among board members to make this look more like a front elevation than a side elevation.
That's a condition too.
Yeah, it is.
So-
It is, so we're just trying to,
Can you put up page 34 in the package, assuming
What is page 34?
it's this thing right here. I'm zoomed in a little bit, but that's what's in that, where you can see a front and a side.
Some of the constraints that we have is, part of the reason that the windows are stepping the way they are there's a staircase there, and there's just architectural constraints that we have on the side that we don't have on the front to make everything uniform.
Right. Yeah, if there's a kitchen or staircase.
I don't like it.
I mean, I guess in reality, will we just see the top floor and the triangle area
Well,
on Milton?
yeah, I go back to what was presented, obviously this was planned out a number of years ago, when city council saw it. What did this elevation look like way back when?
This one, Mr. Schwing?
Okay.
Yes, that's one.
So that's why they said
You
make
said
it
you're
look like a
zoomed in
front.
though, right?
Yeah. I just wanted, so we could see a front and you go to that top left building there. There you go. Yeah, so you look at the front, you can see you've got pretty much a consistency of brick. And then the windows, you got full width windows, you got shutters on them. For example, can that element wrap around the
That's what I
side?
was saying.
Right, continue the porch around the side,
That's what I
continue
was
the
saying.
brick, put a bigger window with shutters on it. And above the bay windows, what's going on there? Why is that a big blank space? I don't know what you got on your floor plan up there.
Oh, that's horizontal siding.
Yeah, but
No,
what's,
but inside.
why can't
Inside it.
why can't there be a window with
Bedroom,
shutters?
probably, shower.
It might be a shower, that's correct. Of some sort.
That could be a faux window.
Because if the brick wrapped around and came to as far as the stairwell, and if you wrap the porch around, that'd be really cool.
Well, what is a setback for the porch? I mean, could you have a porch come out, or is that?
I'd have to look at the setback.
Yeah, there might be a setback issue there.
I think that's part of the reason why we haven't
Yeah,
gone down that route. But we'll look at it again.
But you can see, look at this, that's clearly a front.
Yes.
Clearly a
Yep.
side.
Good point, Frank.
I mean, there's got to be some smart architects around that can figure out how to make this look like a
We're trying to be cost effective.
like a
also.
front.
not on this board.
They said, we'll find one.
I mean, we shouldn't design it here, right?
No, and that's where,
But
yeah.
we clearly agree it looks like a side.
All right, is everybody in agreement that looking at that front elevation is truly looks like a front elevation and,
Not further condition.
yeah? Okay,
Yeah, that's a front
Okay.
and a side. Yes, I think that is a
all
fair
right.
statement.
I think we're,
Just kind of throwing this out there, the stairway windows,
about that.
I wonder if that hurts.
I think it does.
Because you know that that's what that is, and so maybe we need more on each side of them and not the stairway windows or something like that, or, I don't know, but each time I look at a side elevation, that's what I see. And I know exactly what that is right there. On the inside, I think that's gonna look really cool. But I wonder if that's what's throwing this off as not being so symmetrical as normally what a front is.
Well, it's one of the elements is,
One of the elements.
Yeah.
Well, you can still make it look like you've got faux windows in there using a recessed brick at the size of a window, for instance. So you've got, and then you have that regular pattern where they're all in a line horizontally, for instance.
It does seem though, if there's a way to turn that porch, that's gonna make a significant difference.
That gives it,
Meeting that condition, I don't know about the scale and this and that, but meeting that front condition, that's definitely gonna, and again, I mean, here it appears it's 8 feet maybe, 6 or 8 feet, maybe it's only 5, or, something, I don't know how you get that to turn and, be 2 different depths, but.
Yeah, wrapping the porch wouldn't, I just, assuming that I don't know that we have the setbacks, but if we have the room, that's not a big deal. Our concern was, we were trying to look at that second plate and above with what you were gonna see from Old Milton.
What we're looking at right now.
That's where it is,
The
yeah.
porch is on the second plate.
Yeah, and I think it's wrapping them, continuing the look of the materials, put the same kind of windows on as you continue around the side.
That
with
brick on the front.
with
so
the
just
shutters,
bring it
yeah,
around.
just bring the brick around at least to the stairwell, wrap the porch,
All the way.
make the windows look this, and I think that helps. I still don't know what you do about the stairwell, right? And then,
Get rid of the windows.
and then like I say, I don't know what's up in that third floor corner, but if there was a way to get another window there that looked like a front window with shutters, yeah, just some ideas, just throwing out some things to,
They're trying to take that front and putting it on the side.
yeah, take that
Big
front
windows and
look
the
and put it
shutters
on the
and
side, yeah.
porch. I could go with that.
So, but as far as the height goes, we're okay with that?
Kind of seems like they
I
want
could-
to see it all to.
I could go with it if they did everything else.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll go back and kind of evaluate and see, what we can do.
I mean,
And
if
if we just feel like we can't get there,
we'll
we'll
just-
pull the
We'll stick
application.
with what we got.
I mean, on the next,
Yeah.
on the next page, Brett, just go to the next page.
Those are the pages I
And that's
want.
the one where you can really,
Right.
that's the, where's you gonna zoom back out, but it shows the retail building on.
To the right.
Right, I don't know. if it
35 and
shows that enough
36.
yet.
There you go.
Well, doesn't look the same as one I'm looking at, but that's funny.
Yeah, this is the one I'm looking at, because it's lower down.
Yeah.
That's even with it.
It looks
That
like-
almost looks like a four-story there.
Yeah, you're missing the wall elevation.
It's the next one.
It's a perfectly flat world.
Yeah, and that's where
But it-
I said, I just changed it.
But the proportions look different.
Yeah, they do. Much,
Yes,
Yeah, look at this one, there's a huge difference in proportion. That one looks like the retail building was shrunk.
Yeah.
There's something off here. We got a 12-foot drop,
That's right.
and.
That looks almost even.
In that 12,
yeah,
but the buildings look the same.
defer.
Looks like this one that shrunk.
Versus this one.
That was something in the
Oh, yeah.
software wasn't,
It's squished.
So I'm going to offer up a motion
The difference.
regarding DRB 200040 Pulte Group that we defer the elevations as presented today based on DRB comments.
Second.
Okay,
End of motion.
Oh, I thought you said that. Second.
all right. We have a motion by Mr. Corkle, a second by Mr. Brown, a quick second by Mr. Brown.
2 seconds, actually.
2 seconds, all right. Okay, any comments or questions about the motion to defer? This is the second deferral for this application.
And
so-
basically, it's primarily around meeting the council
Conditions,
conditions.
right.
The height thing is still worrisome, but I
Yes.
don't have an idea how to fix that other than make that one,
I'm okay on height.
yeah.
The height is less of
If
an
we
issue.
Get it looking like the front, I could deal with it too. Sorry.
Okay,
I agree. That's kind of where I'm at.
all right.
We could deal with the height.
All right, very good. Any other questions or comments about the motion to defer? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
All right, guys.
So we'll see you next month,
Thank you, gentlemen.
possibly. So next month's
Yeah, let's-
meeting, if you do come back, next month's meeting is going to be virtual.
okay,
So it'll be on December 18th. It'll be virtual, so
okay, very good.
just be prepared for that. Sometimes they take a little bit longer than in-person meetings.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Could we let the record show that Katie Reeves is back now?
KDR,
No question for public comment.
but you weren't back there.
I was right.
Not for the-
Did you have a comment?
Okay,
I could have helped him redesign this.
all right. Katie is back and Pat is gone, but we can continue with the next
We're
applicant
right
this
on
morning.
time too, Richard.
We are, we're doing well. On the border, you're here. Come on down.
Cut you off earlier, sorry.
No, no.
And if you'll make sure you speak into the microphone this morning, introduce yourself, and then tell us about what we have in our packet this morning, please. Looks like you may need to get connected to.
This might be a challenge.
Be several different connections that all connect to the HDMI.
Becky to do this. There.
All right, on the border.
Should say Juliet, as well as saying it to them, and they didn't release it, it's 'cause
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Keith Wheaton. I'm Vice President of Construction with On the Border. Appreciate the time here. We have, as you probably know, a restaurant that we had closed down because of COVID on Mansell Road. And we've closed several of them down. It's been a very challenging year. This restaurant was, it was remodeled in 2017, I believe. And if I can get this thing to start here. It is a kaleidoscope of colors. I would,
Rainbow.
yeah, kind of. It's, I look at this and while it was just re-imaged a few years ago, it kind of has a dated, tired, rather uninviting feel to it. And as we reopen these restaurants, and we're creating new prototypes as right now, and we're trying to get a fresh, cleaner look. So this is the side view as you pull into the restaurant, and it's very uninviting. So we've engaged our architects to come up and designers with new colors, a new theme to kind of give it some energy. And this is their Pantone colors. So we've had Sherwin-Williams match it up and come up with some color samples, which I can hand you. This is the existing, and this is what we'd like to do for the new. Which I think it gives it brings some continuity to everything. We have a lot of different materials on the building. We have brick, we have stucco, we have board and batten, and this just kind of pulls it all together in our opinion. It kind of gives it an inviting feel. And this is the existing view coming in, and this would be the updated view from the side.
Does the existing building, that water table level, is that stone
No, that's a board and batten, that's existing.
on the existing?
Yeah, down below.
Picture made it look like there was stone there.
Oh, can you go back to the present day? Because we have pictures of the painted, so we can look at that on the, perfect, thank you.
That looks like stone.
Can you see it on that one?
Yeah, okay.
And then did you say you have color samples with you this morning? You can just share those with us, so.
So the change is the color, it's paint, and the color of the awnings, it looks like. Is that the?
Yeah, there's three awnings up there, and this is going from the top coating, and then the dark color is the window trim. It's a little bit different color, gives it a little bit of a pop.
Just start the other one on that side. Just rock it a little.
And then it just kind of works its way down.
Frank, water table stone. Like the columns.
And then the dark color, it's already there.
Look there.
So then the picture looks like would the red awnings change to metal awnings?
Yeah, they had, there's three, I don't understand why, but there's, on one half of the building, it's the standing seam type of awning, the brown, it covers the patio and everything. And for some reason, there's three fabric awnings that need to be replaced on whatever direction that is. Two of them you see right here by the fireplace and one around the front.
Keith, quick question. When did you take this picture? When was this picture taken?
Probably about a month ago,
Okay.
a couple months ago.
Because I drove in there this week and those awnings aren't there.
They probably took them down in preparation for painting,
Okay.
which I found out yesterday.
And
We had that conversation.
Yeah, I took a picture too, and they're not on my photo, so.
Yeah, and they took,
Okay.
they also took down the sign, and they took down the metal colored strips above the door.
And they also took down some pretty substantial trees, I think, right?
Yes. That was me.
That was you?
Oh, that
Personally
was
took
me.
them down?
I'm guilty of that one.
So is
And
that-
it was brought up to me, Jacob, I believe it was. Because we were talking,
Started with
when we had closed down the restaurant, we had stopped everything. Stopped all PM work, you know, all the maintenance work, including landscaping. And some of it was growing over onto the public sidewalk and everything. So Jacob called me, and then we had him come out there. And when I went down there, we had 3 trees that were very overgrown, and one of them was dead, but we said, we'll get rid of those, which I heard about that. So I'm working with David and Brett on that.
Okay.
Can you just, oh, never mind. Okay, so I was writing on here what these were to help us, but I think I found it here. Never mind. Continue on, everyone.
The darker color, if you're looking at the wainscot color on those, it would be towards the bottom.
Okay.
Is that dark,
Is that,
the color of the of the awnings, is that one of them?
That's brown. No, that's existing. I didn't have that. That was just brown. It's all existing.
So it's the same as the existing.
Correct.
Is there another existing photo, or is this the only one?
There was.
Oh, there's one on the front.
Yeah, I remember that one.
See the front.
Yeah.
So are you just proposing paint, basically paint change, not material change?
We want to change those 3 awnings to what we have, and then the rest is just paint.
Well, they don't have, I'd like to see that water table be stone. I think they're keeping the same wood,
Okay.
right? Just painting.
Yeah, yeah. The wood's been repaired.
Base that goes around the building.
Yeah, the wood's been repaired where it,
it's a board and batten, isn't it?
yes.
The base.
Wood.
It's not stone.
No, the only stone we have is at
That way it would seem like
entry
it's sitting on something.
And the
and-
fireplace.
and the fireplace, and there's a little bit on the inside of the building.
Okay, I'm confused because the colors in the packet are not these colors. Like, I mean, it says, like the
Those
doors and
are the-
windows is this, Pantone 432C. That's not what this is. This is not.
That's what Sherwin-Williams gave us referencing the Pantones.
Okay.
So those are what we would need to approve.
Okay, so you have two stucco painted brick, painted siding colors. So
The
which one is it? I
main
mean,
building
obviously
is the
this
white.
one, the white,
The main building is the white.
right? And then,
What's the other one? The lighter color would be up at the coping, up at the top.
Is that the passive or the online?
Running around the top of the
okay.
building.
Because this on the package, it says stucco painted brick, painted siding color is this. Well, but you actually, for both of these, you have stucco painted brick, painted siding color for both of
Find
these
the,
on the packet. So I'm just trying to figure out, but this is,
the lighter color, the second one down where it says stucco painted brick, that's mislabeled. That's coping.
coping, okay?
Yeah.
And then the one right below it is the cornice,
Down at the bottom, the wainscot area, yes.
so, or the water table.
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking
Oh,
about?
you looking at this one?
Yes.
That I think is part of the foundry package.
No, see, it says right there on the border.
The lightest color is the base building.
Yeah. Keep going. No,
That
you're
second
right
one
across
down
it.
is mislabeled.
It's not, no, it wasn't in our package. It's on
there.
No, I'm looking at it right here.
Well, it's been downloaded apparently to the iPads.
Oh, okay. Yes, okay. All right, so I just wanted to, it's easier like if I write it down, you know, so we can see. Okay,
Well, I think it helps it give it a better color scheme at this point.
okay. Great.
And then, this leads into, you've got like a painted sign on the building now, and then you've got some other signage. So are you gonna be redoing your signage?
We will come back later for that, because we're in the middle of redesigning a logo and that kind of thing. And I know where we have
Okay.
the painted sign on the building. I think it says
I got, it's on my,
Mexican Cantina.
yes, it does.
We went through a variance to get that, but we're getting rid of it right now.
Okay. The only other thing I saw that concerned me a little bit is your dumpster enclosure. So the gates are chain link fence, and they've got those wooden slats that are inserted into the chain link
Gotcha.
fence. I think we can do a better job of,
We'll replace those,
okay, or something more solid.
something.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, it doesn't recall,
Yeah,
but
and
I'll
and as you
provide
turn in off of Davis Drive, that's the first thing you see when you're
Sure.
turning in, so.
You can see it from the inside, sort of across from.
What, could you describe that again?
All right, so
Okay.
when you turn in off of Davis Drive into the, there you go. All right, you can, there's, and there, it's a chain link fence gate with those wooden slats slid in diagonally into the fence.
That image, excuse me, Richard, go ahead.
I was going to say, the other thing is, would love for you to see that chimney feature there, just to clean it up at the top. It looks like it's had some water leaks or.
Yeah, it's got some soot up there, and actually, even our landscape, our walk area across from this parking lot to the front door, we're power washing all that stuff.
Okay, good. All right.
So,
Makes sense. I'm sorry. All right, Richard?
That image is a good contrast to your proposed image because it, those building colors kind of fade out. I'm very fond of your restaurant. I've spent a lot of time here.
Thank you.
As much as anywhere in town for various reasons. But one thing I've noticed, and I know this package does not address your landscape planting, but you've got something here that evokes a rugged Southwest kind of brand. And a rugged Southwest brand would be a white building, even though we've been inundated with white buildings all year. There's a sense that that fits this regarding the color of the building. One thing I have noticed about the landscape is that the planting there is been kind of typical of any place without defining something that's rugged and Southwest. So I'd like to pass on the suggestion that whoever designs your landscape planting consider using plants that would grow there, that would not get too big, that you wouldn't have to you wouldn't have to have people cut it, but it would evoke a rugged Southwest kind of feel.
sure. No, I think that's something that, as we develop prototypes and things like that, we can have a base plan, and then it changes in geographic areas, growing areas, but, yeah.
Are you talking about like cactus and things like that, Richard?
Well,
or
not so
just-
much cactus, but something like a yucca, even
Okay.
even a rose would fit this, but just not green meatballs.
Sure.
In other words.
No, I know exactly what you're,
I actually have a different opinion. I don't think these colors are Southwest at all. And I think the roof line is very, like Arizona-like to me with the very Southwest, but I don't think these are Southwest colors, to me. These, to me, look like New York City.
They're Alpharetta colors.
Yes, and I know the goal is to make it not tired, but painted brick white is getting very tired in this. I mean, we have so many, and this.
There's not a lot of brick on this building.
Well, just white
Okay.
body, white body buildings with black.
White with bronze, white with bronze.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
And these just don't look very Southwest to me. Like maybe if the main body was more of a.
Maybe a adobe color?
Yes,
or-
adobe, like,
Okay. Tannish?
that's just my, yes.
Holly, I'm glad you brought that up. That's a good point because there's something about a little zip of color here that evokes the kind of color that you'd see on a Mexican blanket. Now, you don't want the building to look like a Mexican blanket, but if there are ways to put little accents in there somewhere, it would do what Holly's talking about.
I agree. That's a good point. That's a good description.
well, that was one of the reasons we wanted to change the colors of the window frames and stuff like that to give it a little bit pop of a color.
But to me, that's not a color, it's black. To me, I don't know, that's just me. I mean, it's a good-looking building, but I don't think it looks like a Mexican restaurant. And I think with the roof, especially in that picture, you can see it, it's like,
Some of the fun is missing if we do away with all color.
Okay. Any other comments from board members?
I like it. I'm I'm not a fan of Southwestern colors, though, so I think if they came in with Southwestern colors, I would probably not like it.
That's funny.
I like the more neutral.
Yeah, whether it's,
They know their market, they know their buildings, you know, they're the ones that are
Yeah, if they
selling
want-
their product, and
Yeah, if they want it to be colorful.
so be it,
It was colorful.
being from the Southwest.
Frank, I agree with that, because what you're talking about,
The Southwest is California.
it's difficult to land on the right mix here, because we don't want it to look like an amusement park restaurant.
The look fits with our city, black and white. I mean, you could do a color on the awnings or something if you wanted to jazz it up, but personally, I'm okay with it the way it is. Are you doing this, is this your template you're gonna use?
We're testing this.
You're testing.
And on our prototype that's in design right now, it is this color theme. Now, it's lost some of the ornate around on the new buildings. It's more flat copings and stuff like that, but,
Oh, it definitely has an interesting cornice piece.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
If I was a young person, just like this restaurant.
Well, they're coming back with something, yes.
we have changed our sign corporately, but we're still playing with it.
Because that's the only place there's color.
Yeah.
Anything else like outside of the light fixtures, you know, like that being changed out?
Not in this go-around, because we're just making sure that they all work. And again, we remodeled the restaurant in 2017, and we just need to, this is one of the two that we're reopening this year, out of the ones that we closed.
But do you by chance know what, are they black lights? Do you know, by chance, these
Oh,
lanterns on the side, do you know?
They appear as dark.
Like either black or dark bronze or something?
I wouldn't call them black, but I would.
They're just, yeah, they're dark, I mean, just curious, that didn't really matter, I just was
Okay.
curious.
And
All right, well-
certainly glad to hear you're working with staff on the trees that you removed. So we'd like to provides a little shade and some,
Absolutely.
so good.
So we're just reviewing the color changes, exterior color changes. All right, I'll venture a motion.
And make sure to reference that these are the.
Or the sure one.
Okay, regarding DRB 200042 on the border, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the exterior colors as presented today in the color samples, which do differ from what was in the submittal package. End of motion.
That's just the colors.
Correct.
No, awnings. In other words, we have elevations as opposed to just.
Did I not say elevations and colors?
I just heard, did you?
You said colors, but is your intent to say elevations?
It is.
Okay, I think the intent is there.
I'll second.
Okay, Frank seconds, all right. A motion by Mr.
And then
Corkle,
I'd like to follow with a question.
a second by Mr. Swing, okay? Questions? Go ahead.
So these are the colors we're talking about, Brett, so you're familiar with these?
I'll get those to work.
Okay.
So there's a couple of things I think we maybe want to have in the motion. We had said we want them to do something more attractive with the dumpster enclosure. And I personally be okay with that being staff approval unless you wanted to bring it back to us.
I think it's really the gates is what we're focused on. It's got the
Yeah, the gate, right.
He agreed
Yep.
to that they'd be something, so I can handle it.
You don't need that in the motion? Okay. And then the other thing you agreed to that maybe we don't need in a motion is the power wash the
Is
stone.
everything okay?
Yeah,
Oh, just if you're
that's
gonna
all,
paint-
and that's
We're gonna
already
paint the building,
underway.
we're
So.
gonna power wash the whole thing anyway, right? Paint, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's stuck.
Okay.
Probably would.
Okay, any other comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? All opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2. All right, motion passes 5-2.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time this morning. Okay, I'll tell you what, let's do this. No, I wouldn't worry about it. I think
Did you
I
ask
think
if there was anybody out there?
I should have, I didn't ask for public comment, did I? Okay, our next applicant's going to be 191 Roswell Street. Are you here? Okay. I'll tell you what, we're going to take a short recess.
Yeah, we're ahead 10
And we'll get going just before 10:30, so bear with us. We'll be right back, and you'll be next up then. Thank you.
Yep.
No, I just,
I kept forgetting to ask for public comment too. Professional chairman is forgetting. Now you don't feel as bad.
I need to have a note right in front of me.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey.
what stuff you got? You know what, now I gotta disinfect it.
Hey, COVID free.
I don't know where your fingers have been.
Already had it, free.
Did you? All right.
Oh, you've already got some, okay.
Congratulations.
I've had worse colds.
What does it mean I've had it?
You're good. You took a break last time.
Well,
Just before we
there've been no delay in that break.
Thanks, appreciate it. Have a good one. Have a good holiday. Good, how are you?
Well, Candace, who's joining me today,
Uh-huh,
is caught on 400 in standstill traffic.
okay.
She's got the computer, she's got basically everything that would be our presentation. So,
I think they're here, they're the next one. Do you want to swap?
that'd be great if we could, yeah.
Are you guys ready? You got somebody else coming yet, or no?
I mean, the other guy's coming too. He's walking in now.
He's walking in now? Dan's guys are caught on 400 in traffic, so
Okay.
I'm gonna ask the
Yeah, we
board,
can go.
I'm gonna ask the board to swap you two.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Thank you, guys, that
Right, no
saves me. Otherwise, I'd be winging it like crazy. And no, it helps us too. We wouldn't have to go, yeah. Great.
Yeah, no.
Do you have your presentation on a computer or paper? Paper. Paper? Okay.
so y'all be quiet.
He's on my side. Brett's on my
You're used to it?
He's my buddy, so we're gonna.
All right, so we are doing no, wait, we're doing rickshaw. No. Okay.
I've used that excuse a few times myself.
I have no room for gain, I'm already there.
You're there.
Hand those back to.
Okay, let's get this started, end our recess here and get started again. So we're going to do a little switch up here. So understand 191 Roswell, you're waiting on your architect to show up. So we'll hear from the Thai Rickshaw Restaurant Group. No worries. All good.
So you'll just have to put your things on that overhead over there, and
All right. Look at us, we got our lotions out. Because it's so dry. The heat is coming out. It's dry.
who's Julie?
Judy is assistant.
Okay, well, she got an email from me that said exactly what you're doing. So you need to discuss with her why she didn't tell you. But, I'll bring up your,
Okay. Is Thai Rickshaw Restaurant Group ready, or are they?
yeah, they're gonna be here in just a second.
Okay.
So you can go up there to the podium and we'll get started here. Let me bring up your.
All right. Good morning.
Morning.
Welcome. If
Yes,
you will make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself this morning, and then tell us what we have in our packet today, please.
Okay, yeah, my name is Paul Yuvachit. I'm the owner of the new Thai restaurant opening up, Thai Rickshaw. We're gonna do the exterior, paint, new color, and also patio, and the sign also for the outside.
Okay, very good. Well, let's start with whatever Brett brings up here on the monitor for us on the overhead.
I'm not sure they're actually there yet. I think that's inserted.
All right. There we go. Okay. So tell us what you're doing to the outside of the building, please.
Oh, okay.
You can describe
So-
that to us.
So the original color was kind of like a more Mexican restaurant, because it was Mexican restaurant. So I want to update, modernizing the place a little bit, make it more Thai. So I want to do like a little bit darker color and also light color, light gray, almost off-white. And then I want to put like a cedar. Cedar is wood, habit natural. So that would fit more with my concept. It's a little bit more modern, authentic Thai food.
Okay, so at the base of the building, I see a very white color or very light color.
Yes, very light color,
Do you have a sample of that?
Yes.
Is that what you're holding? Okay.
Yeah.
How many samples of those do you have?
I bought like 6 of each, I guess.
Oh, okay, all right. Why don't you pass some of those around, or if you
Okay.
can divide those up for us? And maybe okay. I was gonna say, I know you have a helper, you might be able to,
Got that me.
thank you.
We can share.
No. I got one that the thing is.
Yeah. We can share.
Okay,
Cracked pepper.
all right, Brett, did you pull up the elevation? There we go, perfect. All right, so it looks like, so you passed out a couple colors, so tell us where these colors are going on the building, please.
So the light color, that's what the showing is going to be on the bottom part, and we trim it a little bit darker color, and then also on the top we do darker color, like almost like dark gray.
Okay.
I guess.
Marquee.
So that's, the darker color is this one, cracked
Cracked
pepper?
pepper.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And the light color is obviously the marquee.
Yep.
For
Marquee.
the etched glass.
Marquis the brand.
Oh,
You only need one
pardon me?
coat.
That's all right. We know what you meant. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
And then how about, looks like you got a covered patio, or you're doing some sort of outside dining area?
Yeah, because, right now, with this time, a lot of people are sitting outside a lot, and then the patio was, it was just like a little piece of wood that was open, so when it rained, everybody have to run inside. So I want to cover, and I want to put it exact the same like our rooftop outside, so it blend in really well, and underneath, I want to put like a cedar siding, like a cedar wood, make it the place, patio warmer, yes, underneath it.
Are you talking about the pergola one or the upstairs?
Well, I was talking about the pergola.
The pergola one now,
Okay.
I'll say, yeah.
Yeah,
Almost looks like it's heated, but it's seated.
The upstairs, for the board's information, the upstairs one was part of a prior approval. That's the functioning
Rooftop, I guess.
rooftop
Yeah.
system, yeah. So in this picture, it appears it was closed at that point, but it does open and close automatically.
So that cedar you're talking about putting in the lower roof?
Yeah,
That
underneath,
matches the cedar that's
on the side of the building.
sides and up on the
Yep.
tower? And
Yes.
maybe down below are those flower boxes? Or-
Yeah, that's the flower boxes. It's like a planter, and I think it would make it cool, like street food, almost like used out of like almost like copper. It's more like a little bit more rustic look, and that's what we, the other restaurant in East Atlanta, that's what I have, kind of like people really like it, like East, Pawn City Market, they use a lot of those, and so we put around the patio area, and we have a seating of like about 3 or 4 tables. And then we want to close the roof, so at least they don't have to run in and out, when it's raining.
So back to that structure, what's that structure made out of?
The roof.
The roof, yeah.
The pergola roof, the structure, it's gonna make out of, it's like a big wood beam, and we're gonna run the cedar siding, we're gonna cover with the roof on the top. It's like a metal roof, but you're not gonna see it. We'll put the trim that will blend in just like a rooftop. And we have to pull the permit for that.
A wood frame then?
What's that?
It's a wood frame then?
It's that the existing patio pergola already, it's got a metal. The metal inside those, yeah, let me see, put that up.
Brett's going to take us on a trip.
Where's the wood beam then?
The wood beam is on the top, yeah, so the metal coming from the ground going up,
Right.
and then they have wood beam running across, and that's what it is right now, with nothing on it.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
It looks like a metal frame,
Wow,
a
it's
metal
already
square
there.
frame with wood.
yeah, with wood running across right now.
And you'll
Do we
take
have
that wood off?
existing photos?
So it's a metal post, metal beam, and then
Yeah, metal post, metal beam, and then just a wood running across, and then they just open like that.
you're keeping the metal,
Yeah, we're gonna keep the metal post. Yeah, we're just gonna we're gonna close the wood with the roof, and then we put some trimming on the side, the metal trimming around, just like the rooftop, and then we're gonna put the cedar siding underneath.
Looks like there's canvas that drops down.
Which one?
No, they're talking about the pergola,
and is
not the
the
upstairs.
footprint of that staying the same? Is it getting bigger?
I heard identical.
Yeah, stay the same.
Is the
You're gonna color it this cracked pepper?
Yeah, that color, I think, the crack.
What color is the stain, the cedar stain?
That's the original color, I guess. That's what it is now.
Wait,
Like yellowish, yellow, and then
the pictures, it looks dark brown.
the cedar? We're talking about the cedar?
Yeah, I'm talking about the cedar.
That's interesting. So there's cedar on the tower, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
There's quite a bit. There's the tower, the front, and then the sign too. All those. Is that all gonna match?
Yeah, they're all cedar. Yeah.
So all the cedar's going to match
Yes,
in
yeah,
color?
yeah,
Or stain, I guess.
We
what you-
stain, yeah, we stain
Staining
it
it.
That's
like
what I'm
a
asking, what stain, what color stain?
Yeah, the
That's what,
proposed picture.
purple picture brown, like brownish color stain.
but do you have a name for the stain? That's what I'm asking.
A name for the stain.
You bring your actual samples
We have extra samples?
For the cedar.
for all of them. Paint
Well-
color,
Well, that's,
Well, yeah, we got,
Paint color we have.
we had these for the
the wood though.
no, we don't have,
wood.
We don't have the wood.
Because the Twisted Taco was a very orangey stain.
Copper
Yes.
planter box.
This
it's
is
almost like a,
presenting
Yeah, I
as
think they
dark
painted
brown.
the wood You know, they paint it like yellow, I think, something like that.
So are you then gonna remove the paint and then stain the wood?
No, we cannot remove the paint. It wouldn't be right. I mean, if you sand it out, it's gonna lose a lot of wood effect. So we're gonna just put a new cedar.
So you're gonna remove that and then put new
Yeah, put the
cedar?
new cedar, yes, sir. And then put a nice stain on it that would match our,
Okay.
our color scheme.
I think we want to make sure we see what that nice stain color is, just
Mm-hmm.
to make sure. I mean, it sounds nice, but just like to see.
Yes,
it,
it's
you know.
like brown color, dark brown color.
Okay, because.
Just need to know the name, like, is it dark walnut, is it?
Dark walnut, pretty much
You're
dark
gonna do
walnut.
dark walnut, okay.
Dark.
I'm not exactly clear, where are you putting all of the new cedar?
Where you see it in the picture, it's already done.
I want to hear from him, though. Where are you putting all the cedar?
Where that's the front side, the monument in the front on the street, and then we have on the top and then on the side of the building.
So it's this area here, up on the tower, and then this background area here.
And the ceiling of the pergola.
Ceiling of the pergola.
Pergola.
I thought those were boarded up windows.
And then the monument.
They are with cedar.
The windows on the other side is never be a window on that side.
Windows.
The windows on the right side, the window's still there, and that's a cedar.
The monument sign is cedar.
Yes.
I guess they're kind of boarded up windows today, aren't they?
Yeah, that's second pictures on the top, like 3 pictures on the top. Those are middle pictures. So those are the windows of the restaurant. So there was a yellow paint too, and those are the cedar. Just a little bit around those windows. There's a 3-4 windows inside the restaurant, but the other side is never been windows, just wall.
Why were they windows at one time and they got boarded over? That's what that looks like.
It's the
Well, the
original
Sonic.
building from Sonic.
Sonic.
Yeah, so all they did was framed in some of the windows when they went to the, I can't remember what it was before.
Tower Burger?
This is
Tower
where they wanted the real high tower. We brought it down to this level.
Yeah, thought about going back to windows, so you got more light getting in the restaurant, or no? You don't want windows?
No, we have windows on that side, on the rooftop side. Those are all windows. Yeah. The other side is almost no window because it's a stair that going up. So it's just no point on that side at all.
Yeah,
That's
and
where
we're,
the stairs are?
and
Yeah, that's why the stairs going up to the
and
rooftop.
that's
Yeah.
the bar.
Yeah. So the whole dining room technically is so light right now.
Yeah.
You know, with all those 4 windows and also the garage door open. Yeah, so it's really bright. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I was just curious why so that's probably why they got boarded up originally when they put the rooftop, right? And
Yes.
put the
Well,
stairs.
on that side, it's where the bar is. So,
Okay. Okay, any other questions about
Not ag walnut that he's talking about.
exterior paint, exterior colors or
Yeah, we just need to see-
materials?
We need the specific on the stain color.
This, I know these are photos, but
Yep.
this is done, this is done.
That's done.
yeah, it's already been done.
And I'm fine. I saw it out there.
Are you okay with how it's done now, the color? You said you saw the cedar stain.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no issue with the
Those
cedar.
fine.
Yeah.
So we could approve the color they've,
Just as long as it matches.
approve the color they've used, okay.
Definitely looks better than that putty color that.
Oh, my gosh, yes,
Oh, boy.
yes, I agree.
You've created a very clean form for this. The geometry is good, and it's a simple. It fits for a Thai for an elegant Thai restaurant.
Thank you.
And the window frames are just aluminum? and
Aluminum,
That's staying as is?
Yeah, the stair is, yeah. They all, I think it's like dark color. That would match our color that we paint, pretty much, like dark color. Yeah.
Okay,
Any other changes to the building other than paint and cedar?
No, that's pretty much it. That's
And
for the
the-
outside.
Change of the pergola roof.
Seeing the pergola roof.
And then we're looking at,
But just the cedar, right? And it's the ceiling is
the seat is going to be
Going
cedar, yes, and the color to match the existing.
the color.
and we're looking at signage too, right?
Well, we've got landscaping and signage still to look at,
Well,
so.
maybe for this part, Mr. Chairman, regarding ERB 20043, the Rickshaw Restaurant Group, I make the motion that we approve the elevations in color changes, incorporating the cracked pepper and the etched glass, and which would be on the roof, the signage, and, I mean, the cedar would be on the roof, the signage, as shown on the pics in the packet. And applicant is also incorporating copper planter boxes as shown in the packet as well in the motion.
Okay, I have a question.
Let's see, it was motion by Katie, okay, Ms. Rocco. All right, motion by Mr. Brown, and second by Ms. Rocco. All right, now we can have discussion.
I just want to be real clear on this pergola roof. I get that there's cedar, but in that picture we're looking at right there, that looks like the surround of the black pepper looks metal to me.
Looks like a metal beam, doesn't it?
It looks like a metal square with, and
Understood, he said he was wrapping it in.
Yeah, wrapping with the metal trimming, that would match the
Like
rooftop.
upstairs.
you said earlier was that they were leaving that wood thing. Is that wood, the wood
Trellis?
trellis thing?
Yeah, it will be covered. The wood that running beam will be covered, and, architect doing the drawing.
Covered
and
with
we'll put
what? See, I'm not clear
well,
on this
I
pergola.
think they're
It's going to
putting
be
a-
underneath, it's going to be a wood cedar underneath, and when on the
roof on-
side, you're going to see all the aluminum trim around it, and on top there'll be the roof.
Okay, well,
Yes,
then
it's
go
going to
back.
wrap in, you're not going to see underneath that. Mhm.
Okay, go
Only-
back to the picture of the current, and that metal beam does not look like that. So it's a metal post like this big, and what he's showing is one that's this big. So which one is it? That's where I'm like,
It's deceiving because it's an in-progress image, perhaps.
So this is
Facial,
Facial.
fascia.
yes,
Like upstairs.
aluminum facial.
Cover this. So they're gonna put a metal roof on top.
okay, see, that wasn't clear to me at all. Like, the description was, oh, no, we're just gonna, yeah, wood.
But the
He's
wood's
saying
gonna be
wood.
underneath.
It's basically
Cedar
being
wood.
wrapped with metal on the top and on the side, and
He
then
said
underneath
wood.
The cedar wood.
He said wood. That's my point. That's what I'm trying to figure
The,
out.
the wood,
What
the
is it?
wood, the wood rafter is like a support, right?
The
That runs the
trusses.
way it is now.
The
So
trellis.
now we're gonna wrap that.
So we won't see any
No, you're not gonna see any underneath.
behind the metal.
Okay,
Yes, it's gonna
that
be.
was not clear at all to me.
So it's wrapped in what? Metal, what's the metal? Aluminum?
The aluminum metal all the way trimming, and underneath we put another piece of wood, I guess, the way architect drawing, and then we're gonna put cedar underneath, so they see the cedar, and on top just a roof. They're not gonna see the top unless they go up.
Okay, is there electrical? I see two things. Are those lights? What are those? And the cedar roof?
They're using the trellis.
Yeah, lights, electrical is
Trellis
there.
as,
There's string lights right now.
that's a
Okay,
fascia
but
on the outside.
there's, okay, hold on. There's two lights. So are we having two square lights? Look at the picture. There's two lights.
There's a fan there, existing pictures, they have a fan there, so the light is like exposed outside in the wood beam. If you have the old pictures of the pergola, I
I
don't know, you
can't
can
really-
zoom in, one probably in the front.
I mean, I think that was kind of,
Yeah, there's a fan there.
There you go, that's a fan there.
okay.
So
Are you
that's a
keeping-
wood beam. Mhm.
You keeping the fans? Because is it one fan, two fans? You have two,
No, we're gonna change the fan to just like clean lights.
Okay,
So
so
we're
no
not putting,
fan.
yes, no fan, yeah, we're gonna use existing power from the fan, and we're gonna put it LED lights,
okay,
that they can be dimmable at nighttime. Mhm.
two.
A few of them, yes, should be enough, because
Two
it's
or two? You're showing two.
two.
Okay. I just felt that was a very rushed motion. It wasn't really done.
Yeah, and you said there's an architect's drawing for that pergola?
Yeah, we have architect drawing to submit the building permit. If we approve, if we
Why
can.
are we not looking at that?
Yeah, we should see that.
Here's my issue with it. The one that's out there now looks horrible.
Mhm.
I'm not convinced that once you paint this, that it won't go to horrible again.
Mhm.
And I'm not quite sure, I keep hearing metal wrap, but you're showing me you're doing this, which means the whole thing's not getting metal wrap. So if there's an architect's drawing, I'd like to see it. I really don't understand what's going on with that thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not, because if you look,
It's quite up front, and that's
yeah.
what's bothering me.
With cedar.
If you zoom into the picture, or you can even see it right here, there is no metal in the front, like if you're standing and looking at the thing.
It's a
there's-
metal pole, but they wrap around with the brick,
Okay,
but you
just-
can see on the top, it's a metal
Okay,
stick.
just a minute, please. If you're looking at it, there's a metal beam that goes two that go this way, there's one that goes this way, there's not one in the front, it's this wood piece. So this is where, it's like, I'm like Pat, I would like to see that, because I don't,
But architect only show the structure, right? Yeah. How it be secure on the structure. They're not gonna see the rendering, I mean, like.
This picture too. It's a whole new structure.
But isn't he saying all this is?
Yeah.
No, he's saying it's wood wrapped in metal.
I think this
I'm not
side of the dais understands it.
Well, I think we just need to
Just
be
said it right. It's wood.
underneath.
Underneath.
That structure is staying. And they're gonna, on the.
So he's gonna leave those beams,
They're gonna leave it for the structure,
okay?
and they're gonna wrap it in aluminum.
Like upstairs.
But that's not even a support, okay.
So they're
Right.
gonna put a piece of aluminum here, and down the sides, and close it.
Okay,
And then
And
put
then
the
it'll be,
cedar.
have a metal roof on top that'll also be enclosed in that thing. And then underneath, on this structure, they're gonna put those cedar boards in. So you won't see this structure anymore.
okay.
So maybe we need to clarify that it's all aluminum on the outside, painted aluminum, and it's not exposed wood.
That's how he presented it.
I mean, that's how it's presented, so.
Yeah.
if we
That's
need
not what I got.
If we need clarification on that,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think we need to be able to vote on it with accurate stuff, and I agree if the packet's not, they got started on this without any permits and without any approvals, so that's, why we've got some stuff done, and then it sounds like their admin assistant didn't give them the information that was given about providing materials and stuff like that, so there's several things going on here.
Okay,
I've only got one rendering of the front of the building to make a decision on.
The side, I got the side.
I have another question too, in that same picture, stay right there, the top one, yeah, one more over. Yes. Okay, so you see the little black gate. Do we have to have a fence around that patio? No? So why do we have the
They're
gate?
doing there was one,
I don't have a rear though,
but they're doing the
Plant.
planters,
of what they've done.
But like code for alcohol doesn't require,
not anymore.
okay, is that gate staying?
It did, but it doesn't anymore.
I mean, is that gate to know we're staying? Because I don't know why you'd need that there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it in this picture anymore, but
Okay. And then you're showing grass there, but currently that's cement, so is that going to be cement or grass?
it's gonna be grass.
Okay.
It's gonna be some sod there is what
We
they're
haven't looked-
proposing.
We haven't looked at the landscaping.
Right,
yet.
we haven't done landscape.
Yeah, well, that's.
Okay, I know we're in the middle of a motion, but.
Yes, we are.
I felt like that motion was like a little rushed. We weren't quite done.
I have to say, it certainly looks better than it did as Twisted Taco. How about that? The color scheme and a
Yes,
few
I
other
agree.
things. So
I agree.
we're making progress in the right direction.
I just needed
Okay.
to understand that pergola.
And I think as long as Brett understands the pergola issue and the way he described it, because he's going to be looking at the permit drawings too, so.
Right, but I mean, I'm voting on it, so I
Yeah.
want to.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Good.
So I've got one more comment.
Okay.
That is, Brett, if in this motion, can we add the language that if that front pergola falls into disrepair, whether it's faded paint, faded stain, can we put in the condition that it shall be repainted back to these original conditions of this application?
That's a maintenance,
Again,
isn't it?
I drive by this and you see that thing and you see everything's just falling into disrepair. I want to make sure that if it starts falling into disrepair, that it can be repainted, restained.
You're talking the entire building, not just.
No, I'm talking that pergola, because it's
Well, why
wood.
about the rest of the building?
Because it's
Also
wood and they're wrapping it in metal, which just means that wood will continue to degrade, and
Got wood and metal here too.
I'm still not quite positive what's going on with that one.
Yeah, the cedar, I'm sorry.
So can we put that in the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I think you have to offer that as a friendly, offer that as,
And in my motion, we'll have to do a new
It
motion.
almost seems like it was.
Because I think that's a
I
maintenance.
mean,
issue.
theoretically, that's code anyway, that it
Yeah.
has to be maintained, so.
okay.
I mean,
What I'm thinking.
we need to include that in every motion we make, that things need to be maintained. I mean, I share your concern on the wood. Wood is an issue, but
the
To
maintenance.
maintain the whole building.
It's, I mean, maintaining your building is code, so, but the code would allow for more deterioration before it would become a code violation than what if, on a specific thing, the motion said something different.
So if it gets to be 80% deteriorated, or how do you know how much deterioration?
Well, the problem, all right, going back, they're using, this wood's all gonna be enclosed, right? There's gonna be a roof, there's a metal roof on top of the trellis. There's gonna be cedar underneath, and they're gonna wrap the fascia with metal. So you're enclosing all the wood, so it,
No, I get it.
Well, the cedar
It's
underneath,
easier to just remove it and have a new.
Is wood out there now considered weathered versus, I mean,
the cedar underneath will probably last better than the cedar that's wrapped around the top exposed to the sun.
yeah, you're right.
I mean, there's a lot of cedar besides what's under that roof.
Only if there's water leakage, but that's on any building.
Do we need to comment at all about the LED lights under there? So they're gonna be in dimmers, but, so it's not illuminated in a crazy sort of way, or is that not a concern to you?
as far as like bright silvery gray.
Or, yeah, I don't know, maybe.
Well, we haven't
They,
approved.
they turn it up when you go to read your menu, and then they turn it down when they bring the drinks.
We haven't approved lighting or
Yeah.
furniture or anything at this point.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor, with lots of discussion. Any other comments or questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, all opposed, raise your hand. One opposition. So motion passes 6-1. Okay, so we still need to look at landscaping and signage this morning,
And furniture and lighting.
and furniture.
No, but we don't have any furniture or
We
lighting.
don't have any of that.
Okay, what do we have in our packet? I know we had some landscaping, a landscaping drawing or two.
We have
in our-
signage.
Furniture's gonna have to come another day.
We do have signage.
There's
Yes.
no landscaping plan.
What do we have next? As Brett is
There's a
scrolling through
landscape
here, what do we have
plan.
next?
No landscaping plan?
There's a landscape plan,
Oh, there is, yep.
All right, well,
plant replacement plan.
I'll tell you what, while we're looking at, now that we have signage pulled up on the monitors, let's look at signage. So we have a monument sign, an existing monument sign with a new logo.
On
So-
the monument sign, if your cedar is dark walnut, is your sign gonna stand out enough? Because it looks like your colors of your sign is also dark walnut.
Yeah, it's rustic looking, but it's backlit, and yeah, so it's gonna come out. Yeah, like we have one in downtown Duluth.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have the
Is
rest.
that like a metal material, or what's the sign made of?
It's made out of aluminum, but they make it look rustic. It look like a piece of old metal, and then it's cut off, laser cut with the special machine, and the light LED underneath, and they seal it with acrylic, and then you turn on at night, it lit it up. Yeah, so that will keep a look of almost like a street food type,
No, I love it. just
Yeah.
wanna
I
make
do
sure
too.
it
I
like it. Out enough. I think grab people's attention.
Is that actually a photo of you don't have the sign, but the monument, the wood, that's an actual
Sweet
photo?
octopus. Looks like
That's an actual photo. So that's what it looks.
That's actual.
Okay, it'd be nice to have some ground cover at the base of the sign.
I was just looking at the landscape plan and it doesn't address it. I don't even know where the sign is.
Make that electrical.
Look at this building
They'd have to
sign,
raise
all
the
that individual light bulb.
Yes,
Well, unless it's really low.
okay. So that's the monument sign. Let's look at any building signage that they are proposing next.
That's a night view, okay, got it.
Okay,
That's nighttime.
so how many building signs are they allowed to have, Brett?
2.
Okay. So we've got one on I guess this is the south elevation?
Yes, this would be south.
Is that where
Okay.
the previous signage was, or are they adding
These are
something
original.
there?
Yes, there was a sign there on both sides of the tower.
Okay. And
Is
so
it-
that first one is going on the south face of the tower, or is it hanging from the,
It,
from the,
I believe, is on the tower.
is that,
Yeah, if you look at the
Oh.
next picture, you can kind of see it maybe.
Paul, is that
like see right there on the, like, is that it right there? Maybe? Don't you think?
That sign mounted on that tower? Like
Which
it
one?
shows right here? The side one, this one?
Oh, the side one? On the side by,
Yeah.
on top of the
Yeah.
the rooftop, right?
Yeah, is
Yes.
that mounted on that tower?
Yes, on the side. Like, it just follow exactly like Twisted Taco power there.
Okay.
So it'll be on that side. And
Thanks,
then
Mike.
in the front, we'll make it between that black, right in
That'll stay
front
on
of it.
that, yeah.
It just gives the appearance of a roof sign, is what it gives it,
Is it like a,
with that picture.
is the rickshaw, is it like a red?
Rickshaw is orange,
Oh, it's orange.
like oranges, like rustic orange type,
So it lights up, the night view is different. It's orange rickshaw. And then during the day, is it like white?
Where are you seeing?
Well, it's got a night
the-
view of the rickshaw Thai street food,
It's a
Right.
day-night.
which,
So the rickshaw is an old bicycle
No,
in
I get
Thailand, you know, so that one is, it's like kind of LED, the symbol, and it's backlit also. And then the rest is Thai street food, it's just in the box.
but is the word rickshaw
Yes.
orange at night and day, or just at night? I see a night view here, that's why I'm asking.
Yes, it's got a inside, it's kind of like paint, so it's kind of like sea orange, but orange also during the day.
During the
And
day.
then at night, it's just gonna be bright, you know, because the light illuminate the orange, so.
So is that picture where it says sample, where it says sign, so it's letters with little lights, is that?
Yes,
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
So Brett, is the measurement of the sign accurate with the rickshaw above the name of it?
It's not, no, they need to change that for code compliance. Likely the rickshaw will probably go away,
Oh,
or everything will get a lot smaller.
okay. So did the applicant, did you hear that?
Yes.
Your sign probably is going to get much smaller than it is.
Because your sign company didn't calculate the square footage correctly.
I didn't, oh, he didn't, okay.
Well, so quick question then, are you going to get rid of the rickshaw, the old bicycle?
Yeah, probably, I guess,
Okay.
yeah.
And I just want to make sure wherever you place then, where it says rickshaw Thai street food, you give it a little border, as you put it on the tower, there's a little bit of space that doesn't run all the way to the edge of the tower. You follow me?
Yes, yes.
Kind of like Twisted Taco did, they had a little bit of space.
Little space between, okay.
I was just curious, the print and the monument sign, the round sign
Yes.
is very different than the building sign. I was just curious just for curiosity's sake, why you didn't keep the same font for both?
Oh, you talk about the font, right?
Yeah, the font.
Yeah, because that font is like it's almost like our logo, you know, for the routing, the rustic looking, like it's like that's hand drawn by an artist. So it's not font that you can find that the side company could not find that font.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was
because
just cur- I was just
they hand draw by an artist. You know, you can see that.
Yeah, I was
that's
just curious.
yeah.
I like that sign.
Have a raceway?
Rickshaw says it does.
So Pat's just looking at the way the building signs are built. Do they have a raceway that that it's mounted on?
Yeah, the raceway, I think, on the rickshaw and the Thai street food is like a box that would mount into the wall, I believe. It's like a lighted box.
Okay.
Yeah, the rickshaw is like a channel letter. Each individual one, they have a raceway, so that all the power will
Here's the
run.
detail.
We just need to make sure the raceway then matches I guess it's going to be wood color, it's going to be stained on one side.
It
and-
looks like they're probably putting a solid background over the raceway. The way this looks here with its black.
To give it a halo?
No, just to give it make it stand out. So it almost looks like, here's the letter.
Yep.
There'll be a metal
okay.
backer right here that'll let the lights shine behind it to give it a whole glow. And then the raceway's behind that. So you wouldn't, if I'm thinking this is the way this looks here,
You won't see any, you won't see through.
You won't see the raceway.
Won't see the raceway.
At all.
Yeah, if you got like right above where you were just pointing in the Twisted Taco, I don't know if you can zoom on that where you can see theirs, but it looks like maybe those were two different, like Twisted and the Taco.
They were.
Two different, they were, okay.
And they were on a raceway.
Okay.
I guess you don't have a color sample of the orange with you.
It's a rustic orange. No, I don't have the color sample of it. The site guy makes it, but
I think we should see it.
yeah, it was exactly like that color exactly on. I mean, I don't know. I can bring this one to you, I guess.
Yeah, but we always like to see it, because a lot of times on the screen or on paper, it's different than the actual sample.
Oh, okay.
You know, I told you on site, you have to bring your color and material samples. I also emailed you and said you must bring your actual color and material samples.
Yeah, the site guy never gave us a sample, but it's kind of like rustic orange and like darker orange.
Okay. All right, so that's the signage. Any other questions about signage? Then let's look at
Then
landscaping.
one could argue, well, is that there like that? 'Cause
And
there's
for
one.
for some reason, what I downloaded here doesn't have the landscape in it, so it's,
I put it on mine.
we're really weird, but y'all can see it, so.
So back to sign, the only thing I'm not real clear on is that the rickshaw graphic itself and how
That's not gonna,
lit.
Well, he mentioned if, you mean the size?
Brand in it, but he's not.
You know, one thing that I wouldn't approve this currently as it stands, because we've got two signs that are located side by side, basically, and they're different.
Also different from the monument sign. And font.
I would be a little bit more, the monument sign, so my guess is, the monument sign, there's such thin strokes here that you can't get that in individual letters, so they would
Yeah,
want
I
to do that as a box sign up on the wall, and I would have told them, no, you can't provide a box sign up on the wall. So I think that's part of that. If this were up on the wall also, then I'd say, yeah, that's a problem.
Thought of taking that monument sign and illuminating it and putting it on the building,
You talk about the metal thing?
on the monument sign.
Yeah, the only thing is that for majority the look, but to really get the effect for like really far on the top of the building, it's not gonna get a lot of light, you know, for that particular sign. We'll get the light to come out, but it doesn't really
probably be hard
showing
to
so
see.
much. And then plus the metal is so heavy, you know, and then it just,
And then in the,
aluminum is not really, you know, it's not really, it's gonna serve so much purpose because we need to see people when they drive on that highway really fast.
yeah,
You know, but that one is just kind of like look to draw people in, like, oh, what is that? It's cool sign, you know, but it just, and that monument is so small, so that cost efficient is easier because it's only 3 feet, I guess, or something. But to
And
make it,
it's like the
4
font
feet.
on your monument sign,
Uh-huh.
it definitely, you realize that that's Thai food.
Yes.
Because of the font, where the one on the building, it says Thai street food, but it looks a little bit less, because the font is different.
yeah.
And
I can try to,
dark
you
sign,
know,
dark wall.
just a
dark
fun thing, but the thing is, that is my sister, she's an artist, so she draw it on the apple. And she's like, let me come up with the, you know, thing for you to make it very authentic. So that's what she did on the apple thing.
I like
And
that.
then
Yeah, I do too.
the company, they can't find that font. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Yeah, so they really can't find that font for them to able to laser cut it, and they can set it up. So I don't know, I can try to figure out something closer to that and just work with the side company. If you guys approve that, yeah.
Make that more colorful,
Mm-hmm.
the orange or whatever, I like that a lot, the monument sign is.
Yeah. I mean, I can work with the side company, try to go exactly the same, like that font thing. I think I can work with them to see how if they can duplicate that on that building, you know, if you guys approve. But if I cannot, I mean, if they say, oh, we really cannot, then I have to go with original one, yeah.
Anybody else like that idea?
I think the monument sign looks cool.
I mean, you could have them,
If you could
instead of having an actual sign, it could be a painted sign.
Yeah.
Painted
Yeah, because the
directly
thing
on
is, like
building.
I told the side company too, it doesn't mean that a rickshaw, people might don't understand, but they see, okay, because they're not going to know so much. But the main thing is Thai street food, and have to be clear. That's it, so they know there's a Thai restaurant,
Right.
authentic, you know? So that's what I try to get that rickshaw, but he said he's going to work on it, but he couldn't So that's why I presented. But I think we can get something closer to that one, the same font.
That's a great idea, having someone paint it directly on there and then light it. Like, actually have somebody paint it on the building.
Okay.
Exterior lit,
And then have a light shine.
Like a goose light, whatever
or
kind of thing?
whatever, yeah.
That would go with your style.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think that the light proposed goes with your style.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like a vintage kind of,
Yeah.
Hollywood.
yeah, it just, I don't know, it's just my opinion, but I love your monument sign logo. It's very, kind of-
Very cool, yeah. For sure, on the side,
Yeah.
on that side, on the left side, that's a box. So that box is, it can be it can be print exactly like the way it is, with the rickshaw, the logo and everything else. But then on the individual letter, I think that's what the side company say, a little tricky to make it duplicate exactly like that font, like how my sister draw on the rickshaw on that. Yeah.
I think they could make this in a digital file and cut it out of Cortland steel. And.
Yeah, I think I can talk.
Halo light the whole thing and it look.
Yeah, I do too, I like that a
So
lot.
you guys like that rickshaw wording, how she write it?
I love that. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, my sister, yeah.
Tyler, well done, that was good, I like that.
All right, so we're going to probably defer.
Yeah, I think we defer, then we could, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 20043, Thai Rickshaw Restaurant Group, a motion to defer the signage for the applicant to consider the comments from today.
Second.
And that includes,
Mr. Swing.
applicant will bring in actual samples.
Monument sign at least.
Motion by Mr. Swing, I'm gonna say a second by Ms. Palmer.
Right.
Yeah, and we,
Yeah, we're good.
yeah, and remember to bring the color samples next
Yeah,
time.
bring color samples.
Yes, okay, I will.
Okay, so the motion was to defer signage at this point. Any other comments, questions?
The only comment I have on the signage is make it show up on the landscape plan, because it needs the monument sign needs planting around it.
Well, we haven't done landscape yet, but that'd be a good point to put with.
Okay, any other comments about?
Oh, no, those are pretty nice electrical boxes on the bottom.
Oh, God.
I don't know if you want to cover those up.
You don't have to water them, you don't have to.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Sorry.
Okay, any other comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 7-0. Okay, that was for signage.
Were
All
there
right.
any comments from the,
I'm sorry, there were no public comments. There's no public out there, so there's no public comments. Okay.
you wait
all
till
right.
we get to yours.
Lastly, we have landscaping to look at, but Brett can't pull it up, so,
I do have a question, because where is the trash enclosures on this?
It's at the back corner.
Because it's not shown anywhere, so I'm just
It's,
curious.
It shows on the planting plan as a square.
It's
Yes.
back here. And it's all brick. It's fine.
Where's it on the planting?
Maybe
That's for
on-
the whole center,
Oh, my,
right,
that's-
isn't it? Not just for the restaurant.
It's.
think just for
No,
us.
it's just for them. There's another one around the back of the other building.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right, that is it. Right there.
I don't know why this this system is wigging out on me, but I don't know why the landscape I don't have.
We have it.
We all have,
Yeah, I don't know. So you'll have to go with what you got.
Pat, you feel confident going?
I'm going to set you up here, Brad.
he's going to send it to you, email it to you.
All right, I just sent you an email with that page. See if it works. Has no subject. Did it quick.
Where are the pots on this?
So I'm trying to figure out the landscape plan.
Yeah, it says muley.
Make sure it goes here.
Somebody asked.
Got it.
There's pots shown on that one front elevation.
The copper rectangle pots.
Got approved already.
That's just, not the actual what goes in them, just what they look like on the outside.
But, first of all, what are those? I heard copper, but I never heard it, or I don't see it in any of the presentation material. And the second thing is, those don't show up in the landscape plan. The landscape plan shows other material in front.
Yeah, the picture showed,
Grass.
copper planters and sod, and then you have the muley grass and the yew and the Is it Laura Petalum
It's
or
just
Laura
a
Petalum?
screen image, so
Planters
just
is
zoom
what was
out.
approved, that was in the
Right.
picture of the packet, correct? Is
Yes.
that what you're putting in?
Yes.
I missed in the presentation where it says copper planter.
He said
He
copper.
verified
As
copper
shown
in
on
his
the
motion,
pictures.
and he said copper, so what we're expecting is what was in that picture.
But that's
So
not
the
what's in the landscape.
U,
Correct. The
the
landscape
Hicks
plan
U
is not
must be in those copper
Or the
planters.
copper's not correct.
And there's
Petalum's not
there's an ornamental grass in the planters, and there's one on the planting plan.
I think we have to have a copy.
Doesn't show sod.
There's purple daydreaming.
There, Frank.
Not everything in the image conforms to the landscape planting plan.
So Brett, is there some landscaping here that has to be replaced or
Yeah, there's some on there.
They're like,
has David?
There's trees that he's gonna have to replace out front, but that's a separate issue, but,
Okay,
they took out the planters
Gonna
around the
grow.
patio
planter real fast.
without knowing that they couldn't. And so now they're replacing with planters, above-ground planters instead of in-ground
Where are we talking?
planters.
Replace seven
Oh,
dead or dying.
So there's your,
Oh.
right, where it says replace 7 dead or dying something hollies, Mr. Corkle,
Helen.
bottom right-hand note,
And then
that's where the monument sign is, sitting right there.
oh, okay.
They're not putting Hillroy Holly on the sign.
In this landscape strip.
We don't want to hide the base of the sign.
Skipping until it's correct.
A 12-inch ground cover there would work.
Not designing.
I mean, you would swell and.
Are you gonna walk them through the landscaping, what you're doing?
Well,
Because remember, I told you at
Probably Benny
when
would
we
know
met
that.
on the site that you needed to bring your landscape architect?
I think we need to defer landscape.
I can explain a little bit. So with the landscape, we took out some of the bushes, and so we're going to cut into the concrete for about 6 feet. So we're going to create a garden up front, and with the plants that were proposed, and as part of the code, so we called Mr. Brett and got the exact plants that needs to go in there, and we had an architect, landscape architect draw this up. So we couldn't render it this way, but this is the actual way it's going to be done, what you see in this architectural design. So the first 6 feet of the concrete will be cut so we can create a garden up front in front of the patio. Then you'll see the planters behind it wrapping around the
Tables.
table to enclose the area. So what you see, where you see those round circulars, those are going to be different plants and bushes that are qualified for the city of Alpharetta.
so those aren't in the copper planters then?
No.
Those are in the,
First 6 feet will be in the ground. We're cutting the concrete, the first 6
Yeah.
feet of the concrete where it was just a sidewalk. So that's 6 feet in front of that pergola right now. All that will be a nice garden up front.
So that picture that we said was, or Brett said was grass in the front, that's where the plants are.
Yes,
And
but
then
we
you
could
put
only,
the planters, the
Exactly.
copper planters behind them.
yes. So when you look at it from the street, you will see a big garden up front. Then you see the planters that wrap the patio in. And then you see all the different plants that we proposed here that are going to go in. We just couldn't propose, show it on the, on the drawing, but those are the actual plants that'll go in there.
Those are large plants for that.
All right, so the pots sit on the concrete.
yes.
The material in the landscape plan is planted in the ground. Has nothing to do with pots.
Right, that's where, yeah.
It says in planter.
Yeah, it says in planters on the plan.
If
That's,
you look at, like, Pat, this one,
Yeah, I'm seeing one plant each in pot.
is that, there's 3 plants in each planter in this picture?
So-
Is that the same kind of plant? No? Okay, so we don't really know what it's
I
called.
mean, the landscape plan is wrong,
Got it.
because it says in planter in each pot.
Yeah, on the sides, both
I
sides.
think the landscape plan is correct.
Yeah, that's what we're going to go by, the landscape design.
So,
So those are going in pots.
And then there's some in
I-
planter.
I think the barrier ones right here are going in planters. This muley grass is going in the ground.
but that's not what it says.
It just says pink muley, so it's gotta be in the ground.
But I'm talking about the other ones, the other
Other ones,
cloud that said in pots.
the ligustrums, maybe they must be going in the ground too, and then these on the sides are going in.
And the U is going in the planters.
So it doesn't match what he said he was gonna do on the elevations. I mean, really, y'all, you gotta get together. I explained this to you on your site.
All right.
You've got to get everything together, you got to get your landscape that matches your elevations, and you got to do it right. You're just not, this board can't spend any more time trying to figure out what you're going to do, because what you said you were going to do doesn't match this plan, which is opposite of what he just said you were going to do. So even you two are disagreeing about what you're doing.
Well, he's doing the design aspect of the outside with the copper stuff and
I understand that. I understand that, but you just said that wasn't gonna be pots right there, it was gonna be plants in the ground. So,
In the front, right?
No, there's two part of it. So there's part of it that has to be planters. And then the front side of it is where we pour the concrete.
but his elevations show pots in the front, copper pots,
And sod.
and the side. So,
Can you pull that elevation up, Brett, that we we're just talking about? They understand what,
He doesn't have that.
The landscape plan does not show the planters.
Doesn't, yeah.
It says in
I
planters.
don't know where did I do with that?
I've got it.
And muley, didn't muley grass get like this big?
Is it too soon to make a motion?
I think there, all right,
Yeah,
that's what,
that's a green color, the rendering,
Yeah.
they don't, there's two people working, I think, the rendering, the architect.
Okay, but you have to make sure that those two people work together so that it shows the same.
There's no gardenias or anything here. I wonder if we should defer the
Yeah.
landscape,
Yeah.
and then
Yes.
maybe you can bring the patio furniture, because we have to approve that as well.
And the
You
lighting
gotta come back for
Where
signage
Richard was
anyway.
gonna go with it.
and signage.
Bring those three back.
I agree.
Because
Yeah.
your landscape architect should be able to articulate this clear, so we could really understand what's going on.
Okay, so you wanna, okay.
You need to coordinate between the two
Okay.
so that we understand
Like the
what,
same thing.
and you know what you're doing, and staff knows what you're doing.
But you're okay with the architectural, the landscape architectural design with the way the flower beds are and everything else?
It needs to coordinate. Mr. Chairman, I propose a motion regarding the landscape planting plan that it be coordinated with the illustration that is on the screen now, so that it defines where the planter is, because the planter's not indicated on the landscape planting plan. So I defer that until, plus the furnishings. Defer that until you bring it back to us.
Okay.
Is that a motion? Is that a motion?
Need a second?
The motion is to defer.
Second.
Okay, have a motion by Mr. Owens, a second by
So
Ms.
it's
Palmer,
deferring all the landscape, and then bring the furniture back,
and bringing,
entire
And the
landscape.
sign,
Okay.
this, we already did the sign.
we already did the
We did
signage,
that.
so that's, okay, so
Are
this,
you guys clear on what you need to come back with landscape wise?
Yes.
Can I add one more comment to that motion, that the monument sign show up on the landscape plan
Always, yeah.
and show planting around it?
This is a very sort of vague landscape plan compared to what we normally get, right? Give them show them an example of what we normally see as a
Well,
landscape.
part of this is because really the landscape plan is only for around the patio. Everything else is existing. But we had them add the 3 trees out front that they've got to replace. So,
On this plan, though, it talks about replacing.
well,
a lot of
we
stuff.
also had them add that note just so that, because we knew that Mr. Corkle normally makes that part of his motion, that anything on the site that's dead or dying also gets replaced. So we just had him add that note right to
I
it.
think David's, these are comments.
Yes,
Yeah.
coming right from David.
Everything is.
David and I
replaced
met
except
these
on-
guys out there and talked through the whole thing, and it just is not getting translated over.
Replaces all existing stuff that's dying.
Everything.
So it's take out and put back exactly the same thing.
Yes.
And then the
there.
plan is right there in the front.
Plan is just the front,
It's in
yeah,
the front.
yeah.
So again, I'd like to see the monument sign.
But add the monument sign to it, yeah, and see what the
That makes
plantings are there.
I would also consider putting the yews and gardenias and planters, because that's, I don't know how well that will
Well, they got
do
yews in the
long-term.
planters.
That's just my opinion.
Actually, I think they do have them all in planters.
I know, I would reconsider those particular plants in a planter,
Oh, don't put them in planters.
yes.
Okay.
Because those, I don't know how well those will do long-term in a planter.
Okay.
Those are pretty expensive.
Yeah,
Well, they've got a,
It does add to the requirements for taking care of them.
yeah. I mean, that's kind of a high-maintenance plant and a plant and a planter.
Huge plant.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
mean,
7-gallon going in.
yeah, I mean, so you might want to reconsider maybe something a little more planter-friendly, because I don't think either one of those are really.
Okay, are we,
Yeah.
we could discuss it all day, so
Yeah,
are we,
all right.
are we good? We have a deferral.
No,
to the-
yep. Any other comments about the motion to defer landscaping and furniture? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Okay. Thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, thank
All right. Next applicant this morning is 191 Roswell Street. You're here. Come on down, please. And if you will, make sure you speak into the microphone. You're being recorded. Introduce yourselves this morning and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet today, please.
I'm Dan Gibson. I'm the owner of the property. This is Candace Walker Bundy. She's architect that's working with me, and she was on 400 this morning. They actually turned her around to go opposite way going north, so she was on 400 for an extra hour.
Oh, my
I
gosh.
finally made it, and I'm glad to be here.
We're glad you're here, too.
You just got a nice view of 400.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I will say that is a first.
Do we know what happened?
There have been lots of firsts in 2020,
Oh,
and
boy.
that was another one.
Yeah, and just chalk it up to the year.
Yeah. Bring on 21.
I'm going to do the best that I can to hook up
Yes.
the screen
We're
here,
we're glad they didn't reroute you to I-20. How about that?
That's true.
right?
In 2020.
It looks like they've got all kinds of different.
I've got this, and I've got this. I'm thinking this one's probably going to work the best. No.
I think we mentioned
Somebody is, yeah.
furniture and lighting. What improvement?
Here we go. Maybe this.
So is this going to go, this will probably go into that though, right? And then you have to do that. Yeah, see.
Is this typical? Are people usually coming up here and kind of
No.
You're good.
fumbling around a little bit?
So this will go in.
Usually what I do is fumble around till somebody does it for me.
The prior group had nothing.
And somebody's usually,
I feel like we got it, maybe. Let's see.
I think Brett has to change that. He just.
Oh,
hung there
okay,
for a second.
fabulous, fabulous.
We'll blame it on Brett. Broken. That'll work. I don't know how to do it.
All right. I'll go into,
Should be on you, so as soon as you get the hookup right, it should come up on the screen.
let's see, you tell me if that's not, oh, sorry, Brett.
You're good. What is this, a C? Yeah, that's the.
So there's separation, there's 4 different colors in there.
Let's try this. Maybe that's gonna go in the other one.
Color on the back.
I brought this too, I don't
What
know.
is?
That's just typical like USB.
Thank you.
It didn't work with that one.
Ooh, I like this tissue paper.
That should go there.
I wonder.
All there. You need to like do something, I'm not working with Apple, but do something to send our screen out.
No, not okay. I usually should just pull up. Let me see if I can screen share.
Roger, aren't your shutters iron ore?
What's that? Yeah,
Aren't your shutters iron ore too?
That's everybody.
iron or something else.
So we're okay with the iron ore, I think.
Spend too much time out. Because we want to be home.
There's 3 of them.
I don't know. Well, I can,
You know what?
Brett, I did just email you because I was concerned that we weren't going to, that I wasn't going to make it. I just emailed you all the documents that I was going to be going through. I'm going to continue to try and finagle this, though I don't know why it wouldn't just
I
automatically.
can read the narrative too if you want to get started on. If he wants to get started.
There's a color in between each.
Okay, thanks.
We are.
Window color.
Okay, we should be good.
We can't talk business, though.
I'll just have to
Okay.
funnel through it for you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Road time.
Oh, yeah, here.
Just to start distributing them one at a time.
Actually,
Oh, this right here?
Yeah.
Oh, this- okay, good.
yeah, I've got a
This is what my house is, Alabama. These are also Rogers.
sample here too. Just be careful with the edges.
White Vancouver house. I did
All
that
right.
First.
Okay, I believe we're ready.
All right,
Okay?
lights, camera, action.
Okay, so this is the 191 Roswell Street project. The zoning for this project is C2, general commercial, and this is an existing two-story brick structure. The scope of the project is an interior and exterior renovation to an existing two-story brick commercial house.
Alabaster.
The proposed renovations include design of a new accessible front porch and porch stair
What's your opinion?
with a wall-supported awning, a new ADA-compliant entry ramp that provides access to the front entrances, replacement of the roofing material, the finish only, all new exterior windows and doors, new rear second-level deck with concealed exterior storage below, a new porch railings, and new signage. All exterior renovations are compliant with Section 2.8 building design. The existing wall, floor, and roof framing are to remain. Existing masonry window openings are being adjusted in size and location slightly in order to vertically align windows and doors on both levels. And as you can see here on the screen, this is the existing structure.
Can you orient us, which side is where, according to the site plan? I'm looking at E303 site plan, which is sheet site 1.
Let me just,
So Pat, this is this elevation, bottom right-hand corner
South.
that is Roswell Street.
is Roswell Street.
Okay?
This elevation, top left, is parking lot, faces the community center parking lot.
So it's sort of south,
Yep. This is the rear,
it's actually south.
upper right is the rear of the building.
And that's getting the new deck?
That's getting new decks on both sides, yeah, and the understorage.
Correct.
Vintage doors and vintage windows, they're going away.
Vintage is always.
The landfill.
You're welcome to them. I'll be happy to, I'm a contractor. I'll be happy to relocate them for you if you want to put them on your house.
Need some, Katie?
So this here is the proposed design, and we have a few samples, selections on the drawings, as well as we brought some samples here with us today, and we can distribute those as needed. Per the Alpharetta Downtown Design Guidelines, this structure most clearly exemplifies the mill or mercantile style. In order to comply with the mill style, the following exterior modifications have been taken into account to further align with the structure, or to further align the structure with the mill design characteristics. One, the exterior windows are aluminum clad with a black finish along with black metal railing. The new standing seam metal roofing is a dark bronze finish to contrast subtly with the other metal details of the structure.
I'll tell you what, while you're calling out colors, let's
Sure.
let Dan hold each of those colors up. So let's start back with the window again, the window color, or the window
The window
frame.
color, yeah, that, yes.
All right, so that's the window frame
Yes,
color.
this is the
Okay.
black aluminum clad window.
All right, very good, thank you. And then I think you're talking about the roof color.
Yes,
Or maybe- So that's the standing seam metal roof?
yes, the dark bronze.
And also on the awning in front as well.
Okay, all right, dark bronze.
And then the black metal railing he has there as well. No, this is steel. Same color though.
Color, just,
Right, got it.
It'll be an aluminum clad.
They'll
match. From a manufacturer.
Correct.
okay, very good. All right, how about the building colors then, or I'll let you,
And then the building colors, we selected a neutral palette. We proposed painting the existing brick an off-white color.
It's the alabaster on the.
so that's the alabaster, all right, thank you.
Correct. And then we have tried to ground the base, some of the existing brick, and then some of the new patio and stair sides. We're painting that with a slightly darker color, which is the French gray, to
Okay.
give a little bit of weight to the structure.
To the base.
It goes
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
Everyone?
Okay, thank you, Vanna. Holly?
And then the gauntlet gray is used in some of the detailing, as well as the iron ore to color, or to paint rather, the doors. So again, all a very kind of neutral scheme. The only item that we don't have a sample of with us today is the intention of the stair, which is gonna be a brushed concrete finish.
Just unfinished concrete.
The center stairs, is that what you're talking about?
Correct. The
Correct.
center stair coming up will be a poured concrete stair, and there'll be a poured concrete porch, basically.
What's meant by brick sidewalls on the, they're talking about the risers?
It's really just cladding so what you'll see is you'll see the concrete, kind of the tread of the concrete, but you'll see a brick infill so that marries in with the.
sides.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes, yeah. To try to make it look
It's almost
monolithic.
like a stringer wall.
Okay,
Yeah,
very
it's
good.
Good description.
All right, you got some downspouts and gutters, I guess that's gonna match the roof color,
Correct.
okay? All right,
And by the same manufacturer. so-
okay. All right, anything, any other,
So you got a lot of brickwork to do here, changing the windows and.
yeah,
I was just looking.
A fair amount.
Old building.
Yeah, it is old. It's in
It's a-
awful shape now.
What's the age of the building?
Which will be painted.
I don't know exact time when it was built, but I think it's built in the 50s. Possibly 60s, but 50s or 60s.
Yeah.
okay,
It doesn't even look like the same building. Right, I mean, yeah, it's a dramatic change.
It's an awful building now.
Yeah, it's almost like it would have been easier to tell us what's not changing than what's.
That's the side of it.
To be honest, though, the brick structure is such a good, simple little rectangular
Yeah.
structure, and even the roof, I mean, we're gonna have a lot of work in front of us to just make sure everything is sound and like you said, changing all these
Right. I like it.
openings
Oh.
and everything, but.
Yeah, but that's also, that's the side.
okay, how about on the rear of the building, then you have I guess you have a deck with an enclosed, maybe storage area underneath the deck?
Correct.
All right,
Yeah,
It's like
and
that's-
so the structure of the deck and the rail and everything the rail will match the front rail. It'll be just a simple picket rail.
okay,
That's gonna be on a steel structure, really just a perimeter steel structure. Then we'll have a wood infill but you won't see that unless you're on the deck. So what you're seeing is actually the perimeter. It's a big C channel that runs around the whole deck that then kind of encloses the structure and the boards that you'll be walking on if you're on the deck. So really all you will see as far as the deck is concerned is steel, painted steel. underneath, the structure underneath will be, it'll be a cement board siding, hardy board type, smooth siding, and it'll be painted out the P3, I think.
Correct.
Okay.
So is it like a clapboard siding look, or is it, what kind of siding?
Just a typical lap siding.
Just a typical lap
that
siding.
would be, yeah, it's trying to keep it just very simple, and I'm even doing the smooth siding so it doesn't look
None of that
like
wood
a
grain
textured
stuff.
or anything like that. Really just want it to be kind of monolithic and simple.
And a 4-inch siding as well.
Seems like it should be painted.
Okay. So I guess that's, if it rains, then you just, whatever's down below gets wet. Are you going to do a,
We'll likely do
deck.
some sort of intermediate little lean-to kind of roof that'll be underneath the deck boards, that you can't see in this rendering, and
okay,
it'll be part of our plans that go in.
okay, very good.
And by the way, the little open area on the right-hand side, that's where the condensers will be located for the air conditioning condensers. So that's why it's open underneath there to conceal those so you can't see them, but it has to be able to breathe.
Okay, that explains that. Thank you.
Sure.
And I like where you put your plumbing vents on the back side of the metal roof there, so, okay.
Yeah, the interior's gonna be a complete gut. It already is pretty much gutted, so we have the opportunity to do our utilities however we wanna do them.
Okay, good.
Do you know if we got any comments from Tracy on this?
Yes,
Looked at it.
he,
Yeah,
he looked at the first go-round, and they didn't meet one of the styles in downtown, so they're back, now they're back with this, and he's,
Incorporated in here.
Yeah, and we actually sat down with Tracy and with Brett a few weeks back and went through this and made some modifications based on his notes.
Yeah, because we had this in the agenda previously and it got pulled.
That's correct.
yes, that's right. Okay. All right, any other exterior elevations, materials and/or colors, comments? I think it looks pretty good. You've actually made it look a lot better than it is right now.
That's not that hard to do.
And we're not even talking lipstick on the pig here, we're just talking lipstick.
You've done better than lipstick on a pig, I think, so, okay. All right, so any other changes? I see you've got some lights, maybe some exterior light fixtures that you're putting in.
We do some simple sconces, and we actually have, do we have those that we can pull up?
We have lighting specs, and I actually sent those to Brett, and I can bring this around to you all and share that with you if you would like me to do that.
If Brett has them, he can probably pull them up on the screen, so.
I can scroll the package, but I can't bring anything.
Okay.
Oh.
Why don't you show
Yeah,
show
these are the
'em?
specs.
It's a kind of an industrial
Okay,
picture.
all right.
It's just got the standard package here now.
Oh, okay. Because, yeah, they emailed them to Brett, so it may be on a different. Oh, okay, so they're gooseneck then, fixtures, or kind of a gooseneck. Okay, thank you.
Is it in a different file?
Pardon?
Is it in a different file than this one?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it would have been in the email that I sent out, and it's 191.
There it is.
Very nice.
Got it.
Very nice.
He's got it, so perfect.
Mr. Frank, would you like to see this?
Yeah, sorry, my shoe's falling apart.
Be frank with her, will
Go
you?
down, Brett.
I got a little distracted by what's on the
Great,
floor.
Brett, thank you.
I'll save this for later.
They're right there is what.
You don't want to know what goes on over here.
Those are the sconces off the front. You guys, I think, have all seen them now.
There it is.
Yes.
Okay. Those are nice.
That's right.
Correct.
Yeah.
And these are to be textured black and a frosted glass.
Okay.
Correct.
Got some more functional kind of spot type lighting.
Something you're not going to see much of.
Yes, a dark charcoal.
Okay, any other questions, comments about exterior elevations and colors and materials? All right,
I have a question. I'm sort of curious why the roof is brown when everything else is kind of the blacks and the charcoals.
It's really called dark bronze.
Yeah.
So it's a bronze color that, it's just a color that's,
Something different?
It's a pretty common color for standing seam roofs. Probably the one you're going to see the most is that kind of clear aluminum color but that's a little sheddish, looks to me. So this is a little bit more of that almost sounded, kind of came out right.
It was the mask, don't worry about it.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, it's a pretty, I won't call it decorative, but to me, it's a step up in appearance.
But you're meaning as opposed to a black metal.
Yeah, I'm just trying, I guess I'm too matchy.
Mine's black. Mine's black.
That dark anodized bronze color is one of those.
Yeah.
It's been around forever.
Yeah, it's very dark, right? I mean, it's.
Yes.
The awning the structure of the awning would be black.
Right.
So when you're looking up underneath, you can see that, and then that'll be, so this is kind of all in the gray family and
Can
gray
I
black
see,
family.
just this, maybe this might, you do that.
Brett, do we need to do a site plan approval because of the parking
think
and the
think it should be.
serpentine walk, or is that?
We should.
Okay.
We probably don't
But that's
have
gonna
to
be
because
good.
that was all
I've
worked
got a
out, but
black metal
just for,
and
Did we look at this?
that's
We didn't
shut
really
up.
even look.
we haven't looked at site plan yet.
Really adding that parking
Okay.
Just saying.
deal between the city.
I know we've already talked about this. I just feel compelled to make a note that it's really cool the way you don't have an open deck
Hey, guys.
behind the
Show me what
building.
you're saying.
They're not listening down there.
You can,
I mean, this doesn't have any, this is not pertinent to any kind of regulatory thing, but it's cool the way you create that enclosed space below the deck. 'Cause, of course, that's your front door anyway, coming out of the parking lot, but
Sure,
it's something you don't normally see.
yeah.
So it works well here.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, and we feel like it's a useful addition as well, which
Yeah.
is always nice to have the function.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 00039-191 Roswell Street, motion to approve elevation of materials as presented.
Second?
Okay, you have a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Brown. Any further comments or questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. All right. Let's look at your site plan.
Okay.
Thank you, Brett.
Which one is that?
You gotta back up, it's actually.
It should be as a part of
That's it right
the
there.
presentation.
Presentation's
Yeah,
right there.
The first one?
correct. And then if you scroll down to the
Oh, here we
ninth,
go. Okay.
or, I'm sorry,
The
8,
sign's also in there as well.
6, 7, 8.
So let's use this plan and kind of walk them through, because what I wanted to show the board on this plan, let me zoom in just a little bit. It's, looks like 3. I can't really read that down there. Let me try to,
Yeah,
Site plan -1, site 1.
site one.
Okay, that's all.
I'm not sure also if you guys can answer, how familiar are you with this property and the joint agreement that I have with the City of Alpharetta, the community center next door?
so that's kind of what I was just going to
Yeah.
talk about right here.
Okay.
So as you guys can see here, the future 12-foot pedestrian trail, that's this dashed line that goes through here.
And right now, is that,
Going right through the tree?
You gotta
This
run hard.
tree is, I believe, this tree is scheduled to come out, correct?
I'm sure it is.
Mr. Gibson?
Yeah, I don't think we'd have a
hope
choice
so,
there.
pedestrians are walking through it.
I-
To climb that tree to get
Yeah,
onto the
it's-
trail.
That'd be fun.
The redwood, you
You
go
know,
through the
we're
middle of
working
it.
out.
Gonna put some
It's
ropes
part
on
of
it
its,
so you can.
yes.
There's actually a rope swing. Grab it and.
It's a sequoia, a redwood.
So that's the
Go through the
connection.
middle of it.
That's the connection that'll get back there.
That's the alpha loop, is what that is.
Yeah, that's the alpha. So you had a question then?
No, I just wanted to make sure.
That they knew about that?
Everybody in the party knew
Yeah.
knew that there was some joint, some shared parking agreement. There's the alpha loop. There's also going to be a purchase of the back portion of the property. And that took place a couple of years ago, just the approval of that.
Good. Well, we appreciate you working with the city.
Oh, sure.
Or the city working with you, I guess.
Yeah, so
Mutually
Yes.
beneficial, for sure.
really, the only thing that we need to be, and I'll just put this out because it came up in our staff meeting, the only thing we need to be careful with is we're not constructing this yet. So this paver area, we need to make sure that when you grade this for that sidewalk to come in, that we don't create an issue where we have to have some walls or, something like that in the future to bring this thing across here and maintain, because we want to maintain that same grade that you put on the sidewalk.
Absolutely. Again, I'm a commercial contractor, so I fully understand what we have to do. And we actually have to bring that area up between 2 and 3 feet. The new parking spots that are there, those are spots that I'm responsible for building. They actually are in the community center parking lot, though. So those will be the slots that we're able to use for our building. They cover the square footage in terms of requirements for parking for the building. There is one other thing that's not shown in here, and we're not discussing it today, is the city's agreed to potentially putting a second building site really kind of right in front of the parking there, right in that area where he's putting the mouse there. That would also be shared parking with some of the existing parking in the community center, which most of you probably know is usually pretty vacant. So it is really a good kind of a mutual thing to where we don't have to put a whole bunch more pavement in there and put a parking lot in between 2 parking lots, because you can see the one south of us and then of course the city's north of us. So anyway, that's.
You're coming up 3 feet from those parking spaces to the building? Is that what you said?
Well, what it is the existing parking lot, the existing grade of the city's parking lot that we're tying into there and extending those spaces, I think it's 7 spaces there. Those are about 3 feet higher, roughly, 30 inches, 3 feet higher. If you move southward from those, it drops down significantly. And what it really is when the city leveled out the parking lot and built that all roughly at one elevation, it just was built up a little bit higher than my property.
And you have the run to go 3 feet for handicap?
Pardon?
You have the run to go 3 feet for handicap?
Sure. Yeah, no, it's no problem. Yeah, it's a 1 to 20 and yes, no issue. And the grade changes as it comes to the building too. It's as you go from the parking lot to the new parking spaces directly south into my building, that's where there's a grade change. As you probably, I don't know this for sure, but I think it's probably not the same elevation, but I bet it's less than a foot of a difference between the building, the back corner of the building, and those new parking spots. It's literally, because my property drops as it goes backwards, as it goes to the west.
The landscape plan shows the topography.
There you go.
Nice to meet you.
So if you're looking at the landscape plan, then you can see the grade. You see those are 1 foot contour lines. So we're really almost level with the building, pretty much level, according to the design.
Okay. Any other site plan issues? I guess, how about trash removal? Just, you have trash cans you roll out to the street? Is that you don't have a dumpster or anything?
Do not have a
like that?
dumpster. No, sir. It's only a 2,000 square foot building, so we don't plan on generating a whole lot of trash. It's office use too. I'm going to be in the top floor and probably will lease out a portion of the bottom floor.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, while we're looking at landscaping, we're going to talk about landscaping. It's quiet.
Oh, I'm not presenting.
Looking, A5.
All right, why don't you talk to us about the landscaping? We've got that pulled up on our monitor right now.
Okay, all right. Well,
That's pulled up.
most of the existing, well, let me start. So if you look to the south of the building, south being bottom of the page, there's an existing stand of evergreen screening. And there are some existing trees, but for the most part, everything you're seeing in this landscape plan is new plantings. There's several, I think I can't remember if it's 3 or 5 new oaks. There's a couple of sugar maples. There's some black gum trees. They're scattered throughout. There's a pretty good legend up. I can't see the top of the page now, but the pretty good legend that tells you which plants are which, and the vast majority of these are shrubs. There's, the one thing I really wanted was to have hardy plants that don't require a whole lot of tending, and they did a pretty good job of the landscape architect came up with a fairly good variety of plants. You can see up there, we've got a lot of good hardy stuff: hollies, laurels, boxwoods. There's some azaleas, and then also some lower, more decorative stuff: daylily, and some liriope that's in select places. I heard you guys talking earlier with the previous person about the ground cover. You can see our front monument sign has got a nice little planting area around it, so that'll be where the lower, more decorative plants are. I can't remember which is there, if it's daylily or the liriope.
Yeah, can you point out where the monument sign is on that?
Yes. And actually, if we go back to the site.
It's in the circle.
The site plan on page 7, yes, it is inside of that circle.
Oh, okay. So you have boxwoods, daylily.
In here?
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah, boxwoods and daylilies.
So we'll see that.
Or
Are
seasonal
we
plant.
seeing that today, too, signage?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
it's in
yeah,
the
There
package,
was one, that's right.
Yeah.
or a monument and the wall
The
sign.
building sign,
Are you
wall sign.
doing anything where the future path is gonna be?
Other than getting the grade right now. I mean, we will have plenty of plants right on I'll call it the 191 side as opposed to the city side of the Alpha.
I mean, what happens, that you're gonna grade that, but then what are you gonna put? It's not just gonna be dirt. I mean, what are you gonna put there?
Good question. Really, I think the vast majority of, if you start from Roswell Street, that would probably stay as is for now, because there's trees and things like that would have to be taken down for the.
Pretty wild and overgrown right now, isn't it?
It is. We could clean up all that, of course.
Seems like you need to do something in there.
It does say sod all disturbed area.
Yeah, I was gonna say we'd put whatever
That was
ground
pretty
cover
minor
we need
comment.
down if, when we grade anything, I couldn't leave exposed dirt there anyway because of sedimentation reasons. So we would have some sort of ground cover, whether temporary, whether it's,
I think your grading starts about right here, doesn't it? Right around in there is where you're gonna start.
that's a good bet.
So these two lines right here are the trail. So this is what I think he's talking about. He'll
Right.
kind of remain existing, and then this will probably go sod or.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an all, if I remember right, it's just sort of an overgrown.
Yeah, it's pretty-
Unmaintained.
Yeah.
It is. What we could do is leave the trees there now, because
Clean it up.
really the Alpha Loop really splits our property line.
Yeah.
So I can't really, or probably shouldn't be over in the city's property anywhere. There's a curb line, there's probably 5 foot of landscape
Yeah.
between theirs and my property. So yeah, I certainly, if we're gonna be doing all this other landscape, I would definitely want to clean that area up.
Because it would look funny just having this wild overgrown thing, right?
Yeah, I'm not planning on getting this building
Jungle.
looking good and having that left
Clean it up.
unfinished, yeah. But good question, though. That's something completely out of my control. I don't know when the city is going to do the Alpha Loop.
Right, that's
in
what I'm
that
thinking. It
area.
could be a while, so
Yeah, that's right.
you probably don't want the ugly overgrown thing right there.
So if we need to specify something, then I will clean up that whole area to where any kind of the scrubby undergrowth is gone, and then we have, simple, whether it's pine beds around the trees or whatever for the time being.
Right.
And then as we get into that area where we are regrading, we'll put a grass, we'll seed or sod it to be able to maintain the dirt that's there.
Yep.
Now, a question about the northern property line that's adjacent to where your parking spaces are. I'm assuming that the city wants you to create a 5-foot landscape strip there because that panhandle end of your property looks like it's overplanted in ways that you may not need to. But you may be being directed by the city to plant that.
This is all our.
That's to the left of what our image is here on the screen now.
Over here?
Yeah, left of there. Yeah, that area, Brett. Yeah.
Yeah, here's your property line. So this will be his 5-foot landscape strip.
And then that will,
And the trail goes through here and will turn and, yeah.
We'll go through the.
so that planting will only
So
last until.
hoping that, I think what the city's hope and intent is that when we do the trail, that this, what would then be, somewhat mature landscaping will be able to remain. No sense in putting it in and then, demoing it.
Yeah,
Like it goes right
because
across.
it runs across the trail.
There's a
now.
lot of it in the trail.
Well, we don't know where the trail, we don't know where it's gonna go. I mean, it's proposed right there, but we don't know exactly, where it's gonna cross or if it's gonna come this way and go down. It's just not,
thought
there's
there
not
was
a defined plan on that yet.
I thought there was gonna be a building there.
Well, there could be a building down here.
Okay.
You know what I'd like to do? I'm glad you brought it up. To be honest, I didn't even cross my mind. But what if I shift those shrubs to the curb line, the new curb line?
Parallel to the,
I don't
Yeah.
think we can do that because that wouldn't meet your 5-foot landscape strip requirement.
Landscape strips for trees.
Well, I really don't have a 5-foot landscape strip when the Alpha Loop goes through it, so.
Well, right, but for right now, at your property line, you have to do a 5-foot landscape strip, and so that's what's shown right here.
How about if we just put grass there for now?
You have a certain requirement of trees, which I think is 1 per 40 feet of length. Shrubs, doesn't matter.
Why do they have to have a
Well, you figure that out.
landscape strip there? Because it's parking?
I think they're all shrubs that are shown there.
You got 3 trees.
It's
An English laurel. There's 3 English laurals and basically some shrubs there
Entire property line?
that are going across the Alpha Loop. So,
You have 3 sugar maples.
if you're different zonings.
you're talking about overall in the property?
No.
If 5
Three
feet,
sugar maples.
like if you were going commercial to residential, it's
2 down by the parking and then 1 up in the top left corner plan view.
But this isn't going through the loop. This
Yep.
isn't technically going.
Yeah, the 2 sugar maples that are up there by the parking are in between the loop and the parking. And it'd be a good place for them. The only question is, when the loop is developed, will it affect those?
Yeah. You're gonna have an LDP for this anyway, right? So,
Sure, yes.
so that team is the same one that's doing the,
You're gonna have a certain amount of trees you gotta put in the landscape strip.
yeah.
Per 5 feet or per 40 feet, and then just stay out of the, like, to the
Frank.
point about it, you don't need to overshrub it for any reason.
Okay.
You're saying we don't need to put more shrubs in.
I'm saying that, but staff might have a different
But
aspect of it.
well, you'll work out the final landscape plan
Mr. Owens'
during your
point is
LDP.
Pretty well planted on the perimeter, and I'm not quite sure why.
Might not need those.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
Save money. Save money.
Especially the stuff that's in that future. Anyway.
No, it's a
Okay.
good point.
Yeah, thanks for that.
All right. Anything else on landscaping? Let's look at your
Quick question on hardscape. It's all pavers,
Pavers, correct.
and is that just because, or is it gonna make it impervious?
It's pervious pavers.
It's pervious.
They are pervious.
Correct.
That's the hit your number?
As like.
Correct.
Right, for the stormwater.
Okay, what do those look like?
Honestly, I don't
Pavers.
have them selected, to be honest.
What would you like them to look like?
Again, I don't care what it looks like from the right of way. You know, is it?
There's a drawing number CD-3 that shows that in detail.
Shows what kind of
The paving, yes.
I should have studied my own drawings better.
Thank you, the end.
Is it this one, Mr. Owens?
Right there in the center. The note is in the center there, center of the drawing.
Oh, it says C.
Below there.
See sheet CD3 for detail.
It's halfway on the walkway between the building and the parking.
Right, where was CD3? Did you find that sheet?
That's what we're asking.
I don't think we have that.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's probably just the civil's standard detail. I'm just wondering what the pavers, you have a manufacturer cut sheet of those. What do those look like?
yeah,
Brick,
I'm thinking there's a product made by Boral, and
what color it is.
Yeah.
right.
If he hasn't picked it out yet, we can't really.
Well, I mean,
Staff on it.
Yeah,
I think we can do, I'd be comfortable with going to staff because it's clearly gonna have to have a final staff approval because of being on city property.
Certainly, yeah.
And the fun part is the maintenance of it, if you're going for pervious.
Well, they'll if,
Need to vacuum it every year and.
well, it's the nice, huge rock bed, basically, that you have to build up underneath it, too, in order to yeah, I've done a few sedimentation or stormwater retainage type things like that, so, yeah, I'm pretty reasonably versed in it. But in all honesty, I didn't even think about the pavers,
Bless you.
as far
Bless
as
you.
giving you guys something to look at.
Okay,
I think the only thing left is sign, right? This monument sign? She did building and elevations and materials and colors, site plan and landscape.
Photometrics, but they were clear, they were for bollards, so that's fine.
okay. Any questions about the monument sign that's in the center of the circle there?
Well, it just says wood signs painted PT1 or PT2. I mean, do we need to say one or the other?
Signs,
Or
one, or with,
Looks like the back side is one and then the trim is one.
It's not very big, but it's got a bit of a plan.
It's nice that it's not overpowering.
How big are those letters?
How big are the letters? If the sign itself is 12 inches tall, then let's say that those are taking up about 6 inches of height,
Yeah, they're not very big.
total. So then each individual letter is probably about 1.5 inches to 2 inches.
and you'll need to put a number on somewhere on that post or somewhere, I assume.
Oh, yeah.
They're,
Another
Address,
one.
your address number.
they're the building, either one.
No,
So the letters, I guess, are they black?
Correct,
And are they, raised letters?
correct.
Okay.
It's meant to be simple wood sign. It's not trying to be flashy, trying to be.
I like the steel I-beam
Yeah, I do too.
with the wood from it. I like that. I think that's gonna go nicely with the kind of, what the mercantile guy building might have had left over, and I think that'll,
Well, the eye rings too kind of have that.
yep.
Just curious, like if you're standing in front on the sidewalk looking at your building, are you looking at it like this, or is it going to be facing, so if you're driving, you can see it?
It's going to be.
running- Sorry, go ahead.
Do you know what I mean?
It's perpendicular, so you're driving, you're gonna be.
Okay, so what is the front of the post? I mean,
It's an actual I-beam. So you'll see a steel section of an I-beam.
okay.
I'm a construction guy. So
It's a nice
it's a
statement.
construction material kind of.
any lighting You gonna plan to light the sign?
I think we have some uplighting, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there was some landscape uplighting in the,
I didn't
That's
see
in
that
our,
part.
in our.
Okay.
in that other lighting plan.
Okay. All right, any other sign questions?
And then the one that's on the building, did we already go over them?
That's right above the
Yeah.
monument sign they just showed us.
I guess that with that dark gray, they'll be the same dark gray.
Yes. Same color scheme.
That's right.
Okay, so we've got site plan, landscaping, and signage still to go through.
And lighting, I guess.
Lighting, yeah.
Yep.
No, not
Thought we had to
necessarily.
do separate.
I think it's pretty easy that we could
I-
combine
if you-
those.
There's really nothing that we're accepting.
I think you can do it all. It's, we're not, there wasn't a bunch of changes or anything,
Yeah,
so we
I think
don't
it's
have,
pretty
yeah,
straight.
so,
We're approving elevation, sign,
already did elevation.
Elevations have been done.
landscape.
Landscape, sign, and lighting, as presented, basically.
But with, you don't, with the landscape, with the suggestions of less shrubs, more, or the trees?
Work with staff.
Work with staff on
I mean,
that.
if they want to put in that many, it's fine.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a
Okay.
motion in regards to DRB 200039, that we approve what was presented today for the landscape plan, the signage, and the lighting, and they will work with staff on that 5-foot section near the path.
I second.
Okay, a motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Mr. Owens. You know, she did
I
not.
did landscape, signage,
No.
and lighting.
Yeah, she did not capture the site plan, so we still need to do that. But anyway, so landscape signage and lighting is what we're looking at in this motion. Any comments or questions about the motion on the floor?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that comment about cleaning up the section on the property line where the Alpha Loop is gonna go.
Okay, so
You
it
guys
just
are cool with
gets
that, right?
added as a note, basically.
Yeah.
And that could be a staff item.
What's that?
Very staff.
And you're suggesting that can be a staff item?
Yeah, I don't think we need to amend the motion. I
No.
just wanted to clarify it for the minutes that the applicant has agreed to clean up that
Good.
section along the property line.
Makes sense.
where The Alpha Loop is gonna go.
Okay, very good. Any other comments or questions about the motion?
I just had one, that's the pavers to be approved by staff.
Okay.
Should that be the same, or that's landscape?
Well, they're going to be working with staff on the landscape, so yeah, okay. But good point. All right. Anything else? There being no further questions, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 7-0. Okay, we still got site plan.
I don't think there's any issue there.
Somebody want to offer?
Mr. Chairman, regarding, where is that? DRB 200039191 Roswell Street. Make the motion, we approve the site plan in the motion.
Second.
Oh, my gosh.
No,
All right.
you were first.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Mr. Swing. I think I heard that one first, so.
Just said it louder.
Any comments or questions about the site plan, or about the motion on the floor about the site plan? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion to approve the site plan, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 7-0. Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you
Great
for your
job.
time.
Nice job.
Thank you, guys.
For your time. Thank you.
Appreciate it, appreciate it.
Dan,
All right.
your approval. So put this, a copy of this on the first page of your LDP set.
Right.
Okay,
That's when they ask for DRB stuff, that's what they're gonna be asking for, is that page right there.
all right, we're going to take a
Thanks.
recess. We're going to take a recess until 12:30-ish.
Each,
Come, yep, 12:30-ish. Come back here,
that means we go to
and we'll get going with our
9 and 59
our
seconds.
afternoon applications. Thank you.
Happy Friday, y'all.
Happy Friday, yes.
Thanks. Yeah, you too.
Do you want to go down 400?
You can share back. Right.
I better eat in a hurry, because I eat
Are
slowly.
there other paint samples up there?
Other paint samples, oh, those, yep.
No, that's not it. Here's it.
Thank you.
Civil works and capping, so. Well, that, part of what's going to go through the Yeah, yeah. They're gonna have to match up with us, which will hopefully be
Yeah, I
better.
Googled it, two words, one word.
Normal.
Normally it would
I don't, it is a weird, I refer to it as what it's, what?
Bigger sample.
Sure.
So,
Hey.
let me turn it on to the screen so you see when you're all connected. We were running just a little bit behind, so we just ran in to grab some lunch. So we'll be 15, 20 minutes, hopefully.
I thought we were invited to lunch.
Well, I wish.
Everybody but me?
Yeah, everybody but you. That's right. The complainer.
Me?
Nah, you're good.
Brett, good seeing you, dude.
Good to see you. Yeah, so you should be on, Steve, so when you plug up,
Is there a way to plug in?
yes, there's connections, all kinds of, yep, all
Oh,
the.
every kind of connection there? I just need, I guess,
Yeah, the
HDMI.
other connections all attached to that HDMI if you don't have
Okay.
HDMI.
Yeah, I do have HDMI. Okay.
We'll be out in just a few.
Okay.
Yeah, happy Friday to you.
The neighbors dropped off.
Yes, they had some sort of company emergency where Chris and somebody else had to go out of town. So they weren't gonna be able to be here today, so we'll just have to wait till next month.
I assume this thing has HDMI.
December it'll be, and it's gonna be virtual.
Okay.
Thought it did.
The link on our website.
Got to, there we go.
Right, so we're all gonna be virtual. It'll be on Zoom.
Okay. Is that better, or?
Hey, hey.
Got it. All right, enjoy lunch.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet it's, there we go. All right. Let me try, yeah, let me try back here.
That's cool.
It might be up and down. I haven't used it a lot. Yeah, there we go. So, there we go, yeah. Make sure we'll just scroll through.
And it's showing you over here what's up there, so.
Landscape plan, elevations. Is there a way to zoom in? No, it's not. I can see it. They like that, the rooftop units. They want to make sure you can't see the rooftop units, the signage. And then for some reason, when we talk about the photometric, they can't. I don't know what they do.
Have you met with the arborist?
I have not, but Peter Frawley, our landscape architect, I always hire him in Alpharetta because him and David Shostak are pretty tight.
Good.
So unfortunately, he can't be here today. He got exposed to COVID, and he's got a family member that's like 90 that lives in his house, so he was a little freaked out. But this plan has been reviewed by David Shostak, and this plan that we have has incorporated all of the comments that David had for the landscape. So if they get super technical, I might have to text Peter. But, I mean, it's got the plant list here. I don't know what they want to see or need to see.
The one question, these 3 trees, they want to put those out on the street?
Mm-hmm. Because they have that little streetscape, you know, with the sidewalk and the trees between the sidewalk and the road.
We don't have them there now, I don't believe.
Mm-mm.
And that's a requirement?
I mean, that's what he tells me.
So I'm just curious.
Because the requirement for, you know, I guess our property line, or David's property line's from here to here, right?
Correct.
Is to do the streetscape and
I would just wonder why they would make you do it there.
when they didn't make you do it there.
But we had to do everything else.
Probably just the requirements of.
Yeah.
2 years ago.
How long ago did you do the self-storage?
At least 2 years. 3 years ago.
About
3 years ago. They're a little more stringent on car dealerships for some reason, because of the cars and,
Well, I'm not gonna say anything, I was just
Yeah.
curious of,
yeah, I don't,
because we did, was done by Land Plus,
Did the,
and we had to incorporate the entire 14 acres in our landscape plan.
really? But you had a ton that's trees, right? Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
so you got a shitload of landscaping on your site.
Right.
I just want to make sure that they're just not overdoing it. If we get approval, I'd let.
If we get approval, we can make,
Just have those guys review it.
yeah.
I mean, David's reasonable.
You already have the trees here, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, just not the trees, just not the trees in the streetscape. but Between the, I think the landscape plan takes the longest to.
That was the hardest part, was the landscaping. Oh, your buddy, Asmani? That's what you said. I hope you get to do one there. Get to work with him again. I'll send you. City of Atlanta.
City of Atlanta, hey, hey, hey. They're not fun.
The fact that it's a permittable use, we can put in garage for a little storage, and then I've got a crash pad, so I don't have to drive back and forth 6 days a week from Macomb. Which is not bad, but traffic is definitely
Getting
back to normal.
right. Traffic was awesome,
Yeah.
like April and May, right? April and June.
Wonderful.
Yeah. It was nice like this, it'd be good.
100 miles, and I can do it in 80 minutes.
Right, exactly. Well, I think, I don't, oh, no, their names are right up there. Yeah, I don't know any people. I know Richard, but that's it.
For the same guys that we talked to right now.
We did self-storage. I don't know how often they, I don't know what their cycle is for their term limits. I think each one is appointed by a commissioner.
Well, like Brett, I stayed in contact with him.
Yeah, Brett's great.
Guys, I'm invisible. You need me.
I mean, I can do it, so we, unless they ask me a question, I think I can.
So Steve, you guys just busted it wide open?
Yeah, right now I mean, COVID, thankfully, I guess for our clients and particular market sectors that were kind of our primaries, COVID didn't affect it, so. I think right now we're technically having a better year financially in 2020 than we did in 2019, with a lot of backlog going into 2021, so.
You guys just finished up a couple of dealerships on South. Was it Angela? Did you do the Volkswagen or?
We didn't do either one of those, no.
No?
We did it's been a while, we did Hennessy Porsche, Hennessy Jaglander, we're about to do some more work at Jaglander. Vernon Kraus owns the Angela Kraus Lincoln. That project, my understanding, didn't go well, so he became our client after that project was finished.
Okay.
We're doing a couple of stores for him right now, not in Atlanta. but
Brett mentioned that we're just rattling off stuff that you guys had done.
We're pretty much people think it's a car dealership we did it, so.
Hennessy had another contract
quickly than the United States. It's about seven.
So Peter's involved with the dealership, is Mark involved?
Mark's pseudo, yeah, he's involved. Mark's son, Robert's kind of taken over. There's three brothers. Peter controls, or under his purview is Lexus, Porsche, and Honda. Mark is the Jag Land Rover. All the Jag Land Rovers, three Jag Land Rover stores, Buckhead, North Point, in Gwinnett, and also Cadillac in Gwinnett is Mark's. And then Steve Hennessy has Buick GMC Mazda on the south side, and then Ford Lincoln in Chambers.
Yeah, I met Mark. He was on the director of Georgia Bank with me years ago.
Yeah, Mark's, I know Mark from 20 years, Mark's nice guy. Office, retail, pretty much anything commercial, restaurants, mixed, not multifamily, what do we think residential-ish, maybe plus residential. We're doing a lot of aircraft, right now the private aircraft has exploded since COVID. People, hangars, we just finished an FBO, which is like a terminal, for Atlantic Aviation, at PDK with a couple of new hangars. We're actually going to build offers hangar right now.
Where's that? Where's that?
It's at Fulton County Airport. And we're working on one in Nashville, a new FBO. Atlantic Aviation. There's some self-storage stuff. Pretty much. We're not geared up to do anything more than about 4 stories. When you break 4 stories, it starts getting a little different from the construction side. Right now, the first 2 floors are a Volkswagen dealership. The 3rd floor is a car museum. And the 4th floor are corporate offices. And the 5-story parking deck connection back to that section. Land's getting more and more expensive and less available, so people are starting to go garden up behind that parking decks. Used to, parking deck was a no-no. And now everybody's, well, I've got several projects right now because I need more parking, I just stick my foot on the ground payment. What's land brings? It cost about $1 million an acre to construct an acre area, about 40,000 square feet of parking deck you built about $1 million. So what's the land that much? Start stacking them up, and then it's 6-story, 5-story, 6-story. Using our retail decks, these are car storage for automotive decks. It was a Piper Bright forever. Now, I think 2 years ago, we did the Lazy Boy store on North Park Parkway, and because there's actually, at that point, I just had breakfast before, we were so with him, just get his feedback. He had changed to it. It was like a lot of construction
getting close to starting. Bear with us.
Doing all right, Rich?
Yes, yes. How are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, we finished our, before we hit our recess, we finished a little later than we should have, so.
This isn't a zoning case, but this is a zoning case that you check. No. It's actually been good for us in COVID zoning. Almost people are scared to show up, yeah. And so I've had 3 zoning hearings here since COVID started. There was nobody from the public, where you normally knew you would have some opposition, but they just didn't come.
I saw one in the city of Alpharetta, they showed up.
Yeah, well, Alpharetta will, yeah.
The city of Sandy Springs, I mean.
That's what I heard.
Oh, Sandy Spring, yeah.
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 I heard, my development clients, these, one of the projects are holding that for a while, because they're having those. If they fall asleep, just yell louder.
Keep talking.
Yeah. Just say, oh, you agree.
It'll be one down from the morning, or really sleepy from the lunch.
Yeah. Everything so far has gone swimmingly, so I'm assuming this will too.
I hope so. Seems to be the right spot,
After lunch is a pretty good spot to hit them.
Oh, yeah.
The one right before,
After, yeah, we have the perfect time.
yeah, the one right before and the one right after are pretty good.
Yeah. Hungry or sleepy.
Last is a toss-up.
Yeah, last is a toss.
It's either they're prepared, let's get them out of here, or I don't want to spend any more time thinking about this, I'm done, defer it. You know. So,
Well, the good news is you know these guys, you know they'll do a great job, and
you guys did,
Last thing we did was the lazy boy store. North Point.
yeah, but did you do the Volvo?
We did not do Volvo.
Ford? No?
Hennessy Jack Land Rover.
You did Hennessy Jaguar Land Rover, yeah.
And Porsche, but Porsche is actually in Roswell.
Porsche in Roswell, yeah.
That's not with that weird
Yeah.
back and forth.
Yeah.
I don't have a spare, though.
I didn't mean to. You're an invincible.
Might have had to slap your country.
Bumpkin.
All right, none of that.
Call me redneck.
Redneck. Hey, Redneck.
Can you be redneck in San Diego?
I don't, do they even have
California?
country folk in California?
Well, San Diego's called East County.
Bakersfield, Central Valley.
Tell Katie.
Brett, are we ready?
Yeah.
All right. All right, let's end our recess this afternoon and get going with our next applicant. And that will be Carriage Kia of Alpharetta. Come on down, come on up, please. Looks like you're all set up for us. All right, if you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself this afternoon, and give us a review of our package, please.
Perfect.
Or your application.
I'm Steve Ellis with Pro Building Systems, representing Carriage Kia Automotive Group, or Carriage Automotive Group. We're proposing a new Kia store here on the West Side Parkway.
Okay, good. Take it away.
All right.
Site
So I'm
plan.
going to start with the Google Earth here. Just you can see the subject property, Mansell Road, West Side Parkway. Right there at Mansell is a pretty good concentration of automotive dealerships currently. There's Ford, Lincoln, Volvo, Jag Land Rover, which we actually built that store, and the Porsche store, as well as the Maserati store there on the west side. And our property is here at just right down West Side to the west, I guess, next to the self-storage facility across from, I believe it's Caliber Collision, and then there is also a hotel directly across the street. So this is our site survey. It's a challenging site, to say the least. It's one of those, I say it's got one of everything. We've got a Georgia power easement, we've got wetlands, we've got a stream buffer, so and we've got extreme grade change. So I think it's kind of got every aspect of
Makes it fun.
Lucky you.
Makes it fun, exactly. So it took us a minute to get it worked out, but I think we honestly think we have a good plan. So this is the site plan, and Roger Blackwell is here with us with Site Development Partners, who put together the site plan. Sean Ramus is here with us, who owns the property. So this is our site plan. West Side Parkway on the top. I've highlighted the Georgia Power easement in red, the wetlands in blue, and the stream buffer there in green. The road that comes off of West Side and goes to the west there to the self-storage building is existing, the one that's kind of lightly shaded. We would tie into that connection. The Kia store is centered on the site, central on the site, facing West Side Parkway. Showroom on the east, service drive where customers drop off their cars, which is the majority of the traffic at an auto dealership, is through the center. The service department is on the right-hand side. And you'll notice from this plan that none of the overhead doors or anything into the service department are facing West Side Parkway. They're all to the west. And then in the rear, we have the car wash and detail components of the dealership, but they're behind the building, not in any view from the right-of-way. You'll also notice that, well, you may not notice, but if you look closely, we have a retaining wall that kind of runs along the blue line there. We're right in front of the wetland zones. That's correct, Roger? We do have the retaining wall going into the part of the impervious buffer, but we're not paving that. We're just putting the retaining wall there so that we can make up some of the slope. One kind of anomaly to this dealership is we're underparked pretty significantly. We'll address that with off-site parking. But we are having the entire basement of this facility will be inventory storage that's protected. So we're going to get we believe right now, we haven't got into the high level details, but around 69 to 70 cars will be stored underneath the building that will be accessed. So if you come in the dealership here, can you see my mouse? Yeah.
Yes.
Here, this is the service drive where most of the service customers will come. Those cars will then exit out across kind of a bridge, go around to the service department. But this here slopes down, because we're also trying to help with the grade change there, to a plateau, and then continues to slope down. And there's an entrance underneath the building here into the garage that's essentially a subterranean parking garage.
Okay. Getting creative.
Getting creative, yeah. We're it's a 6-ish acre site. We've got about 3 acres usable. So to make it work, that's what we needed to do. You notice we are double stacking the cars along the front. We do have some other stacking here just for storage of inventory vehicles, but the majority of the inventory will be stored off-site.
Okay. So stormwater detention, for instance, where does that?
Stormwater detention will be underground.
Okay.
Roger, do you have any thoughts on?
I'm Roger Blackwell, Site Development Partners. We designed the self-storage facility as well.
Okay.
And when we designed it, we, just move them out? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we designed it's a walled stormwater pond back in this area, and it was designed to accommodate the development on this site,
Okay.
as well as the self-storage. So we plan on just tying into that and demonstrating that we're not exceeding the impervious area that was designed for, and should
Right.
be done at that point.
Very good. And then dumpsters, recycling area, looks like that may be to the south, is that south? No, that's be west, I guess.
Yeah, project.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, dumpsters in this area right here.
Okay. All right. Any other site questions at this point? One? Okay,
The wall, the retaining wall, where is that again?
Okay, it basically follows,
The green?
oh yeah, here it is.
Basically follows the blue line.
And I know we won't see hardly any of it, but how big does that get at some point, or?
Next page is your grading plan.
Oh, do we have the grading plan in here?
There you go.
Okay, did it? Okay, oops, touching too many things here, what am I doing? There we go. I can't quite see, but, from memory, the wall actually gets significantly, tall right in this area where you're up at the higher level, starting to slope down, but on you're, still down at the, floodplain level down below. So I think it gets up to about 30 feet right here, but then it slopes down quickly to maybe around 8 or 10 foot coming around, and then back up taller here, and then of course sloping down as it gets further away from the parking.
and let's see, just follow the outline, can you show us the outline of the wall or the extent of the wall? Just what you may be using your cursor or your mouse.
Yeah, starts here,
Okay,
follows around, follows the heavy line, which is the floodplain. Oops. Trying not to jump the page again. And then here, we moved it out to get it further away so we can slope down and minimize the wall. Here, we're going around the easement, which the access easement to the stormwater pond comes here around like this. So we'll go around that, and then it slopes out in this area here.
okay.
And which side of that is the exposed side?
The
building
back
or
side.
The back side.
Toward the creek in the woods, yeah.
Okay.
So I don't believe you'd visually be able to see the wall at all from West Side Parkway.
Okay.
But once you see the landscape plan, you'll see as well, it's pretty heavily landscaped.
Okay, good. All right, any other site plan questions? All right, let's jump to how about the exterior elevations and materials?
One other quick thing, I guess you guys are pretty familiar with West Side Parkway, but we are also dealing with kind of an extreme slope on the road here. It's down at about 990 at the bridge, gets up to about 1,006 right here. So it's pretty significant elevation change there.
Okay, all right, good.
Let's go. All right, landscape plan. Frawley and Associates, Peter Frawley did our landscape plan. Unfortunately, he was unable to attend today. He had been exposed to COVID, and he has an 89-year-old family member living in the house, so he is
Good
currently
idea not to go.
self-quarantining. But I can say that this landscape plan was prepared by Frawley and Associates. It was submitted to the city, and David Shostak and his team have reviewed it. He had a few comments which have been addressed, which had to do with some of the trees in the islands here, some of the trees in the islands here. We sent it back, and Peter told me this morning that he has the nod from David Shostak on the landscaping plan. I can answer any basic questions, but highly technical, I'm gonna have to.
I've got a question. Is there an established street tree out on West Side Parkway in this area? I noticed this plan
has the street trees?
Has Zelkovas. Never been a great fan of Zelkovas, but then there's, I don't know what the little ones are.
Dogwood? No.
They are dogwood.
Yeah, eastern dogwood, yeah.
Which probably has something to do with the power lines underneath them.
Yeah, because there's a Georgia Power easement there.
But is there an established street tree program out there anywhere? Or just kind of a standalone?
I don't think so, yeah.
The only thing that's going to be out there is the property next door,
Self-storage?
self-storage.
What about across the street? That's a hotel, right?
That's Roswell.
That's what?
Roswell.
Oh, it is?
Across the street, Roswell, really?
Yeah.
You didn't know that?
Sorry.
Borders are very bizarre.
I knew this was Alpharetta.
Yeah, very odd
Yes, it's
borders.
Roswell.
That's Roswell, yeah.
That's why it's Old Roswell Road.
We don't have
right
to
there.
put the street trees. We kind of discussed that earlier. I don't think that there are not street trees at the self-storage, and this could have been.
Okay.
Not sure why there aren't street trees at the self-storage. Sean, maybe you can help with that. Do you remember why there's not a tree out, why there's not a street tree plan out there?
I'm Sean Rasmus, I own the self-storage in here.
If you'll come speak into the microphone. Thank you, Sean.
Trees on the building side of the property line.
I'm Sean Rasmus, I own the self-storage and developed it and worked with the city of Alpharetta. The plan that we put in was all approved
by you guys, probably 4 years ago. With David's, vision, we carried it all the way to the old Roswell Road intersection, where the traffic light was coming in. If you remember, Rock Mill Road used to dissect this property in half. It had been owned by GE, since the 80s. And we came in, there was never any design to continue Old Roswell Road into the site until we came along and we offered to put in the access road. So we landscaped both entrances and west side going east, all the way up to the right out, right in, to the end of, our property line goes all the way up to Sam's, to where the self-storage would stop.
Okay. So there's, in front of the self-storage, there is a row of trees on the building side of the sidewalk.
That is correct.
Yes.
And these trees here, outside of these 3 street trees that show in this plan, the little small green circles there, those are all trees that are existing that were put in as part of Sean's original development.
Correct.
That's why they show up on the tree protection and existing conditions plan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like they're elms.
Yeah, those are elms.
And or a maple or two.
And they were all specimen trees. They, had to be 4-inch caliper, which were verified. David signed off and was out there recently to move our bond, and everything was approved and acceptable.
I think I understand why it's so cool, is just because it's the visibility underneath the tree.
I think it looks like the street tree theme is gonna probably be a 25-foot elm. I don't know what variety, but, you see on their site where the power lines kind of nip the corner, so they can get, and I think David.
And there's an overhead power line right there that runs across west side, kind of right.
Yeah.
Probably those 4 dogwoods are there.
Correct, exactly.
Yeah, I think David and I talked about that, and we had a conversation with Peter Frawley about it too, and I don't remember now what the thought process was. I do know that there is some, let me pull up the landscape plan here. The latest rendition that I saw, Peter still had some issues. I gotta make it bigger here so I can see it.
The 4-inch elms that are already there now towards the self-storage versus the 4-inch Zelcova.
So guys, Peter is showing this line for some reason as what he's thinking that Georgia Power easement is continued, which is why you can see he tucked one tree back here and then one tree back a bit here, but that's not the Georgia Power easement. So we need to let him know that's not the Georgia Power line right there. So these can be double planted or like
This plan.
the new plan shows.
Yeah, this plan addresses those comments.
So
You're absolutely correct.
Did he double plant them
He did.
or did he do?
You see, they're double planted here.
Okay.
And these islands are double planted here.
Okay.
I believe also there's additional plantings in this finger island, I believe, as well as that one.
Yes.
Since the initial plan that was submitted, that was from conversation back and forth with David Shawstock and Peter.
So what we kind of talked about, Mr. Owens and Mr. Corkle, since you're probably a little more familiar, is those you see they've got double rows of parking out there.
I get it.
Right.
So technically, the code would say you should have one at each end of a parking row. It doesn't necessarily say because you contain 2 cars in the same spot. So technically, there should be 4. The way we can read the code is that one could be larger, then street forward be a little smaller, give it a little better design, or a center one could be larger and 2 flanking smaller trees so that David was a little bit concerned with the size of island is right for a 1 tree. It's right for 2 trees, but if you put 2 big shade trees in that same square footage, he said, I don't think the viability is really well there.
Yeah.
So that's why we said, and you can see it on the four-group side, on the right-hand side of the building. There's clearly not room for 4 trees on that thing. So we said, let's, number one, upsize 2 trees, center them, and maybe get a couple smaller ones in front. But then, Steve, if you can zoom in on that parking a little bit.
It is. I don't know that I know how to do that.
Oh, now you did it.
I did it.
Way to go.
Moving on to elevations.
Let's see here. This is not my computer, so sorry.
Okay, and then go over to that quad side. So we told them on that, what would be west side, where you see the 3 trees?
Which is, you talking about here?
Nope.
Or right here?
Right there. So the parking lot side of that, really this is outside storage, and you have to completely screen outside storage. So what we said was they they met the parking lot code by putting in 2 foot at time of planting hollies right up against that curb.
Right here. Right.
We said, let's push those away from the curb a little bit. We required 4 to 6 foot at time of planting and to be maintained there so that we could get a little more screening from the street out of them. And we wouldn't hopefully run into the dealership going, without saying anything to the city, going, hey, those hollies are damaging our cars every time we open it up into the curb right there. That comment came from Mr. Corkle on several periods of that's not a good plant to put right along a curb. So we said, push them to the center. Peter completely agreed with it. The landscape architect said, yeah, they need to be center. So now maybe the dealership wouldn't just go in and hack them down and so that they didn't destroy their cars anymore. So we're not getting exactly what the code says is 1 tree per, but we think it's a better design, which gives staff that opportunity and you guys to approve that as a better design.
Also, that parking area is a little lower in elevation, so those shrubs they're planted kind of up on the slope too, so there'll be more visual screening than if it was at a level point.
Okay.
So just curious, the finished floor elevation of the car dealership in relation to the self-storage, what do you think that difference is? Just-
1002 is the dealership.
I see, yeah, I can see.
Yeah,
the-
we're 1,002 at the dealership. This is 1,006. This comes around and goes, I bet they're.
The signal is 1006,
So it's the signal's a little higher, so, okay.
but that's 4 feet over a distance.
I see a 1,000 out near the corner of the storage building on the landscape plan on L2.
Yep, I see that now too.
There's a 1,000 right there, so.
They're probably pretty close to.
Yeah, they're within a couple of feet. In that distance, I don't know that you even visually would even know the difference.
Okay, very good. All right, any other landscaping questions?
I think I figured out why I want Zelkovas. It's just, Zelkova's not a great tree. About 37th on my list of a tree I would pick.
The double stacking of trees along West Side Parkway. So there's a Zelkova, I guess there's a Zelkova in there, and then what other tree is in that island, if you follow me?
These guys here are Brandywine red maples.
Okay.
Which will get changed in LDP, likely.
Which will get changed in LDP?
Yeah, because David doesn't do, I think that was one that he saw after we talked to Peter again, that he doesn't recommend red maples along parking lots.
Oh, okay. And then.
The roots are shallow.
So Pat and Richard, if you guys have comment about those street trees and a different variety, absolutely.
Yeah, we're open to.
And then
we're not married.
I get the Zelkova because it's a base shape so you can see underneath it. And unfortunately, the code is the same for a car dealership as it is for a warehouse.
Yeah.
Car dealership, you're just not going to get that exposure of the cars that a dealer would want. But If there's an established street tree program, I'd rather that than something new, but
And then, but where the parking island is, there, we've got a Zelkova and then another tree. What's that other one? It doesn't look like, it's colored different from that, a red maple.
where are you talking, Richard?
Well, I'm talking about this island.
This one there,
Yes.
Heart of Gold Eastern Redbud,
Oh, so it's a red bud?
which
and
I
it's-
think that one is, I think that's the maple, that's the redbud, and
okay,
that's the Zelkova, and then that's a dogwood here.
Okay, that's what I was just trying to, because I downloaded the older package and only had one tree in there.
Yeah, there's just a lot of Zelkovas out there.
Okay.
So I have a Zelkova in my yard, and it drops branches like crazy. I don't know if that's a Zelkova thing or something unique about mine.
There's
but
nothing good about
It can be.
I wouldn't put it where there's cars under it.
So we'll change the Zelkova.
Yeah, because that thing,
Is what-
this thing, every time the wind
If it's dropping branches, that's not good.
Every time the wind blows, we're out picking up a bunch of branches. They just seem to die off and
Come to
fall.
my place.
And it's, the tree's healthy, it keeps growing,
Right.
but it seems to shed I think the inner branches as it grows or something. It's a messy tree.
It needs to be trimmed more often on the interior, which it doesn't generally get.
So it's my fault.
No, it's whoever's supposed to come along and trim your trees.
It's not about you, Frank.
Oh, it's all about the Zelkova.
It's your landscape guy, Frank. So what kind of recommendation will we say besides the Zelkova?
Work with staff on
There's a lot of other stuff. but
Okay. All
I'm
right,
not
something
gonna- I'm
that's
not gonna decide
comparable
it.
in a colander or a,
Who knows, they might put out there.
all right, very good. Okay, any other,
We're gonna be in the top 36.
any other landscape questions, comments? Okay,
It's heavily landscaped.
all right, let's go on to
Did we
exterior
talk
element.
about the green walls?
Is that's on the side of the building there?
Yeah, I'll show you on the elevation. Yeah. So we do have some vertical plantings on the western side.
Steve, let's go to, yeah, let's look at the
That's your green
elevation.
things you were talking about.
Yeah.
So
Oh, so they're not green panels,
Your green screens.
they're
Yeah.
green screens.
the green screen. So,
Okay.
I mean, it'll be climbing vines. So here are the building elevations. The top elevation is obviously the street facing elevation, facing West Side Parkway. To the right-hand side is the Kia dealership, the showroom portion of the dealership. Kind of that design there comes from Kia corporate. It's pretty nice in my opinion. So a lot of glass. The white is Alucobond, which is, I have the samples here. It's white Alucobond. The columns under it are silver, which is this color. The red color there is the color of the signs. There's also some red, you can't see it. The underside of the canopies here and here are red, and you'll be able to see that in some of the 3D views. The standard program is just, masonry around the sides, and obviously we knew you guys wouldn't like that. Alpharetta wouldn't go for that. So here, this elevation, this portion of the elevation here, which is actually the parts department, we've added some windows to get some natural light in there. The base around here, which the base is kind of continuous around the building, whether it's under the Alucobond or under the brick, is a charcoal split face. And then the major elevations here, which are also the side elevations that you can see from the east and the west here and here, are all a blend of the charcoal split face, our two gray bricks, a light and a dark. The light brick is the body, the dark is the accent. Then here, you notice the vertical gardens, the green screen. So our thought there was we do have some landscaping up against the building to put the green screens there and let the vines grow up and just kind of break up the facade and give it a little nicer landscaped look. We don't have the landscaping in there as well in this rendering, but there will be also some ground plantings there.
So what is that vine?
Say that again?
What is that? What's growing on it?
Climbing vine, what is it?
It'll be climbing vines that we'll plant.
But what
I'm
is-
looking at the drawing and I see muhly grass along that elevation.
Yeah, we haven't selected the vine. We made this decision probably post landscape plan. We're open if you have a species.
And that's north facing,
That is
right?
a north facing facade, that is correct.
Is there one that's an evergreen?
Good.
climb, that's all.
We've had, I've got a few parking structures around Atlanta that it's up on the 3rd or 4th level in just a few years.
Okay.
We'll use something that's nice looking and fast growing. We'll talk with Peter and David Shostak about that. The side elevation here, this is all glass here, glass curtain wall. At the showroom, again, it's a blend of the gray bricks with the water table being the dark gray split face. This is the delivery center. That portion is the Aluka bond as well, the ACM that matches the front of the showroom. That's also the material that's here at the entrance of the service drive. They're large format, panelized, concealed fastener. I'm sure Porsche's that way, and the other automotive dealerships have a similar product. Our overhead doors would be all glass. The glass will be black anodized, the aluminum, and it will all match the overhead doors as well as the glazing. So when the doors are down, which won't be very often when they're open, but if they are down, they will have the appearance of storefront, and it's not a metal, it's not a metal door. It's 100% glass and aluminum. The opposite side elevation here, which is facing kind of northeast, similar to the northwest or the southwest. It has the curtain wall system in the front, and then a blend of brick, the light and the dark gray brick with the water table being the gray split face. We have put windows, a series of windows around the service shop and the parts department to get natural light as well as to bring some interest to the facade. This is a stair tower here on this side that we've kind of added some glass windows popped in going up the stairs. And then this is the rear elevation that most folks will never see unless they're in a drone. It is a white stucco instead of a Aluka bond, but panelized in the same format. And then we just have a gray, we're carrying the gray split face here all the way up in the rear elevation, as well as the little car wash building and the little detail building in the back that won't be visible from anywhere. Any questions on the elevations? I've got some 3D views as well.
Yeah, very good. So the brick one, that's at the top of your material. That's brick one, and then brick two is the one down there, okay? I see you got the ACM panel number 3, which is the red. Where does that happen?
That only happens, it is the color of the Kia sign, so I wanted to see that so you can see the Kia red.
Okay.
And the Kia. But it happens up under these overhangs, let's see if you can see it.
So like the ceiling of the overhangs?
Yeah, you can,
The soffit area?
sort of see it right there.
Oh, okay.
So there's about a 3-foot overhang over the service drive right here and over the delivery center right there. And the face is the white, and then the underside is the red. So we just kind of see it when you're driving in. And yeah, you can't really see it from there. But, and it's the same, again, it's the same red as the signs. Oh, keeps jumping on me.
Okay. I'm not a huge fan of split face block.
Okay.
So I'm trying to figure out how to, and obviously on the rear of the building, nobody's going to see it, so I'm not, you could even do stucco back there as far as I'm concerned, but.
Well, it's a load-bearing masonry, so from an economic standpoint, it makes sense to us to do in the back that. But, we could do the brick. We could do the dark brick base.
That might not be a bad.
Because we kind of, we're using that brick as the accent, so the horizontals, we're creating a cornice kind of with a staggered soldier course at the top. We've got a roll lock at the top and the bottom of the windows just to kind of give some, some horizontal striation. I'm not opposed to changing.
Do they make a cast stone maybe product that's still darker, maybe not as charcoal gray as the split face, but
right,
close to or a little bit darker than your brick?
Yeah, Aris Craft, there's a whole bunch of products that make, absolutely.
I think that would be a nice elegant touch. And then you've got, let's see, what did you do? You had split face, then you had a brick, one course of brick 2, and then you went to the brick 1.
Correct.
So I think you just do the cast stone with maybe a
just a bullnose water table.
Yeah.
Yep. And then run with
right
brick 1 and then have brick 2 as the accents. Yeah, totally cool
Like
with that. That may actually look better with, This split face is part of the Kia program, but I think that may look better with the white ACM as well.
Especially with the charcoal, the theme doesn't really complement the beigey brick.
Right.
I'm just, my 2 cents.
Gotcha. Definitely something we can work out.
So one of staff's comments that came out of our staff meeting was that seems like a material that might be a slightly higher end, not a brick or stone, but slightly higher. Why not focus some of that materials to the front where we have all of the stucco and the ACM panels?
Wait, which materials are you talking about?
The split face rock that's like the entire back wall. That no one will ever see. I mean, it's unbuildable land basically behind there.
But now they're saying that it's low maintenance material, so I don't mean.
So they're cast in place, but I mean, tilt up, but that was just, that was just our thing is why spend extra money at the back of the building when we could, maybe there's some architectural details that could come around to the front and save some of the cost on the back.
Well, I guess let me start with the front. I think the cast stone base makes sense, Aircraft or whatever product. I think that's a very elegant product with that, and maybe it turns, that water table base turns.
We'd carry, I mean, from a design standpoint, if that's the decision, we'd carry that all the way down both sides.
Yeah, I think so, and then the rear could be whatever. I'm not.
Yeah, the rear, I mean, Brett, this it's pretty economical to do this. Material on the back, because you're going to use instead of using just a 12-inch smooth block, use a 12-inch split face block, and that is the load bearing. That's the structure of the back wall. There is no stucco on the front. If that was.
I was thinking there was some stucco over the service areas or something.
No,
no, that was brick down there, isn't it?
This area, the base was this. The base here was this same material that we were carrying across. But if we changed to the cast stone product, we would continue that. Basically three sides
with the bullnose on it. I think that would look very elegant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the only stucco on the building at this point is in the back, facing the rear.
Okay. All right, any other exterior elevation or material questions? All right. Let's, you got some signs?
Yeah, so these are just some 3D views,
Okay.
looking both ways. The one in the lower right-hand corner is kind of coming in from the entrance, and then you've got a view from the east and the west. Those are just some kind of bird's eyes, just to give you a feel for where it is. What we did here, you can see the rooftop units located there. And so we did this view, which you guys kind of liked when we did the Lazy Boy store, where the rooftops are real scale, real location, real heights, real size. And we, grade out the building just to show that you won't be able to see the rooftop units from any location. Here are our signs, as well as our dumpster enclosure. The dumpster enclosure would be the brick, to match the building. The street sign is just a round Kia logo. We would do a brick base on that monument sign. It's located right near the entrance. And then we have the carriage Kia, which is the signs are a little different than prototypical. We'd already gone back and forth with Brett. What Kia typically likes is the carriage over the entrance, the Kia badge over here, and all kind of spread out. So Brett and I went back and forth until we got them kind of contained and within the limits of what the code allows. So again, one monument sign here with a brick base that matches the brick on the building. We have the one building mounted sign on the showroom that says carriage Kia. And then we will have the word service that is right over the service entrance here that will be compliant with the square footages that we discussed that are within the code limits.
Okay.
I got one comment on the dumpster, and I look back on the landscape plan, and there's like one red cedar screening it.
Need some bushes?
Yeah, it has to get screened better.
Yeah, cool. Agreed.
Yeah, because that's up on the front left corner too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know if you can put that red cedar underneath the power lines.
Oh,
That easement.
is that in the easement? Georgia Power?
Big red line.
It's stuck into it.
Yeah, the red areas, yeah.
Where's the dumpster at?
All right.
The dumpster right
there.
at the edge here. Well, the easement line actually is right behind that tree, right behind that red.
Can we get the dumpster somewhere else? I mean, that's, you got a big site and we stuck it at the street?
Yes, is the answer. We could get the dumpster somewhere else. We may.
I'm gonna guess it's probably because of some turn radiuses or something.
Turn radiuses and the slopes and going up, and the, the slopes going up and down, and we were trying to get it. But I mean, it could potentially go in this corner over here. Oh, well, you can't see that.
Yeah.
This corner over here, doesn't have my finger.
That's what I was.
Yeah, because the dumpster truck could come in here, could go right there, could get it, and then he could have a way to turn around right here and then get back out.
Wouldn't that make it more conducive to the service department and everything else?
Agreed, yeah, because this is kind of over from the showroom, yeah. Yeah, so I think we'll say we'll stick the dumpster in this corner. I mean,
Okay.
I think that can be a condition. Corner, right there.
Okay. All right, we've got photometrics.
Yep. Yeah, could you run us through all that? I know the east lot, your average and max is much lower than your front row. So just kind of walk us through why.
The front line here?
Yeah.
Yeah, the front line, I mean, just, car guys like the cars,
Right.
kind of bright there, so. That's their product, so the front line is where we have the highest concentration, obviously of site light, and then the rest of this area is pretty much just security, security
That
light.
just more, the east lot is more just storage of vehicles?
Over here?
Yeah.
Correct. This
That's why
is
it's a
more
lot
just
lower?
storage. This over here is more customer parking, so we thought it, It's brighter on the west side than the east side. Correct, yeah. So this is, in the wintertime when it gets dark early, customers in and out feel a little better. This is more level, more or less just security lighting on this side.
And your lamps, are they all flush?
They are all full cutoff, yeah, LED, exactly, dark sky compliant, meet all those regulations.
Yeah, so usually with auto dealerships, the foot candles are between 25 and 100, so you're right, almost right in the middle.
Right, exactly. And right, we're right in the middle. With the LED, they're a lot less. If you were 100-foot candles with LED, man, it'd be bright. The old HID light fixtures, they were up to 90s and 100s.
Yeah, we had
LED
that.
kind of peak at about
Had that
50,
issue
60.
on Mansell once, and it was like it lit up Roswell, so.
Right. The LEDs are, I would say, a nicer light than the older light fixtures. It's less foot candles. You can direct them a lot better. And they color render a lot better as well. They don't have the old yellow like the high-pressure sodiums or the blue like the metal halides.
I've seen a 66 in here.
Yeah, the high was up
Lots
there,
of high 50s.
was up in the front.
Yeah, right along the front row.
And that elevation at the front row versus Mansell, down below, it's, what do you say, it's like 90?
It's not.
99?
We're sloping the parking lot. The parking lot is higher in elevation than the road.
Know how much, what the difference is?
Yeah, let me go back to the grade.
Your building's 1,002.
Yeah, so here it looks like we're
6.
we're down to about 96 or so right here in the parking lot.
6 feet difference.
Yeah, so it's about a 6-foot difference. So we're basically averaging about a 6-foot difference down here, and then it gets down to a little less. Maybe this is 1,000 here, and this is 1,000 here. So it goes from kind of 2 foot lower right here to about 6 foot higher right here. So
Okay, anything else? I think we've looked at everything, right?
Just a little high, but.
Just had a question back on, because I kind of missed part of what you were saying when you were talking about materials, the elevation materials.
Which you want to see the elevation?
The split face on the bottom, we wanted a different material.
Go to cast stone.
Correct.
Like a cast stone or something, right? And maybe staff approval on the final.
It's cast stone with a bullnose cap.
With bullnose, yeah, with bullnose cap.
Bullnose, that's the part I missed.
And that would be on the, I guess, on the, let's see, what elevation?
It'd be on northeast and west, right?
Front, side, and
Yeah,
side.
front, 2 sides. No, if we kind of said true north is the front, then it'd be the north, east, and west elevation.
So that was really the only change on the elevation.
And we're moving the dumpster.
Yeah, we'll move the dumpster.
Site plan.
The Zelkovas will become something else.
Something else, we need to know what the climbing vine is.
Correct.
That's landscape. Signs were kind of okay. So, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRP 200044, Carriage Kia, a motion to approve the site plan with the condition that the applicant relocate the dumpster to the back corner of the lot, as discussed. And a motion.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Rocco. All right, any questions about the motion on the site plan? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion is approved, 7-0. Oh, yes. Thank you for your reminder. You didn't remind me the first time.
Was that public comment?
Yes, public
All
comment.
right. I was going to ask for public comment, but I don't think there,
Just get a yellow.
I don't think there's going to be. Okay,
Right, public comment.
march forward. Or let me ask, is there any public comment about this application? Anybody have any? All right, there being none, we're good.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 200044 Carriage Kia, motion to approve elevation of materials as presented with the exception that the applicant will use a cast stone with a bullnose cap on the front and 2 sides in place of the split face block.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Rocco. You're on a roll.
You're keeping the rear as
Any,
Yeah, no change.
any comments, questions about the motion? There being none, I'll,
Hang on.
oh,
That was elevations and materials?
Elevation
Yes.
of materials.
colors.
Can I ask for one clarification?
certainly.
The car wash building and the detail building that's in the rear, they're technically on the side elevations. We're not saying put cast stone on those buildings, right?
No.
Okay.
The main building.
The main showroom building, gotcha. Okay.
Okay,
And do we have a color? Was there a cast stone presented, or are we going?
Something
something
darker
in,
than these, but
yes,
in the same color family,
same color family, a little darker.
same hue or tone.
Yep. Okay, Brett, are you caught up to us, or are we,
On 3 sides?
okay,
Okay.
all right. There be no further comments about the motion. I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Okay?
Before I go to the photometrics, I have one more question for you on that. Can you, on the foot candles, is that, let's go to the front row again. When you go out, is that around, is that the sidewalk where it averages about 1.7 to 2.5?
I can't read the,
That's why you gotta be able to blow it up.
yeah, so I'm doing, I'm blowing it up here so we can see. What happened? Whoa.
Trying to figure out what the sidewalk is there. I mean, by the time it gets
Because
to the property boundary, we'd like to see that down to practically 1.0 or less.
Yeah, we're at about 6,
That much up there?
3.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to be,
think they might
we need to be ones at
There's
property
no-
line.
That's fine. Nobody's,
So that may be just
I'm gonna ask.
we'll adjust
all
it.
of it down or adjusting the flare.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 200044 Carriage Kia of Alpharetta, I make the motion that we approve the photometrics with the exception that at the property line, the foot candles need to be down to 1.0 or less. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Brown, the second by Ms. Palmer. Questions, comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Okay.
Can I ask a quick question, which I was asleep at the wheel on this one? The green wall panels, is that panel actually green?
No,
Okay,
it's just called the brand.
All right.
There's other brands. I just say green
just
screen.
wanted to make
It's a-
sure
No,
that-
it's a,
I mean, I didn't see it over there, so I didn't think so. Okay, I just wanted to double check.
Is that gonna be green right there?
Well, once the plants are on an
Yeah,
order green.
but the actual
Yeah, the
panel.
green is representative of the plants, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's like a square mesh that a plant.
Yeah, it's a square
can
mesh,
go
it's
up on.
typically gray or, something.
Unless the
Just
architect
didn't, I
makes
just want to
it
make sure it
red,
wasn't
then,
like a green.
red wall.
Well, there could be a red.
No, I'm
grid.
sorry,
Yeah,
that's.
that would work.
Should have explained that. The green was representative of,
Yeah. I didn't think so, because there wasn't a
Only
green
had a
up there,
green
but.
pen if
In winter, it'll be brown, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I did.
Okay, we still got landscaping to approve,
Mr. Chairman,
signage.
Mr. Chairman, for DRB 200044, I move that we approve the landscape plan with the items to be discussed with staff that we brought up.
I'll second.
All right, we have a second, have a motion by Mr. Owens, a second by Mr. Corkle. I think the question is maybe when you mentioned items brought up during our discussion.
Zelkova,
So I have the Zelkovas,
climbing vine.
the climbing vine,
That's all I had.
The maple,
and the maples.
Oh, that's right.
Red maple.
Red. All right, so those are the three. Is that interpretation with what you were thinking, Richard?
yes.
Okay. All right, I think we're, okay, any other comments, questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the landscaping motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, signage.
Like the daycare/church.
Yes, fine. Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 200044, carriage of Key of Alpharetta, make the motion that we approve the monument signage and building signage as submitted today in the motion.
Second.
Okay, got a motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Ms. Palmer. Any further questions or comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 7-0. Very good. Thank you for your time this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, how soon do you start?
We have to have a permit
now.
in May, based on our agreement with Kia, so.
Okay, very good.
Hopefully
Thank
in the
you.
spring.
Good, all good. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Very good, Steve.
Okay,
Yep,
all right.
Yes.
good job.
Very good. Okay, our next applicant's going to be Local Q and Brew. So let's let the Kia folks get there. I guess they're,
Rooftop.
thank you,
I think that's.
John, appreciate it. All right, Local Q and Brew. So if you'll,
Loyal.
I'm sorry, what did I say, local? Loyal.
Well, it is local.
Loyal.
It is
It's
local.
local.
It is loyal.
Local and loyal. Oh, it's been a long day. Shouldn't say that. Okay, if you, I know.
Oil stack data and.
All right, we're getting loyal. A biscuit. Barbecue. Oh. Here we go. Okay, if you'll make sure you speak into the microphone and introduce yourself and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Marcus Mello with Randall Paulson Architects. This is a simple project. We are demolishing a portion of a restaurant on Old Milton Parkway. Because of COVID, we want to increase the outside area. And this is the location, Old Milton Parkway. Here is the proposed restaurant, and the red rectangle is where we want to add the patio. This is a plan showing the restaurant. The area in orange here is the portion that we're going to be demolishing. And then we are going to add these openings that are existing here. We are going to add French doors to the outside, and all this is going to be outside. And then we are going to demolish the concrete on the existing patio, and then just put gravel, pig gravel, or crushed limestone on the patio. We have to remove a couple of trees that are here, and we are going to add these trees here along the setback. We are going to leave the 5-foot setback that's required. In terms of seating, it's going to be equivalent because currently we have seating here and we have seating here. It's just what is indoors will be outdoors. Here we have an image of what the space is going to look like. We want all the finishes on the new walls that are here to match the what we already have in the building. And we have this portion of the building needs to stay because of the sprinkler riser is right here, so we cannot demolish this little corner. So we put a fireplace at the end here and has a custom rusted metal finish. On the elevations here, we see the side elevation where the French doors are going to be. It's all going to be painted to match the very dark gray color that's already there. Here are some images of the existing restaurant. This is the side patio, so all this is going to be demolished. And we want the new finishes to match what's between the windows, which is basically a flat board with a 1x finish.
You show on the picture in bottom left, where's the building get cut off?
I'm sorry, here?
The portion of the building.
The
that
bottom
you're
left,
cutting out.
the front view.
Here?
Where does a building cut off now?
It's going to cut here. Well, it's going to cut here on the back, but in the front, this first window needs to remain because that's where the sprinkler riser is. So that the fireplace is going to be right here. I have aerial view here that gives a better idea.
Black and white.
So this portion here, where the first window is where the sprinkler riser is, and where we are adding the fireplace.
It's just probably just this sketch, those dormers look way further back from there. Dormers are actually going to be very close to the edge of the roof.
Well, it was very difficult. It's not possible to measure that exactly where they are.
It's actually, the thing that was confusing me is I was just looking at the sketch. It made it look a little different. It's actually going to be, there's not going to be a whole lot of roof in front of those dormers. Not that it matters,
Yeah,
it's just trying to figure out how much building you're taking away.
Yeah.
It's basically the game room today, isn't it, back in there? Is that where their game room is?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, so the trees are going to be in the setback here, and we want to add maybe 3 potted trees so that's not too stark, the area where we have the gravel. And then the planters here are going to match the planters we already have here. And I have images of that. We have like curtain planters here, and we are just going to match those. And here is the existing patio on the side, so all this is coming down, and then all these concrete slabs going to be removed. So the impervious area is actually going to be increased.
I'm assuming you must be using heaters out on the patio then? Heaters?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure we are going to.
Extend the use?
Yeah.
What? Well,
So we want this to have a very informal seating, so it's going to be some chairs around the fire and some tables with chairs.
So that enclosure in the back, that's the air conditioning units?
Yes.
Is there trash in there too, or that's just the air conditioning?
I think there is trash, right? No? Yeah, but we just want it to be hidden. And we just painted the same finish, the same super dark gray color.
I was just noticing in Street View, big stack of firewood down that property line.
You gotta burn
Yeah,
something.
let me see if I can.
You gotta burn
Where
something.
are they gonna put it?
Smoking wood.
I need someplace else for all that firewood. Your patio is gonna be there, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to feel a lot wider than this. This feels very narrow, it's not very inviting, so we want to have something that's more inviting.
So,
putting on the ground, like a pebble?
We want either pea gravel or crushed slate.
Is there a reason you chose that over concrete, or?
Well, I think it gives a more informal look.
Are you concerned if a woman's wearing wedges, or if a woman's, or, like food and whatnot dropping in there, not being able to clean it up? Birds coming in, I don't know.
Yeah.
You can blow it off.
if you,
Bob,
if you'll speak into the microphone, thank you.
introduce yourself, blah, blah, blah.
So we're trying to use actually call it a granite dust that's compacts pretty well. It's still pervious, but compacts pretty well, so it's a lot easier to walk on than a pea gravel, that type of thing. So
You can just blow.
we can sweep it up, we can blow it. It's used a lot in the Southwest. It's not so prevalent here, but it's used a lot in patios in the Southwest. So
I use it on my driveway and it really solidifies, or really gets hard.
it compacts a little better. So.
Landscaping question for you. So the picture that you have in the bottom left there shows some existing trees
Yes,
there, and now I know you're adding some tulip poplars.
yes.
So how are you taking these,
These trees, they will need to be removed to do.
so you're taking these trees out and then putting the new tulip poplars in? Okay.
Yeah.
My only comment was on tulip poplars, I know I have one. It seems to drop stuff all year long in my house, but again, that's a wild, maybe they've been modified or domesticated.
I've been told you have to trim them.
And I don't trim it.
It can be a brittle tree that does shed branches,
But that was.
just to keep in mind.
Okay.
Is that your actual fireplace? I guess it's not on there, but the metal wall,
Well, this is the closest we could find with, big
that's amazing.
plates of steel, I think would be really cool.
Absolutely.
It becomes a feature, so we did not want that corner to look like an afterthought, and I think the fireplace will really create a focal point there.
It looks fascinating the way you've constructed it in that drawing.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out, what are we,
So
I understand in general what's happening, I don't. And so the base is crushed, is the crushed granite?
Yeah, concrete's out.
But what else, there's nothing to the
Elevations.
patio, right? Other than what's the outside of the building look like there after you take down?
The part that we are taking, it's going to be just a flat board painted, like we have now between the windows
French doors.
and the French doors.
So
So,
French doors with just like the front.
yeah, you see here the French doors and then the panels, the flat panels here.
Okay, so that's just
And they match exactly what we have now
okay.
between the windows here.
I'm gonna see
We
what-
have that situation also here.
Crushed granite and a railing, or what's the barrier around the patio?
We do not have a barrier to the neighbor property. It's just landscaping area.
What is that existing railing?
Don't they need a barrier?
Well, this is not really a railing. This is
Anymore?
it's a portable metal structure that just happens to be there. It's not really a railing.
That was used for wood storage.
It was,
Wood storage.
yeah, it's used for wood storage. So it will probably continue to be used for wood storage.
Yeah, that's what.
There you go.
So the furniture that you're proposing to use in the new patio area, is it the same furniture that you have now? Or are you proposing something different, or?
Well, we're going to do more generalized seating out there with Adirondacks and that type of thing.
Okay.
We're not really, we'll do some picnic tables. People do want to eat out there, but we're trying to make it more casual type seating.
So it
Okay.
might not be the same, but it will complement what is perhaps.
Yeah,
front.
So, wait, it's more like these very informal seating with different chairs. They don't necessarily need to match.
What about umbrellas? Any plans for any of that?
We will probably do sporadically some umbrellas out there, but nothing fully structured. far as that goes, so. More for shading.
See Heineken on the side or anything like that?
No, I don't.
Loyal.
That's right.
Just cute.
Those are the free ones.
Just cute.
Okay.
Then there's some planters shown out front. Is that gonna match the existing?
Yeah, we want to match the existing corten planters.
What did I say photo was that?
It's in that one with
Pretty
the,
simple.
yeah.
You can see them here. It's a little
Yes.
small, but
Go to the number 6 slide. I think might show them a little better. No, sorry. Oh, well, yeah,
right.
yeah,
here you
right
can
there.
see
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. See, that's what I envisioned with the tie glass.
Those would be good at the type.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say to you. And you
And lighting,
gave me one of those.
I think you're showing some string lighting.
Yeah, just string lights.
We've got string lights on the front patio, so we'll just continue that.
Same.
Yeah, it's going to match.
Call them back.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments or questions for the applicant this afternoon? None? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 20004, sorry, Loyal Q and Brew, make the motion that we approve the changes to the elevations and the materials on the building as presented today in the motion.
Second.
Wow, okay, we have a,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
that was a tie for,
Russell.
that was a tie for second.
The ladies won the tie.
All right, a motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Ms. Palmer. Thank you for all your seconds.
Ladies, I thought he was going to say people.
All right, any other comments or questions about the motion? This is exterior elevations and materials.
Okay, we'll do that second.
Okay? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Good. Okay. All right.
I guess the furniture is a comeback.
Well, or submit to staff. I mean, and based on the images they're showing us, they're Adirondack chairs and,
Picnic tables.
I believe the question is, will it be similar in style to what's existing?
Yeah.
How you phrased the question, right?
And they confirmed. So I'm good if you want to leave it as is.
We'll leave it there.
okay. All right. Landscaping,
I think that's probably it.
I guess.
Yeah, there isn't any.
Well, they're just continuing the potted plants across the front.
That was just kind of confirmed.
Yeah,
Okay. Done?
Yep.
I think we're good.
All right, very good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great day. Okay.
Marcus, here's your approval. Thank you.
Which is very,
Is that what the,
it's very important when having dinner with your family.
okay. I think part of our next applicant is here.
Is it like talking to,
Are they ready? Is Stack ready?
join them? Be like, hold on.
Okay, come on down, please. Or come on up.
We might beat things.
I will recuse myself.
I'll tell you what, while you're setting up, we'll take a short recess.
We're gonna go out and recuse him.
Okay? And Mr. Pat will excuse himself. so-
Might have to have a
Okay.
little coffee. I'll be drinking beer.
The chairman remembers calling you.
I'm making the comments.
He's not part of the general
No,
public.
Yes, he's not part of the public. Well, he is, if
He
he's
doesn't count.
excused from the, if he's not sitting up here, he is part of the public. What was that?
Ready to take off?
What was that?
I'm ready. It's a long day of sitting. And my legs are short, so the chair hits me right
And your
there.
pant leg's shorter than the other one, too.
You just gotta do that. Oh, so much, so much. I'm gonna, no. And it sort of cuts the circulation.
Oh, I just emailed you guys. Said we're running a little ahead if you want to come in, and you did. It's like, wow, I mean, you guys are good. We got one ahead of you. Shouldn't be too long, and then you'll be up.
system.
Why don't you just stand there and hold it?
Yeah, make yourself useful, Pat.
This one too, maybe? That was the previous one.
Chris, I can't believe you're begging out of Tuesday's meeting.
Well, you know, if I miss that, if I make that meeting, then I miss the trip. We're going up to Ohio to visit our daughter.
I threw that on cursory anyway. I figured you wouldn't want to attend.
I mean, I would be other ways. I could walk there from the house.
It would just be kind of introductory. I mean, just go through stuff. But you said it'd get warm and fuzzy to Steve. So. Alejandra, how are you? Staying busy?
Like I should have jumping to, her legs move.
Yeah.
I'm doing calf raises.
There you go.
I'm sorry?
Where do you
I
find,
know, I'm reading, can I just read your email?
What's that?
Just gonna read your email.
nosy Nancy?
We're ahead.
It is a bit, it is a,
Oh, it's freezing back there.
About taking clothes off.
it's, we're always cold. We are always cold.
You sent a Christmas card?
Always.
But yeah, normally we're way late, like, we're supposed to get out of here, we have one applicant after you,
When
10
you
applicants.
saw the comments.
And, I was thinking you could come short. But yeah, it's getting through 'em. Making motions, making.
Setting them up and knocking them down, huh?
Absolutely.
It's a Friday.
Well, we had the Form 9.
So Jennifer today, she was like, we're going to Colorado. My middle brother lives, he's one right above me, lives in Fort Collins. So we'll fly to Denver and then drive.
These guys have to.
We'll be there just a day. I haven't seen him in a long time. It's four boys. And, you guys know?
We're going to see our daughter next day. Leaving Tuesday, coming back Saturday. Maybe she's jealous that you're going to Colorado.
I thought she was like, you're traveling, which is so nice, you guys.
So we're going to Columbus, and we were going to go on Friday down to Jennifer's hometown near Dayton and visit family members and come back, have a day trip. And we got a message from them that said, please don't come. We love you, but
You're from
COVID is
Georgia?
getting worse, and you're from Georgia, you're from out of state, and we just don't feel comfortable.
Wow. Georgia, it is extremely like scabs, but the bad relatives stink, but.
I mean, I think if we were, from here from, out of state, just scary. But the same aunt and uncle have grandkids that go to school every day and are in contact with people. That's where they're where they live.
That's, yeah.
There's no real rhyme or reason. Yeah. Can you lay down so we can measure, just to make sure?
Well, it'd be like 1.2.
You hear what she just said?
I said it'd be like 1.2 Rogers.
Yes.
She wanted me to lay down in front of everybody.
Raise his hand.
Well, she was telling Pat, she
pick
thinks
me,
about him,
pick
all-
me.
she thinks of Pat all the time.
That's a
And she
scary
wants you,
thought.
she wants you to lie down, she thinks of Pat all the time. I don't know what's going on with this one.
She's,
Oh, gosh.
oh, I know what it is. It's your husband's hatred of Mexican food.
You got it.
Yeah.
She's had some cheese dip, she's feeling a little crazy.
Still,
How many cups is that now? Is that the third? Oh, okay, so 2 1/4 cups.
I think this is fine.
Yeah, Frank always has coffee.
Frank, yeah, he lives on it.
Yes.
He's got his hands wrapped around.
Because it's about 30 degrees in here.
Well, it's hot in here.
Yeah.
Like, the guy at Chris, should we deny his application?
The guy at the movie.
If you don't pick up your phone.
I know.
Hey, Chris.
I know.
Oh, ask him, he probably knows when it was built.
Oh, this one.
We were wondering about the maroon color in the bathroom.
That wasn't mine.
Oh, we're good.
Very dated, my high school. It's like my high school, you know, like, it's like a high school.
Feels like it. That's why I always bring an extra jacket, even in the summer.
It's like, oh, this one's on sale.
I'll remember that.
Think they try to get us out of here quicker.
It keeps us alert.
I got my eyes on you. Uh-huh.
See, like if she were
This
to
what we were talking
she were to
about
get a
at lunch.
loyal cue.
Yep.
She can, if she went out there, she'd be like,
Okay, let's end our recess and get going again. And so our next applicant this afternoon is Stack Data Center, or Stack Data. All right, Mr. Owens,
Done that.
the floor is yours. If you'll introduce yourself, speak into the microphone, and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet today, please.
Great. Good afternoon. Chris Owens and Alejandro Rodriguez and Pat Corkle here, all representing Stack Infrastructure for the data center. This may look familiar to you. We were in front of you folks a month or so ago. We received approval for the elevations on this project, and we also received conditional approval on the site plan and landscape plan, subject to City Council's decision on 2 variances that we were seeking. The interesting part about this project is when we formulated our DRB application originally, we did not know that we were going to have to go forward for variances. We found that out before we stood in front of you, therefore you made your site plan and landscape plan approval conditional. We went forward to council with a variance on parking reduction and a variance request for stream buffer encroachment. The council granted both of those variances, and they also, during their discussion, saw fit to, and I'll show you that approval, saw fit to place a condition on the project, condition 12, subject to those variances, that brick accents, and then there was a friendly amendment, or stone accents, shall be added in select locations on the Webb Bridge Road elevation with final approval by DRB. That is these are the approved minutes from that council meeting. I pulled those off the city webpage. And as a reminder, this is the elevation that you all approved during your last meeting. And that Webb Bridge Road elevation is the key to that condition. That's why we're here again today, is to talk about adding stone or brick to select areas of this elevation. As you can see, as someone arrives to the site, this is fairly deep into the property. Something to remember about this site that is, it's unique to this site, but it's also a requirement of the city code, is data centers have to be a minimum of 100 feet back from the roadway. They also have to have a 40-foot heavily landscaped buffer within that 100 feet. So as you see from the site plan here, the elevation that we're looking at on the building is right here in this area. However, Webb Bridge Road is well over 100 feet back. We're about 130 to 140 feet away from Webb Bridge Road here. We also have a stream buffer in front that we did not get a variance on. That's being preserved and enhanced. And as you may recall, Pat Corkle helped us develop some perspectives. This is what you would see from Webb Bridge Road, year 1, when the project is built and landscaping is installed. Let's see if I can get to that. This is what you would see from Webb Bridge Road after 5 years of maturity of that same landscaping. So there is a bit of irony in the city code, and I have that code here, but I believe you all also have had it shared with you from Richard and from Brett. But the code does require that extended setback, does require that heavily landscaped buffer, but then at the same time, we're supposed to have 75% of brick, stone, or accent material on any elevation facing a public roadway. So that's what we're here for today. Alejandra has done some work after that council condition that she is going to present to you in the form of a revised elevation on this Webb Bridge Road frontage, and I'll let her present what the overall elevation is and what those changes are, and open it up for discussion.
So what we did to the original elevation was add, if you see on the right-hand side of the screen, we added a form liner, creating that stone look, but with the same precast material. So I have a sample here of what that yellow mold, if you would, looks like, they would pour the concrete panel against to create that texture. And then the color would be given by the paint, like we're painting the rest of the building.
So Alejandro, can you use the pointer to show us where you were just talking about?
It would be in this area by the windows and in this area by the dock. That will not be visible from the street, but it will create that continuity around the.
So it's that color, not, this makes it look like a brown or something on this. It's that one.
Right. That's just the form.
Chris, if you'll speak into the microphone, sorry, I know you.
So what they would do is create a much bigger version of this. This is just a sample.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And
Got it.
pour it flat on the ground and pour the concrete on it and then lift the panel. So the panel will have the texture.
So these are silicone molds that are made actually using real stone. And so they're a mirror or reverse image of what you would see when it's done.
And you can see just because of the building elevation that the stone size is,
CrossFit
it's
exercise.
pretty big. Oops.
So unfortunately, I'm going to have to stop you.
Okay.
That is not the areas that is the minimal condition to be met by city council, and this board can't variance from the minimum. So if you're not prepared to present at least the two areas that you and Michael spoke about, we're going to have to come back at another time.
Okay. Brett, if I could respond to your concern?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, these are the official minutes from the city council meeting. Brick accents or stone accents shall be added in select locations on the Webb Ridge Road elevation with final approval by DRB.
I think, though, so it's staff's job to determine what council means by that. And when we reviewed the video and here, I'll show the board this. This was presented as, during the city council cases, a snap from the video. We don't really have an option as staff, but to say that's what city council thought they were going to get was that minimum.
Well, Brett, I'll tell you, I hesitated. I stopped just a step shy of being prepared to play that video to the DRB today. But I kept going back to the way the condition was worded. But if you watch that video, and I don't know if you did, I was there, and I watched it again after the fact. That image that you're presenting there was drawn to facilitate a discussion. Mm-hmm. The mayor stopped a discussion and asked a council member what areas he was referring to. That was drawn to make reference to an area that a council member asked a question about. That was not drawn to make a commitment on behalf of STAC as to where they would put materials. So we're here to discuss openly with DRB and your design expertise and your input and why you're appointed here as to what's best for the project. We're not here to argue against putting brick or stone, but we are here to openly discuss from a design perspective what Alejandra looked at, what she thought would be best, and if DRB or staff wants to ask for more, we're certainly here to discuss that.
Yeah.
But I would have to respectfully disagree that that is not what was promised, that's not what was conditioned, but we're here to talk and we're here to figure out what's right.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. I just want the board to know that, if this is what we've determined is the minimum. If y'all move forward with something different, that may have to change just because staff has determined that this is the minimum.
So you're saying what's in red is the minimum?
Yes.
On email?
But it has
And
to,
over here, they're showing that plus.
No, they're showing two different areas. I'll give it back to them.
but is it still the minimum what they're presenting? I mean, is the argument just where that is, where the stone is? Is that what? Am I,
Are you talking about, is it like a square footage? No, I think it was the areas that we felt like city council thought that's where you were going to put it. And they thought that was agreeable, but gave final decision to DRB. And we felt that meant that if you felt that those two areas needed additional, like water table kind of look to it or something like that beside, then we could, y'all could add more.
I mean,
But we felt
from my
like this was the
perspective,
minimum.
I mean, I think we go by the minutes, not by, I mean, the minutes don't
We are going by the minutes,
specify-
and the minutes, we are the ones that have to interpret the minutes. And we've interpreted the
But where in the,
minutes.
but where in these minutes does it say that it has to be that?
Well, that's part of the video.
And we must be watching a different video. I mean, again, we're here to find what DRB feels is the appropriate amount. If that's it, what you just showed, then that's what we'll discuss. But I respectfully disagree with you interrupting the presentation for interpretation of a video. This is the condition, and that's what we're willing
But
to live with.
respectfully, you were given this information prior to this meeting, that this was the minimum.
You're correct, and I disagreed with it when I was given it. And I disagreed with it by phone and by email with Michael Woodman.
So we're letting you know now, again, that this is our determination. And if the board wants to move forward with more, they can, but I don't think they could move forward with less than those two spots.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If this was already, insinuated or understood what they wanted, why are we even voting on it?
Because council, at the end of their statement, said final approval by DRB.
Can we tell them not to do that?
Catch all.
So all right, I'm looking at what's on the screen right now, and it's obviously item number 12, correct? We're talking about item number 12 with the
Yeah.
3 bullet points underneath it, okay? And so what's really in question is, okay, so they say brick accents, so it says brick, right? So it's
Friendly amendment, though, for stone.
friendly amendment.
Yeah,
Or stone
Council
accents.
find- yeah.
Okay, so it's brick or stone at this point, to condition 12. All right, and so, sounds like it's gotta be brick or stone. This is the first time I've seen this.
And you guys would also then need to determine whether the material presented would match or go along with the rest of the building too. So, as far as color and, style and pattern or whatever, that'd be under your purview as well.
Remind me, the sections that were highlighted in red, what's the material now?
Metal panel.
Metal panel.
Metal panel.
Nobody's even gonna see it, nobody.
Actually, they want
So
brick.
we went through like extensive visioning sessions with our customers to define what their image is as a company, and with their CEO, their C-suite, the strategy team, and this is the material palette that they really want to move forward across the nation with their data centers. Stone or brick were not in it at all. So we are trying to accommodate that. We've heard that there's some examples in the area where form liner has been used to satisfy that requirement, that it's expressed as area, not specific locations.
So when you say form liner, can you kind of give us a dumbed-down version of what you mean by form liner?
Sure. So what they do is use this is a form liner, and whenever they create the panels, they create beds.
So it's a concrete, what it is, it's a concrete panel.
Precast concrete panel.
Okay, and this is a,
Add the texture to it.
Okay.
So the concrete really adapts whatever form you give it. So if you put it like a mirror or something really shiny, it's gonna look sleek. If you put something rough like this, it's really just gonna fill the mold. You will see the joints.
right.
And-
So essentially, it's concrete, so it's a concrete panel that then gets painted
Correct.
to the different colors that are presented,
So
okay?
it's really just adding the texture of the stone and creating the
To-
joints and the patterning, kind of like.
To
what-
imitate the stone, right?
The City Hall, the parking deck across the street from City Hall was built exactly the same way, except there's a brick form liner rather than a stone form liner. So that parking deck's not real brick. It's cast concrete that's painted to look like brick, much like this stone would be.
Just trying to make sure everybody understands what what that means, okay?
Right. And you can see, again, because it's a data center, that gray wall we're talking about is over 30 feet. So in order to break it up, we really had to go to form liner, and that's pretty big stone, so that it matches or,
The proportions.
with the scale of the building. If we go to a bridge that's, a brick that's like 2¼ inch by 8 inch, then this is gonna be with control joints at every 30 feet in every direction. It's just not gonna be a nice looking wall, unfortunately.
Okay, but I get back to, I guess, the challenge is now is the interpretation of which areas on the building are to either be this brick or stone.
So for my understanding, what I see the issue here being is you've got a proportion of the face of the building. So on that facade, you are proposing a certain percentage. But the issue Brett is bringing up is that those percentages are not in the same location that the city council
Well,
requested.
it wasn't a percentage of the facade that was presented, it was just those two areas that were highlighted. And so we've had to determine that that's where city council voted on and thought that there would be this material there and agreed to it, and that was what we thought.
Would you be adverse to making that, where those metal panels are, to making that a gray brick of the same color?
That's a very interesting question, Frank. Do you mind if I pull up something? I did, Brett and I did discuss, you heard that discussion. We were made aware of that. I just was, now, I'll get there. To lead into that, Alejandro also looked at that form liner option with a different color, which is what you're seeing here. And what we have looked at, and this is the option for that, is an option to replace that vertical metal panel. Oop, if I can.
With the brick.
Bingo.
With a gray brick.
Right, that does it, I
Okay.
think, right?
And it's not, just so everyone's aware, this is not a cost discussion that Stack's reluctantly being drug into. That metal panel costs more than brick. Okay, so this brick swap out would ostensibly save them money, but they do. So the code, and there was some discussion at the city council meeting, and I have to offer what the council's intent was at that meeting when that code was passed. And I talked to one of the council members who was serving at the time, myself, and the intent was to prevent big white boxes. Because data centers are, by and large, they're a functional thing. They're a hardened, secure facility built to withstand tornado and hurricane force winds, built to withstand a truck crashing into them, but they're built to be strong. And people that run data centers typically don't pay attention to aesthetics. However, Corgan has been brought on board to make all of Stack's data centers actually look nice. So this is not your average data center. The intent of that code was to make sure that everything looks nice. They had made a financial commitment to that metal panel, so it's not a cost issue. This is that dark brick that you asked about, Frank, and we have looked at that. I would say that if you look at it in pure elevation from Webbridge Road, this piece, and I'll back out just a little bit if this will, if I can without fat fingering it. There. I know Brett showed two areas in red, this one and this one. But if you notice, there is a 90-degree bend in the corner there. So that elevation that my cursor is floating over now is only going to be visible to someone once they get to this corner on the site. From Webbridge Road, that panel is facing off into the woods because it's 90 degrees off from Webbridge Road. So, again, we're here to discuss.
I guess the reason I'm asking the question is if you're not averse to it, it gets us past this and we can move on, right? Rather than arguing the semantics of what was asked for. That looks good, I think.
It really comes down to, this is a nice rendering with the pattern. Construction-wise, you can just have a plain 30-foot wall without joints, it's not going to look pristine and nice like this. From Webbridge, you're not going to tell the difference if it's metal panel or brick.
Again, it gets us past an impasse right?
Stone or brick.
Because we're being forced to try to interpret what council meant, and none of us were there. So if council's happy with that and you're happy with that, then
So that's, so we're looking at, that would be a swap out of the metal panel there on the vertical sections and leave the metal panel as the banding, kind of the parapet, or the soffit will still be the metal panel. is the answer.
That's how it's rendered, yes.
Good.
And from
I think-
a construction standpoint, that would be easier to build rather than suspending that brick up there floating by itself.
No doubt, yes, I agree. That's a
And
challenge.
not to push our luck, but what about continuing that where you were going to put the stone? So you just have that brick look, you have a base as well.
I mean, that's an Alejandra question.
She made
I
a
would-
face.
I'd be concerned about it kind of
I could tell you love the idea.
running together, but that's,
I wouldn't, I
I want to
wouldn't.
play poker.
Well, can you,
No, 'cause I
can
think-
you even, would you even see, you won't even see that
No,
from the
to
street
go to the
anyway,
right.
would you?
No, that just,
That's what I was gonna
Those
say. It's
two
like, can you
vertical
see any of
pieces
this?
work well together.
it just gums it up a little bit.
I'm okay.
Sorry, Frank.
I thought it was the
Throwing
way
it around.
it was. That's just-
So
Would be
So-
my first good idea that you didn't agree with today.
this,
You've had a good idea?
we agree to disagree. So the brick, if you put the darker brick in here, are you painting it? Or is it a glazed, or you find a brick that you,
Gray brick.
and then a mortar color is the darker mortar color too?
complementary mortar color, be darker. Yeah, you wouldn't want that mortar to stand out too much.
Then the other looks like a checkerboard or
You're trying to
something.
go for a modern,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
Modern
and-
look.
And honestly, Alejandra, the construction document phase needs to pick the right, during the final, we're still, this is design review board. Obviously, we haven't done construction documents yet, but I think the right scale of the brick unit is important as well. And so, we'd like for her to have that flexibility while she's scaling that to that mass.
I could see you could use some jumbo brick even in there or something.
Right. We'll have to just make sure they made it the right color. Brick is mostly, well, we've seen it.
And the scale of the
It's a
brick.
lot of, in schools, but not this type of bricks.
Right.
Finding the right product that's gonna be durable.
Okay.
It's gonna be paramount.
I think this meets the intent of being,
Brick or
Yeah, let's try a motion. Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, regarding DRB 200046, Stack Data Center, motion to approve the elevation that is shown where the metal panels are replaced with a gray brick with a sample to be submitted to staff for final approval. Motion.
Cornice. The cornice isn't gonna be brick. You said.
Not in my motion.
I don't think they're showing that, are they?
No, the corner.
Did we get a second?
oh, wait, no, let's get it, well, is
Second.
it end of motion?
End of motion.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr.
So the
Brown.
mortar's going to be the same dark color as the brick.
Yeah, just as.
Yeah.
So just for clarification, we're talking inlay in the tilt-up panel, not traditional brick, right?
No, brick.
Or
Brick.
traditional brick.
This would be,
Well,
That size, I think this.
brick comes in different sizes.
I'm talking brick or
No,
brick pattern in the tilt-up.
Brick.
You're saying 3x8 bricks.
We agreed to is brick.
Actual masonry
yeah,
units.
if I could,
Brick with a matching mortar.
that build-out, that office facade is going to be framed with metal studs, and so that would be traditional brick. That's not a precast panel where that metal panel was. Yeah.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be a form line.
So it'd be a traditional brick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
traditional
and if we
brick.
could, we'd, request that the submittal to staff be for confirmation of color.
Correct, yes.
Traditional
I was gonna say,
brick construction, yeah.
that's just.
Okay. Okay. All right, any other comments or questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 6-0.
Are there any comments from the public?
Any comments from the general public?
We
I do-
already approved landscaping, didn't we?
Well,
Because
that's
I
where,
had some
that's
really
going to
serious
be my
questions.
next question, is I would, if it, from a procedural standpoint, your approval last time we were here was conditioned on city council approval of those variances. Do you need to reaffirm that, or are we good with that? We got the variances, and I think your condition was subject to city council approving the
Yep,
variances.
we're good.
No, you're fine.
Landscape architect you're using.
Yeah.
It's kind of sketchy.
Yeah,
That'd be my only hesitation.
Yeah.
I do some digging before my next project.
He works by the plant. He charges by the plant and tree. Okay, thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay?
Glad we were able to keep you ahead of schedule.
We like that.
Well, are we?
We are. Okay.
I have to leave.
Let's see, our next applicant, is that going to be Alpharetta Outfitters? I guess you are. You'll just wait a minute, let them clear out, and we'll get you up here.
Yep, you got it, thank you.
Y'all?
Y'all, they're from Texas. Alejandro's from Texas.
Chris, don't come back.
I want to. And I love you guys, but there's no need.
Okay. All right, Alpharetta Outfitters, come on down or come on up, please.
That was like refereeing a couple of kids wrestling match.
And Mr. Corkle is back with us again.
I feel like I'm on The Price is Right.
Come on down.
Come on down.
Okay, if you'll speak into the microphone, introduce yourself this afternoon and tell us what you have today, please.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeff Wright, and I manage Alpharetta Outfitters. And we're just looking to redo the shingles on our roof. We've got an old outdated roof and having some leak issues, so looking to update. This is what we're looking to go toward. And what you're looking at there are, I guess, two different runs of shingles that are from a previous, or from an add-on that we did to the building back around 2013 or so. And so you can see you've got a lot of discoloration. This actually matches very closely if you look at the building and kind of already the discolored shingles that we have. It already matches very similarly to that and looks very nice with the trim. Rather than going with like a gray or a black, this like slightly off-color gray looks really, kind of pulls the building together. So this is called driftwood. I can walk this around if and y'all need to see it.
Oh, you can just put it up. That's good
Name on
right
that?
there.
What's the name on that?
Driftwood?
Driftwood?
Yes, sir.
So I assume you're going to re-roof the entire building this time?
Yes, sir.
Or
Yep.
except for your standing seam metal roof?
Exactly.
And what color is that metal?
The metal it's a brown.
A brown? So kind of like closer to that brown on there?
Yeah, I'd say it's a little bit more, I'd say it's a darker brown than what this would be. This has a little bit more gray and brown to it. So yeah, everything would, the entire roof would be redone other than what you're seeing there is the metal roofing.
Okay. All right, any comments, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 200047 Alpharetta Outfitters, I make the motion that we approve the new roof, which is named Driftwood.
Driftwood.
In the motion.
A second.
All right, a motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Mr. Owens. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes. You're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
You set the record today.
I didn't. I'm on a roll.
Yeah, really.
Is there any public
There's your
comment?
approval if you want to.
Okay.
Not a big deal, but if you want to keep it for your file in case
With-
anyone ever asks. Thank
With
you.
there
Have a
being
great
no
day.
further business and with no objections from other board members, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Ahead of schedule.
Great. Did you ask for any comments before you ended?
I did.
the
You
meeting?
didn't hear me. You were talking.
I had some comments.
He's not part of the general public, though. Okay, thank you, everyone. Good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Brett.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 applications, and we had 17 motions.
And I usually don't have a beer before 2:25, so.
Hey, it's Brett. We're all done. Thanks.
Brett just called the police on us while we were.
I did.
What happened?
Like Brown's going to be out drinking.
Brown's gonna, keep an eye on him.
Hey, I'm off duty, man. What can Brown do for you?
Lordy be, lordy, lordy, lordy.
Do they recycle these here? Just paper.
So who goes before the firing squad first, then? Person that made the motion, or the person running as chairman?
It's kind of funny, Chris just wanted to argue on principle. It's like if you're okay with a proposal that met the condition, why don't you just leave with that?
Have a good
Thanksgiving to you.
They say, remember, no gatherings more than 6, and no more than 2 families.
Yeah.
Unless it's at my house.
That's why we cancel on it.
Right.
I think
What's that about?
I think it made sense. Well, because it's not just us, it's for, you know, you got your kids coming, we got our kid coming
Not
with his
just gonna
girlfriend and this.
suck everybody's going out.
It was just getting to be too big of a group, I think, for comfort, you know?
Depends what state you're in.
All right. Where do you want to head to, guys? I'll go with you.
Where do we want to go, Roger?
That's a good question.
Is it warm enough to sit outside somewhere?
I'll go somewhere if you sit outside.
We'll sit outside and you sit inside. Oh, that's not what you said.
Or the other way around?
He has to be kind of the general public.
Actually, you know what?
What?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Thank you. Probably easier to type without that noise.
Yeah.